people.
Right.
We had 666 for a while. That was lovely.
Okay.
But then we bumped it, and it's like, okay, now we have to grow.
Good, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you were telling me a little bit last night about your kind of like your childhood and some of your experiences. Maybe before we get into like the ancient stuff, tell me about tell the audience about like your story, because it's a pretty interesting story.
So yeah, I was born too small. So the first 5 weeks of my life I spent in a hospital. So something went wrong during the pregnancy. The placenta stopped growing and started to like decay inside my mom. But hey, I'm here, so that's good. My parents split when I was 4 months old. I lived with my mom until I was 9, but my mom was a bit handsy and yeah, not a great mom. So I went to live with my dad at the age of 9 with both my sisters, and then at the age of 12 they both went back to my mom. So I lived as an only child in my dad's house, even though I had 2 older sisters and a half-brother on my mom's side. So experiencing being an only child while also having siblings is a thing. I've been partially raised by my grandparents, mostly my grandmother. She passed in 21, so I got an owl tattoo to keep her with me. Always been interested in history. History and English were the only 2 subjects in school that I always aced. The rest I flunked. It's fine. I dropped out of high school and studied construction for a while. As I got an opportunity, had to quit my studies because of the global recession and all the construction companies going bankrupt. No one wanted a girl as an intern, so I had to quit. Then in 2012, I had a surgery where they removed my tailbone as it was broken in multiple places, and I was in pain from the age of 12, so it was really rough. Got that out, got nerve damage, bedridden for a while, and then after a couple of years, it slowly started to get better. 2016, they actually found a stitch that pressed against the nerve ending.
I love Dutch women, bros. I'm not gonna lie. I love Dutch women so much.
Fun. And then I was in a very toxic relationship with my ex for about a decade. And in 2020, when I started my channel, he hated it. Like, he hated all the YouTube videos and the research and the time I spent in it. And in 21, I left him in October. I was like, you know what? I'm going to live my life.
Good for you.
You're no longer a part of it. And that's when my channel actually took off. And I started traveling to the UK and to Malta and Sweden, and eventually got the opportunity to tour Egypt for like 5 weeks in 2022. Amazing. Like, that's an experience. You don't want to be in Egypt necessarily for 5 weeks in a row because it's rough, but on the other hand, I've been inside the Great Pyramid twice in like a span of 5 weeks. Not many people can say that.
Facts.
So
Cool.
I'm very happy with all the opportunities that I got. Life hasn't always been easy, but you have to make the most of it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you mentioned last night, if you're comfortable mentioning it, that you had an accident where you got hit by a branch and
Yeah, so at the age of 12, I was on a horseback riding camp, and we were doing like a forest tour with like the horses, and I wore a cap because it's mandatory in the Netherlands, you have to, which is a good thing. I had to cross a stream, and there was a tree on the other side, and my horse got spooked for whatever reason. It threw me off.
Look at those legs, man. Fucking Dutch women are just so amazing.
I had a small crack in my skull, and then I fell face down inside the stream. So they had to resuscitate me, and it wasn't fun. I don't remember anything of this. I miss a day and a half of memory because of this accident. I now have migraines and all that stuff's not fun. But it was an experience, and I learned that from a very young age. Like, even though life is difficult and you can get very depressed and you can lose yourself a little bit, like, they tried to kill me off and it didn't work. So I'm here to stay, and like, I won't, like, life is a gift, and I won't look a gifted horse in the mouth, so I'm going to make the most of it.
Awesome.
You're not going to get rid of me.
Yeah, cool. Love it. And you've taken that passion to your love for ancient history.
Yeah.
That's a huge part of why you're so successful, obviously, why you're doing so well. So really cool to really great story. And so what was it about? I love the fact that you're a high school dropout, because it's obvious that you're incredibly intelligent. And there's so many success stories of people who didn't finish high school, didn't finish college, and went on to be incredible leaders, incredible people, and do incredible things. I got nothing out of like the educational system. I mean, just being completely honest. Like, I mean, some math stuff, was super helpful, and I still use it today. And obviously, like
I need to
being
move
able
to the
write
Netherlands, man. I swear to God.
competently is helpful in different times of your life. But a lot of it, just the memorization of data and facts, it's just a complete waste of time. So it's awesome to see somebody, just make it with a huge passion for what you do and a huge passion for life. So. Yeah, congrats. I'm excited to talk.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. My sister, she's a paleontologist, so she has studied in university and got a master's degree. Currently, recently finished her PhD. But she taught me a little bit about how you use the scientific method to research stuff, and how Google Scholar and all that stuff works. And that was right at the beginning when I started my channel. That's how I found some very sneaky excavation papers that I used, because they weren't on the normal Google, but I could find them on scholar.google.com. Very nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, things like that, she taught me a little bit, but most of it I just figured it out on my own.
Yeah, cool. So ancient history, so your passion for that, where does that come from?
Oh, that goes back long ways. So I think I was about 6 or 7. My mom had these encyclopedias. She had the whole set, which is not a thing in the Netherlands. Not most people have the whole set. And I skimmed through the pages a lot. And then one day I saw the pyramids. And I just stared at the pictures for hours on end and read everything that I could. Then I saw Stonehenge. Again, stared at the pictures and read as much as I could. And I think that kind of was the first moment where I was exposed to it and I wanted to know more. And then because of life, you forget about it a little bit. And then as you get older, you start to research it, and then you're like, oh, I want to know more. And then you learn more, and then it's like, I want to know more. And then with the human evolution stuff that I now do, it started with an archaeological discovery where in Germany massive parts of forests were cleared by Neanderthals. And I kind of jokingly made a video about what if Neanderthals were farming? Of course they weren't, but I mean, they were at least intelligent enough to know that if they dropped seeds from the gathering part of their life, that the same plants would grow on the path that they would have dropped the seeds.
Yes.
So I mean, put 2 and 2 together, they probably could, but they would have probably cleared the forest to make clearings to hunt, because it makes it easier to hunt. But then again, rudimentary farming. Then I was people in the comment sections were telling me that Neanderthals were dumb brutes. And I'm like, were they? Right. So I started researching the intelligence of Neanderthals, and I was like, oh, they're actually right next to us.
Bigger brains than us, right?
When it comes to intelligence, they were right where we are. So they weren't dumb brutes.
Right.
And I was like, I want to know more. And then I made videos on Neanderthal misconceptions, and then I figured out there's all these extinct human species. And so I was like, I'm going to research all of them and just make videos on them and have that knowledge available to everyone. And that really launched my channel into what it is now.
Nice. Yeah, the clearing of the forest thing could be for protection / survival. If you need to, it's much easier to survive. If you're, it's easier to get attacked if you're in the jungle and you don't have a clear line of view and clear line of sight. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be, I guess, farming, but why couldn't it be?
Yeah.
If they're intelligent, they can't figure out how to plant seeds. And they've got massive brains.
Just drop a seed and the plant will grow.
Right.
Under the right circumstances, but still.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's going to be super cool to dive into some of that human evolution within the various species that we have and what we think we were doing and that the various human species were doing. When does all of that kind of begin? I guess, when does the Stone Age begin?
So the Stone Age goes back beyond all human species that have lived. So it goes back to the ancestral species of the Australopithecines. So if you know about Lucy, that was founded, I think it was Ethiopia. She was an Australopithecus afarensis. And her species, the Australopithecus species, created stone tools, very rudimentary, but stone tools. They are known as the Lomeki stone tools, and they date back 3.3 million years.
Wow.
So the Stone Age started 3.3 million years ago at least. Yes,
earliest.
at the earliest. And people often think about like the Stone Age starting somewhere like maybe 100,000 years ago. It goes back way further.
And when did we discover that? When did we discover Lucy and those tools?
I think Lucy was discovered in the 50s or 60s.
Yeah. Okay.
And the stone tools, they were more recent, I think. Or like they were maybe discovered back then, but like all the in situ data they found later.
Okay.
Oh yeah. So that's the Lomekwi 3 excavation site in Kenya, yeah. It's beautiful. Like these stone tools they're like I said, they're very rudimentary. They're not as sophisticated as like the later Acheulean tools. But if you grab them and you place them in your hand, you can actually feel where the palm of the thumb would have pressed into the stone to like actually be able to use it. And that's why we know that they were created, and they weren't just like stones lying around.
So what did Lucy look like 3.3 million years ago? Maybe around compare?
So Lucy was a lot smaller than us and more ape-like still. So very archaic. I think longer limbs, like when it comes to like the arms, were probably more in length. The feet were not like our feet yet, because that started more with like Homo erectus. But like comparing like, yeah, you can see Lucy a little bit here. Like I said, like much longer arms.
Oh, the double dog.
Because she was still more like ape-like. So Lucy is more, when you look at like chimpanzees and humans and you see the difference, so Lucy would have been like in the middle of that more. So it's not like a chimpanzee, but it's also not like a human. Because she would have been, the Australopithecus species were after the split between humans and chimpanzees. And Auroran tugenensis is a species that would have been more closer to that split. So that predates Lucy. Auroran tugenensis, I think, is about 6 million years old, a little over 6 million years old.
What were they doing with the tools?
So they probably would have used that to break open seeds or things like nuts and things like that. And I'm not sure if it was like used for like hunting, because I'm not sure if like Australopithecus species would have actually like hunted like Homo erectus later on did. But yeah, probably for like being able to access food and things like that.
Okay, gotcha.
And some monkeys in modern times enter the Stone Age. There are some monkeys that figure out that if they use stone on like nuts and things, they can get to like things inside.
Right.
Yeah,
That's cool. So that's kind of when the ancestors of humans began to use stone tools for like survival, essentially. And then, so what do we see after that in terms of the lineage of the various human species? Like, how many different types of humans do we know about today?
Ooh, well, we have Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo antecessor. I'm just going for like the bigger ones. There are some like species that are thought to maybe be different from, but often get paired in with the bigger species. So habilis, erectus, antecessor, heidelbergensis, neanderthalensis, denisovan, naledi, floresiensis, luzonensis, and then you have like Homo longi, but that could have been a Denisovan, but it's unsure. Chris Stringer feels like it might have been a Denisovan. So here you can like see at least some of the ones that, like rudelfensis is often paired with either habilis or erectus. So rudelfensis I often don't talk about separately, but I'm going to make a video on in the future to like look at why it's often paired with one of the other species. And you can like see Auroran tugenensis down there, and Sahelanthropus chadensis. Those are the first bipedal hominids in Africa. And tugenensis might have traveled as far north as Crete, because they found footprints on the island of Crete near Trachilus, and they most likely belong to Auroran tugenensis, according to Professor Per Albert from the Uppsala University.
Okay.
Don't fight me.
Yeah.
I interviewed him for like 40 minutes on those footprints.
Okay.
So it was an amazing man, like to listen to. Very charming. No,
Good luck, beer.
Really cool.
Yeah, cool.
And you have like Afarensis
What's up,
Lucy.
man? What's up, man?
Africanus,
That's funny.
Sediba.
What's up, dude? How are you, man? Good luck, beer.
Okay. And so the theory that the currently accepted.
Thanks,
theory
man. How's it going, dude?
Today, the most likely.
Yo,
scenario,
I'm.
is
I
in
use
terms of,
Pogo
like, the
Pope's
out of Africa thing.
tutorial,
Yeah. So I often look at the
and
European
I'm getting way
IC
more
games.
natural stucks.
Those
He
predate the,
said to
African
shoot the
lineage.
door
And it is a possibility.
in the dark
It's
room,
plausible,
like as the
but
line
at
passes, the
this point in
horizontal
time,
line.
it's unsure.
I was
It
shooting
might
it
be
too early
possible
before.
that some of
Good luck,
them
beer.
migrated south back into Africa and eventually led to
Yeah.
the Slotoxines. So it's a possibility.
Yeah, dude, I
but
just got
it's
like
at
2
a-
natural
there's
stocks in
not
a
enough
row,
evidence to
and
be
I think it's just
conclusive.
because I wasn't shooting earlier.
But I
It's
do
pretty crazy.
wanna remain open-minded to that possibility because there has been research done on multiple species that lived during the European Miocene. So in the Miocene we have
Glad it's a weekend fucking cook this week.
numerous
Yeah.
species in Europe.
With what? With work?
Most notable
life?
Are Danuvius hugemosi,
Man.
Dryopithecus, Gryzopithecus freibergi, and then Oreopithecus and Uranopithecus. Those are the bigger species that might have possibly migrated back south into Africa. And some of them might have been bipedal, which would make them the first bipedal hominids
On.
that we currently
Let's just
know.
test.
Like I said,
I'm shooting
Sahelanthropus
while the doors are.
and
Oh, I got boost in there.
Sahelanthropus chadensis. Like
Yo, Hideyoshi, what's up,
Sahelanthropus
man?
chadensis is currently known as the oldest known bipedal hominid in Africa.
And how far back?
50 hours, dang. Plus.
Six, 7
Nice,
million
buddy.
years ago.
Okay.
While
9
the
cats.
European
Wow,
Miocene
that's sick,
apes were
dude.
like 12
Sick to be
9,
making that money.
8 million years ago. So they would predate.
Gotcha.
And the climate in Europe became uninhabitable, became too cold. So that's why it is believed that they may have migrated south to where it was a more suitable climate for them. We know from like giraffes, they started in Europe,
Hustling, yeah.
but then the climate became
Oh,
uninhabitable
thanks,
and
thanks,
they
brother.
went down south. And so
Oh
they
my
went
gosh.
into Africa, and that's why we nowadays have
Just to have like, I think the
giraffes
goal
in
is like a
Africa. So it is
clean,
possible that some of these European Miocene
clean
remains would
natural
stay.
stock.
Yeah.
So then.
So what I want to do is I want to do a natural.
So
The goal
let's
to be
pick
natural
one,
stock.
And dive a little bit deeper into
Get
it.
boosted
So
through the
maybe
console and the exhaust bay.
species. That's a really good one. What
No
what
body
was kind
armor.
of their path?
Or sorry,
What do we-
body armor run through the drones.
Walk us through there.
A lot of people think that the Neanderthals would have just started in like Europe. It's most likely that they started in like Eurasia,
Nice, yeah.
more down south.
Double O, yeah.
They probably migrated more northwards because of the climate being suitable for them.
Yeah,
They
it's
would
the
have lived in
dream.
More colder climates compared to like other species. So Neanderthals are very interesting because
It's
they
the dream.
created art. Most likely created art. Let's keep it at that. So we
Gotta
have
get
some
better
fake
at that
paintings
guard,
in,
too.
like, Spain that don't make sense.
So
when
see,
we're
I'm
looking
shooting
the
at the
dates.
door. Let's see if
And
this
some of them
natural
might
stock
be
works.
54,000
Come on.
years old, 50,000
Nope.
years old. Humans. Like
Oh
Homo
wow,
sapiens
insane.
weren't even
Yeah,
there
survival's really
with
low.
that art. So it would have probably been created by Neanderthals. And Neanderthals lived in like small groups. They had like problems when it comes to like their group sizes. So they probably had some difficulty with fertility and that kind of stuff.
It sucks, Hideyoshi.
What else? Neanderthals, man. Like, oh, this is the thing. Like, I'm currently working on a documentary about Neanderthals, and every time I talk about Neanderthals, it's like blank in my head.
Oh, God.
So they emerged around 400,000 years ago, and they
Yeah, I'm gonna play Double O for a little
seem to
bit.
have
I don't know. I
gone
might
extinct
switch to like
somewhere between
Bunker One essay or
37,000
something.
years ago and 32,000
Maybe
years ago. And I don't necessarily
Aztec
think they
Secret
went
Agent,
fully extinct.
no body
Like,
armor
they
or
didn't
something.
drop off the face
I don't
of
know.
the earth. I think they were assimilated into our lineage because modern humans still carry up to, I think, 3% Neanderthal DNA within their genomes. So we probably like interbred a lot. And then because of the fact that Homo sapiens are able to reproduce quite quickly, and probably a lot easier than the Neanderthals were able to.
Thanks for being here, bros.
We probably
Appreciate
assimilated
that.
completely in our lineage.
Come on, man.
So, full-bred Neanderthals may have already went extinct around 37,000 years ago, but then around 32,000 years ago, it completely assimilated at that point. Yeah.
So where are we getting the information that we're drawing the conclusions about? I mean, the stuff that we know about Neanderthals, like, or that we think we know. We found some bones. I know that you mentioned the cave paintings. That's freaking awesome. I mean, if they were doing cave paintings, they could be farming. I mean, it's yeah. And so,
Okay, never mind.
Things that we've discovered.
It's not working now. Don't know why.
And what conditions?
It's fine though.
That lead us to the conclusions that we think that we know about the Neanderthal species.
So Neanderthals are, I think, one of the species that we know most about because of the fact that we found so many bones.
Okay.
Like, I think we found nearly full skeletons. We also found possible Neanderthal burials in France. Some researchers don't like to say that, or some academics don't like the idea that these were probably burials because, doing burials means that you have an understanding of life and death, and it's a little bit of a ritualistic aspect into it as well. So for a long time it wasn't believed that Neanderthals would be able to do that, but there were probably Neanderthal burials because they seem to be intentionally buried, like places in France. So if you have a burial, you have quite full skeletons. So, La Chapelle, I was saying, this is one of the possible intentional burials. Yeah. So it's incredible. Like I said, some researchers don't want to go there at the idea that
I'm okay though, bros.
Intentionally buried, but I think they did.
So these guys were smart.
They were smart.
Yeah.
They probably taught.
I'm gonna open my heart a bit.
A lot.
I broke up with my girlfriend.
Were the first to
Yes, we broke up after 5 years together.
Mammoth bone shelters.
So I'm not feeling very good.
Siberia, that cold climate where the mammoths would have roamed.
But I mean, it was my choice. But
so they would use.
I did, my friend.
Tusks, I think ribs and other massive bones, and then they would put like the hides over it, and you have a perfect shelter.
Wow.
And it's perfectly suitable for that cold climate. And then, like here you have one. This one is more recent. This
but it's
one
fine.
is created by Homo sapiens. I think this one was found in Ukraine.
Wow. That's incredible. So, I mean, they're building
It's fine.
structures.
Yeah.
Places to sleep, places to live.
Yeah. But this is incredible. Yeah. So we have some more modern ones.
Man.
So like on the next to my thumbnail on the left, this one. This is more of a modern one.
So you're saying the Neanderthals built the pyramids?
No. God, I love that idea. But no, unfortunately, no.
Okay.
Neanderthals would have been extinct, unfortunately, by that time.
Yeah.
But I mean, hey, that lost ancient advanced civilization, they have been Neanderthals.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's, the thought did cross my mind.
Yeah. I understand.
Yeah.
No, the Neanderthal bone shelters that were probably
Fucking
by
hell,
the
man.
hands of Neanderthals are more like just
I think that
lots
was
of
too
mammoth
late.
bones scattered around at this point because it's so old. But there is
Yeah, it was too late.
that Neanderthals taught
Oh, no way.
how to do this. Just
Oh,
like,
dude, I'm so sorry, bro. I'm
probably
so
had
sorry to
some
hear that.
type of clothing. They were living in quite cold climates. So Neanderthals were living in Germany, which is very up north compared to like where Homo sapiens started. We started in Jebel Irhoud in Morocco. That's where the oldest Homo sapiens bones were found. They're 300,000 years old. So that's our origins as we currently know. But that's far south. That's warm. And Homo sapiens eventually went back north. Up north. Like, what else is here?
Scary stuff, man.
Any human species would be able to figure out
Come
how
on,
to
man.
create a structure, like how to build something from bones and hides and whatever, and potentially other things. But like I had Graham Hancock on the show last month, I guess, or a month and a half ago, and we were talking about he was showing evidence for bones in North America where the marrow had been extracted from the bones, and it looked as if like what could have, there was like fractures on the bones, and then it looked like they hunted and then they extracted the marrow from the bones. I want to say, I forget how many years ago, but it was like tens of thousands
So
of years ago.
we have the Ceruti Mastodon site, which is unclear if it was by the hands of humans. So I think he was pointing to like that site because there's a possibility, but as of this point in time, the evidence is not yet strong enough to make the full claim that it was made by the hands of humans, like humans done that. The
I'm so
Ceruti
sorry to hear
Mastodon
that. I'm
site
praying
is
for him, bro.
in itself very intriguing.
I am
I
praying
made a
for him.
video on it a while ago. I didn't go into like full depth on it, but I mean, I'm not.
What? Come on,
academic,
bro.
I'm not a scholar. I'm not able to like get.
Oh, see, I'm shooting too late.
facts
See
about
that?
the papers always.
So,
I think it's.
well, what's his name?
that site,
Pogo
but
says you gotta shoot
37,000
while the
years ago,
door is
we
still
have
opening. So
full
you
evidence
like there's like a
of
horizontal line,
humans,
and you shoot after that horizontal line passes vertically,
mastodons
but you're
in
still shooting the
North
door.
America. So
You're
at
shooting
least
the
it
like
goes
bottom
back
50% of the
37,000
door.
years ago in North America.
Okay.
So I got this in my cheat sheet, so I'm gonna quickly scroll
I think it works.
and see if I can.
It's
grab
worked
it
for me in the
real quick.
last 20
There's,
minutes.
I
It's
did
definitely
some,
worth
like,
checking out.
oldest evidence in North America. So oldest evidence of humans North America 37,000 years ago at the Rio Puerco Canyon in New Mexico. Clear marks of butchery and bone knives as well as evidence of controlled fire were discovered there. So we
Man,
have
I'm also
evidence
using
of humans,
I bought a
North
B
America
grade
37,000
steel
years
bowl,
ago.
and it's
that is
finally like broken
uncontested, so,
in
like that's
with an
pristine
OEM
evidence.
And
stick
when did this evidence? When did this become?
and
mature?
OEM gears, I think.
I think in the last decade or two.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's
man,
very
it is
modern,
really nice
very
now.
modern. So in the 80s, they already
With,
knew
like,
about
Vaseline
Clovis first not being the case
As
anymore.
lube.
So in academia, it was already starting to be accepted that Clovis first
I think I was a
wasn't
hair too
the
late.
thing
But that was pretty much it.
in the 80s.
Oh.
That's
Come
when
on,
it
man.
started, at least. And the media is a bit slower
It was too late
when
there.
it comes to this kind of stuff. Because the media will still portray Neanderthals as being dumb brutes, even though for decades now we know that they've been very intelligent. So the media is behind on things. And that
Oh, brutal, so
makes it
laggy.
seem as if academia is behind on things. Because the media won't report on it. And I think that's a massive problem that we have at this point in time when it comes to like ancient history. It's the media being outdated. Even though they were supposed to be the ones reporting on it, you know? So that's why I like to look at some of the academic papers and like dive deep and see what they found.
Oh, brutal.
Right.
And talk with academics in this field. So I know from people like Chris Stringer and Alice
Yeah, we
Bauer and
broke
stuff
up.
that
It was meant.
research human
It was meant to
evolution.
be.
All this stuff that I talk about comes mostly because of their.
We both
information
weren't
that they
happy
share
for a
with the
while,
world,
a long
even though
time.
The media is a bit slow.
Okay. So, the academia.
I wasn't
still
happy
thinks
even
that
before going to
those
China. See, I got boosted there. It was too late.
in South America,
I wasn't happy
the-
even before going to
the
China and
land
thought
bridge
things would
around
change.
That's, I
Alaska.
think, the proposed idea. at
I
this
came
point
back
in
to
time
be
still,
with her.
but
That was
doesn't
pretty much the number
necessarily
one
make
reason.
sense
That
because
wasn't.
the
That was the
land
reason.
would have been there around
That is the
37,000
reason.
years ago, if I'm correct.
Right.
I might be wrong.
But it like it didn't
don't-
change. It got worse.
But I mean, do attack me, but it's fine.
Yeah.
I can handle being
can
attacked.
handle
It's fine.
You
Sad
handle
though,
it
my
really well.
longest relationship, like
on
5
that, you
years.
just fire right back.
Oh,
it's,
yeah.
it's great.
I don't take shit.
No,
Sorry.
You don't. It's
So no,
fantastic.
so we have a lot of evidence. For
I'm really
humans
blessed
in
though. I'm really
North
lucky.
America. I grabbed
Yeah.
some dates and I put that
I'm
in
very
the cheat
blessed.
sheet. So we have the fossilized footprints at White Sands in New Mexico. They date back at least 23,000 years. But there's a possibility that some of these tracks may date back to 30,000 years ago. So they're still investigating this, researching this, and like using
Got
the,
boosted again. Like stop
optical
shooting me.
luminescence dating and all that stuff, like the new science that they discovered and
work.
created to research these things.
It's too late.
We also have the Galt site in Texas. It's an archaeological site that dates back to about 20,000 years ago. Incredible site. They're currently in the works. I think the film is at this point nearly done. But there's a film coming out on the Galt site in Texas, and that archaeologist that had bought the site and made it his life's work to uncover everything there is to know about this. And they're still excavating. I've been contacted about a year or two ago at this point by one of the
Come on,
people
man.
working at the God site. And
It's so
he asked me,
laggy if you fucking
"Make a
shoot
video-
early though.
video on this?
I might do
I'm
the
not sure if
backup
you've ever
and
heard of
shoot
it." I'm
early.
like, I've never heard of this. It's intriguing. I dived in, made a video on it. It's incredible. I think that shows such clear evidence of human occupation in America, in like North America. It's amazing, and I'm very excited for the film, and I want to promote it. Give me the film already. Like, I emailed them like, please give me the film. I need this. So we also have
Yeah, the steel bowl
oldest
is really
evidence
good
of
now.
humans in Oregon.
It's like
or
excellent.
Oregon, sorry, I gotta pack my comments.
See, that might have been a bit late, but it might
Saying
be work.
Oregon.
It might be good.
Like, I'm Dutch. I don't pronounce
Come
everything
on,
perfectly.
man.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
But like, yeah, oldest evidence of
Nobody
humans
knows.
in Oregon dates back to like 18,000 years ago. They
It's
found
too slow.
evidence of human occupation at the Rimrock Draw shelter, like rock shelter. It's very, very incredible. I made a video on this. Yeah,
You said
blows my mind.
how far back was it?
18,000 years.
18. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we also have the oldest human footprints fossilized in Utah, date back to 12,000 years. So that's more like the Clovis time period that we're currently going into. But for me, it just shows that humans have been in North America at least 37,000 years at this point. That's what we currently know. I just need people to like figure out more. Find footprints, find stuff. Like, come on, I want more.
Yeah, what were they doing?
Yeah, what were they doing here?
Right, because it's so, and all of academia is in agreement on this 37,000 year thing at this point. You don't have it. There's no holdouts.
I'm
I
in
don't
love with
think
this
that
girl,
the
man.
37,000 years
That's
was
on this
contested.
podcast that
As far
we're
as I
watching. Oh
know.
my
And so
god, man.
How did they get here?
That's the question.
Yeah.
Like, that's the mystery.
Dutch
Right,
women
right.
And I like mystery.
are
Yeah.
insane.
Ryan, pull up Google Earth. I just want to show you how I think a possible way that they got here. And you tell me if this is crazy. or not,
God
but
damn.
Something that I've been exploring a little bit with some guests is how people got to.
I need to move to fucking Holland, man, honestly.
And so it seems like with
Fucking
this,
sell
it was
weed.
Clovis first for a while, and that was people came from this direction and,
Yeah.
and came all the way across
The
here. and
Bering
came down.
Strait, I think.
Right, Bering
Yeah.
Strait. Yep.
That'd be amazing.
Through that area, and exploring the possibility of did people come this from here. And so if you go back into the Ice Age, a lot of this land is above water.
Mm-hmm.
So
I should go work for
it's-
fucking
it's 400
Greenhouse
foot
Seed
lower,
Co.
So potentially people
Become
living
a strain
here,
hunter.
you've got the Aboriginal people here in Papua New Guinea, Aborigine. And you've got a lot of DNA from
Bring
those
them to
people
fields in
South
like South America and shit.
still today. And so I'm just looking at like Easter Island and this, what looks like it could be a string of what would have been potentially above water.
Mhm.
Potentially this could have been islands. This leads right to Peru, basically, where you see all of those ancient megalithic structures,
Yeah.
Sacsayhuamán, Intihuatana, Machu Picchu, all the ancient big blocks. And when you go all the way, you follow this what could potentially.
Yeah, I highly recommend the steel bowl.
where
It's quite
Ellis
amazing.
Island is here, which has a lot of the same walls. It has some of the same walls that we find in Peru, and so the same kind of like building structure, the same interlocking sort of blocks, which
precision is
post-production,
outstanding.
they look exactly like what you find in Peru, but supposedly
Because it's
when it comes
plastic
to
on
Peru,
metal,
there's no
not
connection
plastic on
between-
plastic, right?
Between Peru and Easter Island that explore back.
Mm-hmm.
And you follow these islands back, and you can and it leads you directly to where the DNA evidence exists in South America. And so I just wonder, could people have traveled from east to west?
Need good
across
gears,
the
though.
Pacific Ocean, had a settlement in the tallest landmass where they created Moai statues, and used the islands as
Fuck
sort of
off, man.
places to repair their boats and get supplies and get food and drop off and sleep and You know, maybe they were living there, maybe they weren't, but it just seems like that's such an easy explanation during the Ice Age for people to have come from that part of the world and come into South America first, as opposed to coming into North America first. And I just was curious your thoughts on that.
I think it's very intriguing because if the water level goes down far enough during the Ice Age, I think it is a possibility. It would be crazy to say that it's impossible.
Yeah.
And I like the plausible explanation that it could give us. So I think that
See, the
if there's
right
a
is
way
better.
for us to
But he doesn't
do
get stuck.
research
I was like a
along
full
those
health 24,
possible islands back in the day, like along the
23. Like I was like
ocean
the
floor, I
perfect.
think that
I was in right
if
strafe
they
though.
find at least like one or two bits and pieces of
Did I shoot late? Maybe.
but
But that was what we need. What's what we want.
and theory, and then it would probably get more attention to be researched.
Yeah.
I don't think it's impossible at this point. When I look at it, yeah, if the water recedes enough for like some of that to be above water, then it is a possibility. Because we know about like Homo erectus reaching Indonesia 1.6
Brutal.
million years ago or so.
So
I mean, how
inconsistent.
did they get to Indonesia? Like they make boats? Well, probably the water level was a lot lower, so
Right.
they would have been able to like walk there. Same with like the Wallace line and all that stuff. So I think it's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, what are some of the coolest, craziest things that are like the most unexplained things that ancient
Does that
humans
affect your randomizer, Hideyoshi?
So we have
Your
the
SD card.
Vinkel cave
You need
in
the old
France.
computer.
We have stone circles made from stalagmites, possibly by Neanderthals. Because looking at the dates, it must have been Neanderthals because Homo sapiens weren't there yet.
Okay.
That's a ritualistic aspect, and you can see the picture right here. I made a video on
Guys,
this
I'm in
as
love
well
with this
because it's
fucking
so incredible.
this Kaylee girl.
So that
on
shows
this
that
this
Neanderthals
talk
had
show.
a
I'm in
ritualistic
love, man.
aspect to their lives and the way they lived.
So stalagmites are on the ground and they're
Yeah.
natural formations. So
They're natural formations, but the stalagmites and stalactites they would have used to create these stone circles. And it's not just one stone circle, it's multiple, and there's evidence of fire having been burned like near these. So definitely ritualistic aspect. Incredible.
that's incredible.
And most likely made by
Oh,
Neanderthals.
brutal. That was so
'Cause
terrible.
there hasn't been an explanation for humans having done this.
And any thought as to what they were doing in there?
Well, it's
I was way too
I
early.
think the ritualistic aspect says a lot. So we often forget that in our everyday lives, we all have rituals that we do. The way you wake up, the way you do things, the way you make your breakfast, the time that you eat your breakfast, it's all part of your ritual in life. People often say that, archaeologists often say that it's a ritual building, like it's a temple. A ritual building back in the day could have been a community space. Simple as that. It's a ritual to go there and spend time with each other. It's part of a ritual. So it doesn't need to be like the woo-woo religion stuff. A ritual space in itself grants you a community, some wisdom that could be shared, food that could be shared. It's all part of rituals. So I think in a ritualistic sense, those circles were made by Neanderthals, and they would have probably created them to have a sense of community, do things together. They probably, during that time, had a bit of a surplus of food, so they had the time to do this. They were probably thriving, because if you don't thrive, you don't have the time to do anything like this. And I think it would have been a way for them to share knowledge.
Is there any evidence of like more advanced tools than just rocks that they were using, or like any evidence of like bow and arrow or nothing?
No. We do have the Schöninger spears.
This is so fast.
They were made
I
from
have no
wood.
health though.
They were found at Schöninger in Germany. They are the
Please.
oldest known
Can
spears.
you imagine? Oh, dude, this is like
Probably created
22
by Homo heidelbergensis
with the back
or
boost.
Neanderthals. And
Oh,
they
23
date back
is still
to
pretty fast.
300,000 years ago. So they would have had at least like wooden tools as well. Not just Neanderthals would have definitely created wooden tools, bone needles, things like that.
The reason I asked, I saw a documentary about that showed some bones from a Neanderthal that looked like it was hit with a projectile, and so I guess a spear must have been a spear probably,
Yeah.
but that was pretty interesting that they were potentially warring with each other or potentially warring with a different species of human or whatever it might be. So what do we know in terms of like them fighting with each other and
Well, it's difficult for like that kind of information
Yeah.
because of the fact that it's so long ago.
Oh no.
And you
Come
only
on,
get
Ali
bits
G.
and
Come
pieces.
on, bro.
But we do know
That's
that
not appropriate, bro.
so Homo antecessor
Come
was
on,
most
man.
likely the first human species in Europe. So they were the pioneer species. They left the.
I take no
footprint
responsibility
at
for what
Asperg
AI says in this
England.
in this chat.
They are probably ancestral to Homo heidelbergensis or heidelbergensis for the German watchers.
We've already had to shut down
I just
Cartman.
have to, sorry. And then Homo heidelbergensis is most likely
Cartman went fucking
the
full.
last common ancestor between us.
At like
Homo
season
sapiens,
1. Let's just say
Neanderthals.
that. Cartman went
Possibly,
full season 1.
possibly.
See, there's so much lag if you shoot.
If the heidelbergensis was assimilated
While the
into
door is still
Neanderthals
opening.
or us Homo sapiens, we don't know. They might have gone extinct. They may have had some, fights, war, or whatever. It's very possible. But I don't necessarily see evidence for Neanderthals and humans having been at war or things like that. We see interbreeding, and we see that quite a lot, and that's why we currently have such a high percentage still of Neanderthal DNA, even though they've been extinct for at least 32,000 years. And we still carry up to that.
See, right strafe is just so much better. Look at that right strafe.
So
That's what I mean. Like, I got a gamble. Like, that's not even comparison.
We assimilated them. We interbred a lot. We probably had a lot more in common than people currently think.
I gotta gamble that
But
right strafe, man.
It's
It's too
possible that
fast.
Heidelbergensis and Neanderthals may have clashed.
any evidence for like medicine or taking care of each
God,
other or surgery or
But he's never stuck.
So recently they discovered that there
probably
was
right
a
strafe, it's a
Neanderthal
reason.
child that most likely had
Oh, what am I
Down
doing?
syndrome. I think it got to like the age of 5 or 6. So that means that the Neanderthal community that it lived in took care of it. And that shows a level of care and I think love beyond just survival.
how do we know about Down syndrome?
It's a thing in the ear that they also use in modern times that they can see. Like, yeah. It's a part of the inner ear that shows Down syndrome, I think. I'm not an expert on this, but I think, it's part of the inner ear that they discovered that they found that child most likely had Down syndrome. And it got, I think, to like the age of 5 or 6.
Oh, that's not good.
That child couldn't have done anything for the community. So, I mean, they took care of it. Yeah, at least the 6 years of age, yeah.
I feel like most 6-year-olds need to be taken care of. I mean, it different back then. I feel like because like you could, if you were just wandering out, you could find water. There would be drinking sources. They would settle by drinking sources. There would be food to eat, and so kids today can't drive to McDonald's. They can't drive to go get to the grocery store. They can't
Yeah.
go get food.
Oh, that was it. That was the one.
Today, I feel like they would have been back
I mean, even compared to like, when you look at like our human lineage, and if you go back far enough, that the fact that we share lineage with chimpanzees and gorillas and orangutans, if you look at their babies, like within minutes, they just grab mom, done.
Right.
Just grab mom. And if mom walks for like 10 hours, they grab and they do not let go. Human babies are completely useless.
Yeah.
Absolutely, completely useless up until like the age of what, 8?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, about that.
Like a kid can't really take care of itself.
Right.
Like I probably should know since I wasn't really been taken care of as a very young child. So my oldest sister would help me out with like making my own bread at the age of like when I was 6. looking back, like I did a shit job.
Yeah.
I'm glad I survived this long, but I mean, if it was just up to me, I wouldn't have survived.
Right.
So, human babies, just completely useless.
Yeah.
They can't talk, they can't understand, they just cry. Not that I hate babies, they're cute. But I mean,
You're just not gonna have
no. And that's fine.
it. It's fine. Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Not everyone needs to procreate.
Right.
You know, you don't want more people like me.
Absolutely. Ryan is in your camp. He's going to skip that whole process.
Yeah.
What else about, before we move on from ancient humans, anything else that we didn't cover that you think is...
So the hobbit species, this is just something can't help us. So in
Come on,
Indonesia,
man.
the island of Flores,
AI is
the
just,
hobbits
it's too much, man.
living there from, I
It's
think,
too much.
50,000 to
It's
90,000
too
years
obnoxious.
ago. Most likely a direct descendant from Homo erectus that went there. Homo floresiensis is just insane. Very archaic morphology, as you can see, like long upper limbs and like arms, all that stuff. Probably good for climbing the trees still. Bipedal, definitely. Definitely like a Homo species, like a human species. Very small. I think like 1.1 meter tall in general. And I'm not sure if that's like a little over 3 feet, if I'm correct, when I'm like converting my meters to my not metric, whatever. Yeah, 3 feet 6 inches I think I just saw. So about it's very tiny.
So it's an animal.
And big feet. So like Tolkien was right. Hobbits.
Yeah.
Little hobbitses. But yeah, no,
That's crazy.
they are incredible. And they're currently still excavating the cave where the fossils were found. So more and more information is coming to light very slowly. But I mean,
How many were found?
all right. You say how many? So let's grab the cheat sheet.
Yeah.
Let's see. There was. Oh no, that's
15. It says 15. Partial skeletons.
Yeah.
Of 15.
at
Wow.
least one or two, I think. Like at least one full skeleton, I think, and then
A lot of body parts.
a lot of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mostly they find teeth from like ancient human species because the teeth decay the slowest.
Right.
And Indonesia is not the perfect climate for like
Oh, let's go.
fossilization and preservation. So if you want a fossil to be preserved well, it needs to be either a very cold / dry climate, or it needs to be covered in mud.
Okay.
But like warm climates, humidity, all that stuff, super bad.
Okay.
And you can't extract DNA anymore because the DNA decays so fast.
Okay.
Oh
So
wow,
that's
are they
why
actually
at
going in the
the,
glass?
Denisova cave in Siberia, they found in one cave
I think they were going in the glass, boys.
Neanderthals, Homo sapiens, and Denisovans. At first they thought those Denisovan bones and
Slow
teeth
though.
that they found were just, a little bit of the weird Neanderthal. Then they did DNA research, and they were able to extract DNA, and they found a new human species, known now as the Denisovans. But they've only been discovered
Oh, I'm
through their
seeing.
DNA. And the only reason that we know that is because the DNA was preserved because it was such a cold climate. It was preserved perfectly for us. They've also found
Oh, what am I doing? Why?
molars
Like, why?
of Denisovans, most likely Denisovans at the Tibetan Plateau and in Laos, in the Annamite mountain range.
Terrible.
They couldn't extract DNA from that, but they were able to look at like the ancient proteins in like the teeth, and through that analysis they found that it's most likely Denisovan. Not fully 100% conclusive like at the Denisova cave, but similar enough to that it has to either be a hybrid or part Denisovan. Has to be in it. Yeah.
Okay. What were they like? What were they doing as a species?
It's difficult because we know so little about them. Recently made a video on them, and where I
Why?
looked at
Like,
what
where
we
is this
currently
gonna
know,
even?
we really don't know that much. We do know that they are more similar to Neanderthals than we are similar to Neanderthals. So they would have most likely split later from the last common ancestor than us. So if you look at like the possibility of Homo heidelbergensis being the last common ancestor, it makes it a bit weird because then the dates probably are a bit off. So if you have Heidelbergensis that split into us, and then Neanderthal Denisovan, their split ends up happening later than us. That's weird.
She's so sexy,
It's
man.
probably that Homo antecessor is our last common ancestor with Neanderthals and Denisovans. We split from Homo antecessor
Wow.
through possibly interbreeding with Heidelbergensis as well. And then you have like Neanderthals and Denisovans. Their last common ancestor is most likely Heidelbergensis, because they share most of the morphology and like they share most with Heidelbergensis more than us. And that split would have probably happened around 400,000 years ago, maybe a little bit earlier, but at the last 400,000 years ago, because that's when the first Neanderthals emerged. So it has to have happened around there. And Denisovans seem to have emerged around that same time as well. So that's probably when their split happened. They were able to interbreed. There is a full hybrid found known as Denny. 50-50 Neanderthal Denisovan.
Oh, I shot like a frame too late. No.
And she lived around 90,000 years ago. And her remains were like...
That was like ideal too.
Remains of her were found at the Denisova cave in Siberia. Yeah.
So when we're talking about splitting from
I shot too late there.
And I mean, so we have all these different species. So in order for these species to evolve and to form and to become what they eventually become, that happens because they're evolving in different locations, because they've separated from whatever the core species was. They moved to a different location. They're interbreeding with their species.
That's pretty good. It might have been early though. I knew it. I didn't have enough ammo either. It worked.
Their environment's different, so they're evolving different.
I think it was like the right frame or one early. I didn't have enough ammo.
So that's essentially.
I think it was a frame early.
So if that's known and that's fact, why is evolution a question for people? I don't think we understood that.
I think it's part.
I don't think I can do it with 7 bullets actually. Now that I'm shooting earlier.
Because some people that really believe in
Pogo
life
Pope
think
says you
the
gotta
world's
shoot
only
9
6,000 years
bullets.
old. I get them a lot in my comments.
I don't think you have to shoot 9, but I mean, he says to shoot
I
9.
really did not think that was such a thing, but apparently it is. So, because of their belief that the Earth is only 6,000 years old, of course you can't have dinosaurs. Of course you can't have human evolution. Of course, God created everything. It's only 6,000 years old. Doesn't make any sense to me when looking at all of this, but I understand their way of thinking. I also think it's important to put yourself into
She's
the
so
mind of
hot, man.
someone.
She's turbo hot, dude.
At least
Like,
be able
I'm
to
losing my
understand
mind.
why they do. Their faith is so strong. Their belief in their God is so strong. It has to be like this. And you know what? I'm not gonna
Oh, come on.
have an argument with you. I'm not gonna go into this discussion. If you want to believe that, believe it. I'm not here to change everyone's mind. I'm here to research and talk about ancient history. And I just do whatever I feel like my passion takes me.
Yeah.
You know, go with the flow a little bit like that.
Right.
On the other hand, I've seen a lot of evidence for evolution during my research. And having a sister who's a paleontologist that, researches dinosaurs and the first vertebrates and all that stuff, you kind of have to believe in evolution at that point.
Yeah, I think if time is real, then evolution is real.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think they
it's interesting.
smashed?
I mean, beliefs, regardless of the nature of beliefs, are ultimately, for me,
I'm gonna say yes.
limitations. And
Yeah.
so when we take things to 100% true, we're really limiting ourselves from understanding.
Oh, he's wearing a wedding ring
possibilities
though.
and understanding the potential nature of reality. The pyramids are tombs. For me, that's a belief. You're taking that to 100%, and so you're limiting the possibility for anything else to be true. Maybe it's maybe it's a high percentage being true for some people, maybe it's lower for other people. Clovis first is there were no humans in North America prior to 12,000 years ago. That was a belief, but people didn't realize it was. People thought it was the truth, and so it's just super important that we can kind of distinguish between what's a belief and what's a truth if we actually want to live in a reality that's real.
So when you look at like human evolution, all that we know about human evolution comes from the fossil record. And the fossil record in itself is super incomplete. Like I said, from like species of Denisovan, we only have some molars and jaw fragments. I'm not going to tell you much, but that's the evidence that we currently have. So that's at least something that we can go off from. Like here, this is the evidence, this is what we know. And of course there's still mystery surrounding it, and I think that's the beauty of ancient history. I don't ever take things to 100% unless it's been fully researched and there is no other explanation. So Denisovans, we know that they've existed through DNA research. So we know for 100% that this extinct human species existed. That's something that you can take to 100% because it's been fully researched, it's been extensively tried to disprove, because that's the scientific method. The scientific method is not proving that something is A, X, Y, or Z. It's trying to disprove it in any way you can. And the moment you find out that you're unable to disprove it through all of your research, all of your extensive investigations, and you cannot disprove it, that means that it is a fact. And that's why I love the scientific method. That's why I use it in my research. I like to fantasize, and I like to hypothesize. I have my own personal hypothesis even. I didn't share this with you up front because I'm blonde, and it's fine. So I have a personal hypothesis that some of the ancient structures in Europe could have been recreated in ancient times, that they may have been predated by other structures, probably wood, but that's my current belief. So when you look at like Stonehenge, we currently have the stones, and it's I think a little over 3,000 years, a little over 3,000 BCE when they first started. But at the car park, you had like post holes dating back to 7,000 years ago. Post holes that were used with wood, that had wood.
The double duck.
Eventually decayed. To me, it shows that they probably had like wooden structures, but wood keeps decaying. You have to keep rebuilding, and eventually you're just like, you know what, F it.
That should have worked.
Yeah.
I don't know why it
I
didn't.
think the Stonehenge site itself was kind of dated
That's pretty
to
much perfect
2000
timing.
BC time
As
period,
per
around the same
Pogo
time
Pope.
where people thought that everything is 3000 BC. Like all the big structures around the world are 3000 BC, 2500 BC. Like there was nothing before that. Humans weren't capable of anything before that, so they have to be that age. I feel like Stonehenge could be older than that. Like the actual dating.
With like Stonehenge, I don't necessarily see it, but you have stone henges, henge monuments made of stone in like Scotland. So you got the stones of Stenness, the Ring of Brodgar, Callanish. These predate Stonehenge by quite a bit. Some of them are like, I think, 4,000 or 5,000 years old.
Come on.
You also have like Newgrange in Ireland.
I think Stonehenge is like 7.
At least the Mesolithic post holes are like 7,000. So, like I said, it could have been that they used to make like a henge monument made of wood that they also found evidence of in like Germany and other countries. There's a lot of wooden henge monuments. So I think that they probably had like wooden henge monuments there, and eventually they created Stonehenge from stone.
Okay, yeah, people still think that Stonehenge is 5,000. That's
Yeah.
the general accepted.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Newgrange is like, if I'm correct, 3,400 BCE, so that would make it 5,400 years old. But it's been reconstructed in the 60s. And they may not have cleared all the soil, but like lots of the soil has been cleared. So
How
I
like what?
hypothesized, and archaeologists, I've talked with them, and they say like probably not because, but I've hypothesized like, let's say in about 2,000 years, there's a cataclysmic event, and all our evidence, all our data and knowledge gets wiped out, and then humanity like has to start over again. And this is just a fun hypothesis. I like sci-fi, so it has to do with that.
Oh
So
my
eventually
god,
humanity
man.
gets back to like being able to date things, and then they will stumble upon Newgrange in Ireland. And what if they were to date it?
Oh my
Would they come up with a date from the 1960s, or would they come up with the same date that we found, 3400 BCE? That was my question. So who's to say that all megalithic structures are necessarily from the date that we currently know? It might have been that when everything was cleared and they rebuilt it at a later date, that is the date that we currently know. So some of them might predate the current known timeline. My personal hypothesis. So what we do know is that on the Anatolian plateau, where we have Göbekli Tepe, Karahan Tepe, Sayburç, Çakmak Tepe, you name all of them. There's a lot of tepes. Tastapella. So you have that on the Anatolian plateau. These people were living in a surplus when it comes to food. They were already thriving, probably, because otherwise you don't have the time to like, build incredible structures. I don't think it was a civilization. I think it was a society. There's a difference. I'll explain that a little bit probably later. But after they stopped creating these things, they started to slowly morph into like agriculture. And that took up a lot of their time. So we have the Anatolian farmers that date back to about 9,000 years ago, or 9,000 years ago, I think, or like 9,000 BCE, one of the two.
Yo,
We have evidence
Squirtle.
in the DNA of the people remains found
What's
in,
up,
like, kings of
truest
Ireland,
faith?
like Newgrange and all that stuff.
I don't know, I might try a
They
different
carry
level soon.
the same DNA as the Anatolian
I don't
farmers
know.
in Turkey.
I'm
So
enjoying
they-
this.
The Anatolian farmers in Turkey were probably ancestral to the creators of the megalithic structures in Ireland. It might have been actually that they had the Anatolian farmers had some of the knowledge still preserved from the creation of the Tepe sites, and that they would go into Eurasia. We have ancient structures in like
Probably load the
Serbia,
vape again. It's almost
North
420, boys.
We have some really ancient megalithic structures as well. Very rudimentary compared to like Göbekli Tepe, but of course when you focus on
Yeah,
agriculture
true.
for a
I
while,
don't know if you
let's say a
heard, I
couple
broke
hundred
up with my
years,
girlfriend.
you
Pretty,
kind of a little bit forget how
pretty
you
sad.
created the Göbekli Tepe and the Tastapeller sites, because you've
I
been
did it though.
focusing on
My
like,
choice.
growing food for such a long time, because just like even now,
It is what it is.
They
I'm
make
moving on
phones.
with my life.
they forgot how
It's
to
for the best.
run a car or like build a car from scratch. You have a phone. You can build this. I don't know how they built refrigerators or phones or whatever. That's not my forte. So, of course, they would have that in ancient times as well. So it seems that the Anatolian farmers migrated into Eurasia, Europe,
See, fucking
as
right
far
straight is
as
just so good.
Ireland, at probably around the time that Doggerland was still a thing. Before
Yo,
Doggerland
Alloy Goose, what's up, brother?
became
How are you,
submerged.
my man?
And
My
their
brother.
descendants
dude.
probably created the megalithic structures there. And that's why
Thanks,
we have,
man.
like, the
I think I've
kingships,
decided. I think I'm
like,
gonna
that
get
were
Tears of the
laid
Kingdom
to
for
rest in these
Christmas.
beautiful tombs. That's why they carry Anatolian
Thought about it.
DNA. Makes a
I
lot of
beat
sense that
Breath of the Wild off
knowledge
stream.
would have come
There
from
I didn't have
somewhere.
much left to
It
do.
makes sense that it came from the Anatolian plateau. Not sure if Malta is linked
Breath of the Wild, great game.
to this, because I don't know how they got
Really
there with
amazing
that,
game.
and the Neolithic builders just completely vanished. Also don't know why. Massive mystery, and I love that. But yeah, it just shows at least some of the possibilities.
Merry Christmas.
So
Thanks,
what's the
brother.
difference
Thanks,
between
dude. That's nice of you, man.
Okay, so it starts with
Aw,
culture,
that's
and culture dates back to like
Appreciate that,
community
man.
culture, Neanderthals,
Back at you,
and
brother.
other homo species, human species. they lived in groups, social groups. They would have done
Appreciate
things
that,
for the
man.
greater good. Like I said, there was a child with Down syndrome, but it survived up until at least the age of 6. So that means that they lived as a community for and helped each other. Shows a sense of community and
Yeah, man.
then you have like society. And
I'm looking forward to that interview with the
a surplus
for the
of
teacher position in Saudi Arabia, man.
structures. But a society
December
is also
30th.
for the greater good, but it's a lot bigger, so you have to like manage it.
I
at
gotta
least
make
little
a
bit.
PowerPoint
There's
presentation
no structure in the sense of a civilization.
on
So
DNA
there's
replication
no kingship, no nobility, there's no
for high school level
laws, administration, writing.
for an international
That's all
school
part of
in Saudi
civilization.
Arabia.
When you look at like the definition of what a civilization is.
I know we
according
talked
to
about it
the
before, but
definition.
I'm just
So
trying
that's
to
why I don't
update
believe
the
that
chat.
Gobekli Tepe and the other Tastepeller sites were created by a civilization because it doesn't fall within what is currently accepted
Yeah, man,
as
I
being
mean-
a civilization. Is what is needed.
My girlfriend and I, we broke up, and the reason I bring it up again is because of this job. Not because of
So
this
we
job,
have
but
not found evidence for writing.
it's like
And writing is needed
if I'm
for,
gonna
like, the
really
laws, the
choose to decide what my next step is gonna be,
So the social
I'm gonna have to do it like
hierarchy that we see in
100%,
civilization
or else it's
may
not
have
gonna work.
started at the
That's what I
societal
learned with
level,
China.
but it eventually
Because I came
became
back to
what
be
we
with my
currently
girlfriend.
know
That was the reason,
happened
right?
in,
Like I wasn't gonna
Mesopotamia with like the civilizations.
But so, like, papyrus
just fucking
lines for, like,
lose my girlfriend.
Yeah.
years or so. So, I mean, what's to say that they weren't writing stuff down?
Well,
But we
papyrus
broke
is
up.
like
We broke up now,
the
just
creation
natural
of
causes.
Papyrus and like the papyrus scrolls. And the reason we know that came a little bit later is because it's such a sophisticated method.
So maybe it's just meant
compared
to be
like if you etch it on stone or make like clay tablets like they did
for this
like,
job in Saudi
Mesopotamia.
Arabia.
That is a lot easier to do than first creating papyrus.
It's crazy,
writing.
man. I was looking
That
Jeddah
happens a little bit later, I think. It's a
on the
bit
Red
more
Sea, where
sophisticated
this
compared to-
job might take
How
place.
do you know they weren't that
It's like pretty close to Mecca. Like Mecca's right beside it. It's pretty
It's
crazy.
possible.
in any means?
Pretty wild.
And some method of writing stuff down, like if
The
if they
pyramids
were
are just
doing
across the
it, I don't
sea.
think we'd know about it.
So if you
And
even if you
Luxor? Oh
look at,
my
like,
god, bro.
During the Ice Age,
You go to Luxor?
we have like dots
Can you imagine?
in cave paintings. So you have like a bison, and you have like certain dots.
My
next to
god,
it.
if I'm in Luxor this
And
summer,
I made a
holy
video on
shit.
it that
I can
would
see it.
Probably
see it.
been a very rudimentary first form of writing,
I can
as
totally
in
see it.
tracking the seasons. So a dot is like start of the season or whatever, knowing when you can do it. I don't necessarily know and understand how you come to that conclusion, but the researcher did. He was not an academic, by the way. He was an amateur. He had the idea, and then he had academics look at it, and they were like, "Oh, that's actually a very reasonable explanation. It's very plausible." So yeah, here you can see the 4 dots on the
Like
back
where?
of it. Yeah, there. So probably did that to like track cycles of like seasons and stuff. So there were probably 4 good seasons of hunting for this bison species.
Yeah.
So it's a first idea of writing. So but of course, yeah, when you look at like Gobekli Tepe and you look at some of the iconography that you can find there, it's possible that some of them may have been intentionally created in a way that for them was a form of writing, of knowing if you see that squibble or if you see that swirl or whatever, it means this or that. We don't necessarily, of course, know that. That's difficult. But like writing as in like actual words and alphabets, that happened in Mesopotamia.
We think.
As far as we currently know,
Yeah.
yeah. Unless there's more information or like more evidence from other regions, I'm waiting for it. Like, give it to me. Just give me a flux capacitor and let me time travel so I can figure all
I
this
know,
out.
that would be cool. Yeah. It's just that, I mean, it's so hard to find even the bones of our ancestors that, I mean, the stuff that's like the hardest stuff that could have survived from our ancestors. It's so difficult to even find.
I need to move to Holland, bros. I need to
They
do
can
it.
find textiles and stuff. and threads and
Open up a fucking weed
the
shop.
type of glue that Neanderthals created at least 40,000 years ago. So
Oh
we
my
can-
god,
we
a
can still
mushroom
find
shop.
a lot. It's just that, like
Oh
the
my
fossil
god.
record,
I can see it
we have to
now.
go off from what we have discovered, and then there's all those possibilities. But this is at least what we've discovered, so this is what we, at this point in time, know.
Yeah.
You can't say it's 100%.
Right.
Like with civilization and the writing system, you cannot say it's 100% there. It's just that as of this point in time, we know that it started there because that's the oldest that we currently found. And I think that,
Finding glue is different than finding paper, I guess, is my whole point.
Yeah.
Like it would be different.
Amsterdam, man. Everyone has to go to Amsterdam.
And if you
At
have
least
people that
once.
are intelligent as we are today, evolving at different parts of the planet in different groups as parts of different species, in isolation from each other potentially, and if they are just small groups of people or societies, in the case of Test Templar, these are people that are as smart as we are today. It's just it's difficult to know what they were capable of,
Yeah.
what they were actually doing. I'm with you. It would be awesome to have like a time machine
Yeah.
to go back and
so my thing is always never
You know who's in
underestimate-
Amsterdam?
So
Guernsey.
look at, like,
Guernsey's
Homo
in,
erectus,
not
one of the
Amsterdam,
very
Rotterdam,
first human
in
species.
Netherlands.
Emerging at least 2
Guernsey's
million years
there.
ago. Within 200,000 years, they were already in
Guernsey
Georgia,
vibes.
the country of Georgia for the Americans.
Should go visit Guernsey vibes.
Eurasia.
That'd be epic. That'd be
At
truly
the
epic.
Manisi cave, they found Homo erectus fossils.
That would be
Then
legendary.
they reached Indonesia by 1.6 or 1.5 million years ago.
Damn it, I didn't
So
need to
within
reload.
half a million years of them emerging,
It's Amsterdam
they
nice.
reached nearly the other side of the world.
Smell like piss.
Don't underestimate.
I thought you were gonna say it ever smelled like pot.
And don't underestimate the ancient Egyptians when it comes to like creating pyramids.
I went to Amsterdam actually
and
as
things
like a
that.
like
Because they
15,
were
16-year-old, 16,
sophisticated and they were
and everything smelled like
more
pot.
than capable of doing these things. The how,
Like
I can't
piss.
say for 100% they created this by this
The red
method
light
or by
district,
that.
women's in the
All I know is
windows.
that
Oh my
all
god.
current known dates
I love Amsterdam.
point to the ancient Egyptians being the creators and builders of these things.
Cleaning
The
cat piss
ancient
shit.
Egyptians built the pyramids.
Sorry, dude.
Exactly in the nitty
Did it not use the litter box?
detail of how they did it, we
Dang.
don't necessarily know.
Sorry, bro.
But we do know that it dates from that point in time.
You've been to Egypt a couple times.
Yeah.
Do you think that we have all of the tools that the Egyptians were using? No.
That
No.
sucks.
No. I also think that people underestimate the way sand and water friction can create and cut and smooth and polish. Yeah.
I remember there was this store
Just the Great Pyramid as an example. Like,
that was
with
selling
2.5 million blocks. How do you think that
like candid camera
quarry, cut,
porno
transport, place, all those,
of like
So I've
bathroom
never-
stalls
This is a fun thing.
of like people
I've
that were
never
like
fully researched
like banging in the
the
bathroom stalls of
construction
clubs and shit,
And there-
and they were
one
like
of the
selling
reasons
that.
I didn't do that as of this point in time yet has to do with
There was
the
like
fact that I
DVDs
don't
and like
really got the
posters and
full
shit.
story yet.
right.
Maybe not
So,
posters. I think there was
I
a
can
TV
research it,
playing it in the
But then I will
background.
still have some mystery questions in my,
Like a
in the back of my
CRT?
head, and I will never be able to let them go. So I like to sleep at night, and I
Pretty sure it was a
prefer my sanity.
DVD, the format
It's
though.
very simple like that. Sometimes you have to like know when not.
I didn't buy it.
because I will go down a rabbit hole, and I will keep falling down up until I find.
Oh, I bought some fucking nudie cards though.
And because
bought a
there's
deck of
still
nudie
some mystery
cards.
to it for me personally, I just know I won't be able to sleep for the next 15 years.
Yeah.
Because I will just keep researching, and life doesn't work like that, unfortunately.
Right.
So I think that they
Amazing.
did create it. It's just that the nitty-gritty detail of
What a life, what a
exactly
world.
how they could have used water. They could have used, like Wally Wallington showed, ways of like making a block stand up, things like that. It's all very possible, and I like the mystery a little bit, at least in some points of ancient history that I'm researching. I don't want to know everything yet,
Mhm.
because the more I learn, the more I figure out that I don't know actually don't know that much, and that's because I learn more and more.
What?
So
Who's that?
I have one. So I have a question, and I get an answer. But what happens is then I have 10 more questions because of the research that I did,
Never.
and there are still some mystery things, and then, okay, 10 questions, and then I get some answers, and I get more questions, and more questions, and that's my ripple effect when it comes to ancient history. And I want to know everything, that's my problem.
What's the most interesting part of Egypt for you, ancient Egypt?
Ancient Egypt, so when it comes to like structures, it's definitely like the pyramids, starting with the step pyramid of Djoser, because I think that's one of the most beautiful pyramids there are. I've been inside it. I've always loved it from the pictures and stuff, and always dreamed about it. And it's not just a pyramid, it's an entire complex surrounding it. And the entire complex itself is incredible. The smoothness of some of the stones is just beautiful. So they were very sophisticated. You can see some of the evolution of the pyramid building.
I'm about to
the
break.
Pyramid of Djoser for sure. But when it
A
comes
sick
to
album.
the ancient Egyptians and the rulers and their
Everything
ways of
you
life,
say to me.
the biggest thing I have is like Pharaoh Hatshepsut.
Yo, that
It's like,
song was pretty hard, man.
I can
Not
read
gonna
about
lie.
her, I can dream about
When
her.
he's like,
I
"Shut
just,
up!"
I will never be able to let
Going
this go.
crazy. That was a
She
sick
was
song.
incredible. She made the country thrive.
Hybrid Theory, I was a
She
big
did not
Hybrid
go
Theory
to
fan.
war,
That shit was
She-
fucking
but she
banger.
expanded their area a little bit through some of the campaigns that she put out, and they were just thriving under her rule. They created some of the biggest obelisks that we know of, and the temples created in her name were very sophisticated.
I'm gonna load the vape
Her
in
temple,
about 10
and
minutes
I think
for
it's,
420.
flunking on the names is bad.
I don't know, I might play
You
some
have the Temple of Hatshepsut, mortuary.
Secret Agent
temple.
here.
And, like the sophistication of building that, amazing. And then you have like her, here
I don't
you
know,
can
I want to figure out this natural stock. I really do.
Yeah, Der El Bahari. Ugh, the names. Ugh, it's all names. But it's incredible. I've been there. I've walked around it. It's absolutely gobsmackingly
Come
beautiful.
on.
And she had a
Last day of autumn, I know.
Stepson.
It's the shortest,
Tutmosis, I think, the
darkest,
third. Tutmosis.
saddest.
People often
shittiest
believe that he was
day of the
trying
year.
to erase her from history. I don't see that. And people still believe this and push that idea and that narrative, even in the media.
No, I'm happy. I'm
So,
happy you guys are here. I
I
really
read
appreciate. I'm really
about,
happy. I really am.
like, one
You guys
small
made my day.
snippet of a
You really did.
massive
You really
paper
do.
around her life
appreciate
and
it.
death and all that stuff. There was one little snippet that at the Red Chapel in Karnak Temple,
I need to improve my consistency on Double O
created
if I really
for
want to
her.
actually get
almost
this
all of her
time.
depictions are scratched out, but that there is one depiction of her in the way that they would
God,
depict,
she's so
pharaohs
hot, man.
being dead,
Like, I'm losing my mind for her.
with Tutmosis next to her, and it was created after she died. So I actually found the one stone that this is on. I'll have to share the picture later. I'm gonna have
I
to
should
like,
show her
really
my Yangshan Corey
search
videos
on
if you
my
know what I'm
phone.
saying.
I've got like 25,000 pictures on my phone.
Oh, see it?
I
That was like,
understand
that
a
was
little
it.
bit,
That was exactly
within
it.
this time limit, I have to find it, but it's gonna take me at least like 10 minutes. So I'll send that later and see if you can.
Minus
show it on
17?
screen.
No way. It's really cold here too. I don't
But,
know what it is though.
I was actually there with an Egyptologist, and I told her about me trying to find this one depiction, and she told me like she stared at the depictions of
It's
the Red
sunny, it
Chapel
is sunny.
a lot.
It is a
and she
beautiful
had
sunny
never
day,
found it.
but it's like
And I
really
told her,
cold.
It has to be very high up because Egyptian people aren't very tall. I'm tall, like I'm Dutch, I'm giant, it's fine, but most Egyptians are very short. So would they look at the highest row of depictions often? Probably not.
Wow.
So I took her to the temple of the Red Chapel.
really
and we
shit.
went there, and so I was looking around, and in like 15 minutes I found it, and I
Man,
tapped her on
if
the shoulder.
the U.S. annex
Sahaya,
Canada,
it's there. And she's
I'm
like, no,
out of
it's
here,
not there.
man.
I've
I'm going
checked,
straight
and
to
it's not.
Florida.
It's there. And so I pointed her to exactly the stone, and she started
I'm gonna
crying,
join the military.
actually crying.
I'm gonna join the
because I
American
did
military.
find it. And she was like, I can't believe this. I've been looking for for the one depiction all these years, and I've never found it. and it was just there. It's just that you have to know exactly which of the
Like, how
stones it is.
desperate
And if you
a
it's
mark man
on
for
the
saying
top
something like
row,
that.
all the way to the right in the corner.
I don't know, man.
People don't really look at that.
You think
Because
AI?
all
Do you
the
think
pic-
there's like? You
all
think
the
cops
pictures
using
around you
AI
are
now?
already
I think
grabbing your
so.
attention. Everything around you is already
I
grabbing.
think so, man.
Why would you look at that one small depiction on that one stone in that one section in the temple? But she started crying and she translated the text, the hieroglyphics on it, and yes, that was Queen Hatshepsut depicted as she was already deceased with Tutmosis next to her, honoring her. So her, I think this might actually be it, yeah. But I'll see if I can like find it on my phone as well. But this shows that he was
Wow.
not the one
Great
who
game.
tried to erase her from history. It was probably his predecessor or successor or whatever, how you want to call it.
Chickened out.
Because Queen Hatshepsut
I
has been
fucking
erased
chickened
from
out like a
history
little fucking pussy
nearly
bitch there.
completely. For a long time, it was not even thought to be a possibility that a woman had ruled Egypt during that time.
Wow. What was
They're actually cool.
all the thumbnail stuff that you were dealing with a couple of months ago?
Oh yeah, I get this a lot. So I, of course, I make thumbnails and I show a picture of myself in my thumbnail so that people already know it's a blonde woman telling you about history. A lot of people don't accept that I do this, and especially like some men. They say that I pose or that I use my body to get clicks and things like that, and I'm like, but men pose in their videos, thumbnails as well.
Yeah, men are
We
trying
love
to-
you posing,
Yeah.
Kaylee. Never stop posing for us,
Why,
babe.
why wouldn't I wear a little bit of makeup so I don't look dead on screen?
You're the best,
But
Kaylee.
yeah, no, I often get told that I try to use my assets, and with that they mean my
She's
female
so
chest.
hot, man.
My chesticles, as
Okay.
I call them. So, sorry. So yeah, I often call them my chesticles because I can't cut them off. And it's
She's
like part
fucking
of
so
you now.
hot.
But it's fine.
Yeah.
So that they tell me that I use that to get like clicks and like, entice people to like click on my videos and get views and get money. If I wanted to like use my body to get money, I would have had an OnlyFans.
Right.
I don't have an OnlyFans,
Right.
and I'm always covered nearly until the neck. I
Yeah.
mean, come on. It's very obvious that I don't want to use my body like that. I also don't even think my body looks great, or that I myself look good. I have a very strong hate towards like this, and it's become an acceptance at this point. I'm like,
Man, you want to get controversial, brother?
long time to eventually like be happy with what I got. But yeah, no, I was bullied insanely when I was younger. I was always called the ugly one, and I was, yeah, it was a thing. So I have like zero self-esteem when it comes to that. So
I don't know.
about 5 years ago, I went to a therapist. The
I
therapist
thought
told
you
me,
had taken a
"You maybe
trip
have
to
like,
New York
start taking
City,
selfies."
Toad, or
No, like,
Goose,
I hate
L.I.
my
Goose.
face. Why do you want me to do that? Well, you
I
get
thought
to
that's
learn to
where you
accept
were
it
the last few
by
weeks.
being exposed to it. And that's one of the reasons I also started my channel.
I thought you had taken a brief
Started
trip
to film
to New York
myself.
City.
Have to listen to my own
Take in the
voice, which is
sights.
horrid, by the way. I feel sorry for you and Ryan, like having to listen to this. I'm sorry, it's terrible.
To you?
But yeah, I
Oh,
hate my
no.
own voice.
Okay.
Oh my god, it's the worst.
Guy
Having to
looks a
edit
fucking hell
while
of a
looking
lot
at
like
my
you,
face
man.
and all my weird facial expressions, and then this voice, and all of that together, and it's like editing. I can do it very quickly
Bravo, homie.
because I
Bravo.
hate everything.
That's
So it's
fine.
just go through.
You gotta work
Done.
on it.
Oh yeah, no, I hate
You
it.
gotta get to the bottom of this. Yeah.
Oh.
Ryan's the same way with his voice. He can't listen to himself. I think he's getting better about it, but there's some ways to overcome this, and I think like listening to yourself and,
Yeah.
and just full acceptance
Fucking
of
hell, man.
yourself is one of those ways. Just to know that it's
Yeah.
like it's not the reality of the situation. Like it's like we're creating that about ourselves, whether it's body dysmorphia or
Yeah.
whatever it is. It's just
Yeah, I might get Tears of the Kingdom.
and attempting like having the
It's like-
courage to
Yeah.
go through all that.
I mean, I
Because
told
my brother,
her
he said he's
I
gonna get
wanna
me
watch
a
it.
gift
I looked
certificate.
into the mirror because I have to brush my teeth, and she was like, "Honey."
Because I can't ask him to pay
You
for
gotta
a
do
fucking
something about
$80
it.
video game
So I don't
as
take
a
pictures of myself
for like a
to
30-year-old man.
sell myself. It's really a part
I
of
can't do that.
accepting who I am. And the reason I sometimes post them online, and I don't post all the selfies that I take, but I sometimes post one online and then
My
I get
parents asked my
attacked for the
parents
fact
for a
that I do
fucking
that.
Nintendo
And
game.
I'm like, part of accepting
imagine?
myself is sharing the way I look with other people.
It's not like you're not wearing anything. Like you're like.
Like I
wearing,
said,
Not there's anything
covered up
wrong
until,
with
like, the
Right.
neck.
playing video games, but I
I've
mean,
not shown cleavage
just the
anywhere
situation I'm in
any
right
of
now in my life.
videos
Right.
in the past nearly
know what I mean?
5 years that I've had a channel.
Right. So,
If I wanted to do that, I would have done it. I wear my everyday clothes. So for me, it's very important to be okay in my own skin. People say I wear tight t-shirts or tight sweaters. They don't understand. I was abused physically as a child for 9 years straight. I was hit, kicked, slapped out of the blue at any point in time. So I currently wear a little bit of a looser fit. I have a tank top underneath. I don't handle clothes out of the blue touching my skin because it makes me, it's a trauma response, it makes me flinch. So whenever I wear baggy things, I have something tight underneath. But when I wear a t-shirt, like a normal t-shirt that I feel okay in because the fabric is nice and it fits me and it hugs my skin, it has nothing to do with tight and showing boobs or whatever. It has to do with the fact that that's a trauma response for me. And I feel okay in clothes that fit me. Just like men wearing muscle fit.
Sure.
How dare they wear muscle fit and show off their muscles? It's all, just create an OnlyFans already. I mean,
Right.
We
come
love
on.
you, Kaylee. You're the best.
Why am I being held to that? Is it just because I'm a woman? I didn't ask to be
We love you,
born
Kaylee.
as a woman. In fact, as a young girl, I often cried myself to sleep that I hated the fact that I was a girl and I was going to have my period and then I got my period, and I cried myself to sleep that I hated the fact that I got my period. I'd never wanted to be a girl. It's not that I'm trans or anything. I am a girl and I fully embrace it. But life for me would have been 1,000 times easier if I was born a boy. I mean, just being in itself would have been.
That's true.
Getting drunk and just la 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 la.
Yeah.
Come on, it's 10 times easier than what I have to do. You know,
Yeah.
find a bathroom, pay for the bathroom, hope that it's clean, and then find like pads on the walls, and it's like, oh
Yeah.
God, I just want to pee in bush. Would have been so much easier. But yeah, no, for my life as a girl is 10 times rougher than it would have been than if I was born a boy.
Mhm.
But then I get people don't take me
I
seriously.
mean, the thing to realize about people attacking like you or your looks or your body or whatever it is that that's
Because
just
they're
their
jealous. It's
insecurities.
jealousy.
It has nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
That's all it
like
is.
Their ego. It's their attempt
I'm not
to
jealous,
more
Kaylee.
superiority over someone through
Yeah.
judgment, through negative judgment and shaming.
Yeah.
And that's just like a condition thing. It's like it happens in a lot of families. It's conditioned through the parents. And it's just something that's it comes from.
Come on, man.
It's an unfortunate part of the human condition.
I wouldn't trade being a guy for anything.
But you
Yeah,
have,
me too.
it has nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
And the comments and stuff like this is why Joe Rogan doesn't read comments. You know, it's like
I know why.
Oh my
Wow.
God, man.
I'm fortunate.
It's almost 4:20,
Wanna
boys. I
see
gotta
my
load the
hot list
vape
on
again.
YouTube
Oh,
with
I
my
bet
hidden
it's
words?
extreme.
Lord.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna exceed the amount of
Yeah, buddy.
letters that I can use very quickly when
Yeah.
it comes to this. Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, you handle it well.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. And good for you for overcoming the past and being present and doing your thing in the moment and not being afraid to put yourself out there and start a channel because I know it takes some courage.
It
do
does.
that.
Oh,
Actually,
Goose,
putting
did I
yourself
did I
out
tell
there
you? I
and
didn't
having
tell you this.
people
I think
watch
I wrote on my
If
Discord.
you make a mistake, then you
I
can
made-
for like weeks on end.
Right.
Okay,
But
I
then
made
2
an
years later, someone brings
OnlyFans
it up
for
again
the
and you're like,
AI naked art
Yeah.
Yeah.
in my
So
Discord. You
I've
know,
been
all
doing it
the
for about 5
fucking
weeks in
the bare
2022
naked
with Adept Expeditions.
hardcore pornography is going on in my Discord.
5 weeks in
The
Egypt is a
AI.
little too long, but you get to the Great Pyramid twice in the span of 5
And
weeks.
OnlyFans
James with you?
rejected it.
Yeah, the first tour. So the first tour.
That's
was
hot, my
Jerusalem,
dude.
I
I
was
know.
crazy.
I was.
On
It
that tour,
was
she was
genius.
because she had
They
to film
rejected it,
the
man.
show.
They
So
said
I
that
spent
they
about a
don't
week with her,
allow.
and she left, and then I stayed. And after that, did my
Well,
own
they
tour.
say they don't allow people
While
selling
after
other
tour, we
images
went
that
to
aren't
the
themselves, including artificial
And,
intelligence made photos and
This was an
videos.
experience. So this was
And then
nearly
they say it's
on
because they
the
can't verify the
anniversary
age of the
of my
person and the blah blah
lockdowns.
blah and all this
And I was
bullshit.
mentally
I think they're scared. The creators are scared of AI because it's not about money. Well, there's two things. I think one, they're scared and they're protecting their cash cow, naked women on there, which is fine. I'm not like, which is fine. But two, like, if I had a successful AI channel on there, they would make money. So like, why? So I don't think it's about money. I think it's about
people there were just staring up
what the fuck's the
to
word?
the right as you enter. I was like, what are they looking at? So I asked NXT, like, what are they looking at? And he's like, oh, hey, there's an owl there. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. Are
I
owls
forget
here
the word.
often? He's like, I've never seen one. Let me
It's
ask
not about
someone.
money. It's
So he
about
actually asked a couple
dehumanizing
people
people,
that were working
turning
at the
people
temple
into like
for
whores
years.
and
Some of them
prostitutes to
worked there for
survive.
40 years. They had
And
never
in so
seen
doing,
one.
they
Really?
take more
So
advantage
it's a
and take more
picture of
rights
me
away,
looking up at the owl
right?
from behind me.
Because if
And
you're
you
willing
can
to
see the
give
owl
up
on
your
my
like
arm that I tattooed for my
sanctity
grandma.
or
You can see the
whatever
owl in the distance.
for money,
It's one of those
what else would you do for them, right? For money.
shows the
You do
mystery
anything
of
for
life
money.
a little bit to me. You don't know what
For the
happens to
system.
you after you die, but there's
Right?
always
So like,
something.
why can't you just let me have my
So
fucking
she
AI
was looking
naked
at me
art,
that
like
way, letting
naked
me know that everything
AOC
was
with her
fine.
fucking big titties?
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. You want to show your tattoo?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's gonna be
Don't
visible.
say a whore. Oh my god.
Yes.
Sorry, pardon my
Oh, that's
language.
fine.
I
Yeah,
don't even know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I'll share it later.
Cool,
Like
cool.
I,
Yeah.
don't
I say
mind,
whore? Did I
I'll-
really say that?
It's on my Instagram.
Oops,
and
sorry, I
I'll
didn't mean to
share
say
the
that.
pictures later.
That's
Yeah.
really cool. That's powerful.
Yeah.
And
No,
so
but
far,
yeah, I
you
guess,
have
but
never
like,
seen an owl in that location.
No. Owls
I was
really
pretty
aren't
upset, man.
that known in that area.
Because I have some nice photos, man.
And
And it's like, I think it's a passion of mine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, in learning this, my anger,
so,
it's like I feel like I have this
you ever
art.
had any other kind of spiritual or,
I think I have to make my own website. You know what I mean? I think
yeah,
the
spiritual
lesson
experiences
is I have to
before
Yeah.
break off,
So,
like, I have to
when
decentralize
my
from centralized
grandmother's
tech.
mother passed, I was
Because
about
centralized
5,
tech is
known
just
both my
completely taking advantage of us.
one passed when I was
On
like 10
Twitch.
and the other passed when I was
Fucking, we're
12.
getting raped.
So I went to the service.
Not
of
literally.
my
Pardon my
mother's
language again.
mother- of
Sorry,
my
that was
grandmother's
very
mother,
that was
and,
an
the day after
over
I was
exaggeration.
home,
I apologize.
and I was looking in the
I really
mirror,
do.
it was just a tiny
Push your body with
little
AI
hole.
faces
And
meet
as
them
I
halfway.
dropped my right hand down,
Yeah,
there was
man.
just some weird warmth on my shoulder. And I remembered the last time my great-grandmother
But I
touched
mean,
me
it's
was
like,
on that point. So I don't know. I feel like there's something after death. Yeah.
I was not happy.
Proving that energy can't be destroyed.
Yeah.
And it continues. So yeah. All right.
I was
well, we won't go
disappointed.
too deep into that, but what else in Egypt? You had mentioned that fascinates you. And I'd like to ask.
But I'm gonna take it like a spiritual meaning, like I'm being protected.
Whale bones.
Because it wasn't a
So
very
there's this
good place. It
location
wasn't a
known
very
as
good place to
Wadi
be.
al-Hitam
I don't think I should be
So it's a
spending
bit north
most of
south
my time
than
making
Cairo.
naked AI
It's
art
quite in the middle of the desert.
on OnlyFans.
So,
I don't
back in the
think
day,
that's
I
my
it
like
was
life
1902
purpose.
when the first bones were discovered quickly out of the sand. And then in the 80s, I think.
But man, I kind of want to do that.
Started to, like,
Should I make my
excavate them,
website?
and he discovered
And it's not
massive
AOC.
Basilosaurus
I wouldn't post any
fossils.
imitation because I know that's illegal and no one wants that. People want that, but I mean like,
And it was like,
but
okay,
these
wait,
AI
wait.
women are so
Whales
fucking
with
hot,
hind
and it's
legs.
like
So
it's like
they
these
actually
women, they don't exist on
discovered
Earth. They
through that
only
part
exist
of the
in that
evolutionary
photo, in that
phase.
moment. You know what I
So
mean? The
whales,
uniqueness is like off the charts.
As most
You know what I mean?
animals,
Like the value, like they fall in love with these women.
the water animal to
I
the
can see it. I
land-based
see it.
animal, that's how evolution
I think I
started.
need my own
But then the
website.
whales, their
I think I need to
ancestors
break
were
away
like,
from
"Oh, let's go
OnlyFans
back to
bullshit.
them." And that's why
How do you
they
get in
are,
that network?
mammals. They have
I don't
to
know.
come up to breathe and stuff like that. So here you can see like the hind limb cast of the Basilosaurus.
I see it though, man. Cause these women, like these AI women,
What are we supposed to avoid?
they
think
look
about
so
37 million
amazing.
years ago.
Okay. And
They
there
look
were
like-
whales on Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can still see that they were way more closely related to like the land-based animal that was their ancestral species.
So the whale bones that we find in the desert in Egypt.
You can make them too.
Do they all have these hind legs? Yeah.
Yeah, so you have the Dorudon, the Basilosaurus, and there's another one.
I don't know. I'm not
Nine
really getting
Cells
anywhere with Double O.
game.
I'm just,
And that was
I
the
don't know.
first late
Kind of
EOC
am.
proto-setted. So there was the Tethys
I haven't had
Ocean,
one upload
where
yet.
the
It's
Sahara
really pretty
Desert
shit.
is currently located, and in the Tethys Ocean, these beasts would roam around. So they would still have to like go up for water and like up for air. Whales do that nowadays as well, but now they can stay underwater for much longer than back then. But yeah, so there was like a land animal went back into the water that had to still lay like eggs and stuff like on land, like procreate on land and all that stuff, and eventually that led into them doing all of that underwater as well, first on like shallow banks, and now whales can just do that. And then evolutionary speaking, that's insane. So you have like water animal, land-based animal, back into like a water-based animal.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So they also found other species there. They found like a shark tooth from an extinct shark species that lived there a long time ago as well. Let's see, the shark tooth was from like 40 million years ago, 41 million years ago. Crazy. They also found
Alright, I'm gonna load the vape. Oh, it's 420. Happy 420. I'm gonna load the vape.
Sirenians and reptiles. They found skeletons.
And I'm gonna decide whether I'm gonna play more Double O or some SA.
Yeah.
So how much of the area was underwater?
Well, you can still see, like, if you look at like the Sahara there, you can see those lines and scribbles and stuff. Like, that used to be the seabed.
Up in here,
Yeah,
the desert.
yeah. It used to be the seabed.
Okay. So this looks like, I talked about this stuff with other guests prior, and this stuff looks like, so this is supposedly wind data. This was supposedly created by wind in northern Africa. And the interesting part about it is that it kind of creates this, it starts up here and it comes in up here and it sort of circles around and then goes this direction, and you've got all of these deposits of salt all over the place. You've got a volcano here in Kusu that has actually salt inside of it, and it erupted. So not crazy long ago, but you've got salt deposits in there, and then all of these kind of striations just continue out to the west and go over to the west, and then out here, ultimately into the ocean past the Richat structure.
I think it's partially both. Partially like from the old seafloor, because a seafloor can also have like channels and rivers. Often people forget that at the bottom of the sea can still have like channels and rivers that flow in their own direction with their own speed, and it carves out into the seabed. And partially it's wind erosion, because when it was no longer covered in water, the wind had like free reign. So of course that carves it out even more. I think it's a combination of the two. I'm not an expert on any of this, but that's my best explanation, I think, in my mind. So if you go back to like Egypt, so it's there. And it's such a unique location compared to like the rest of Egypt. I think it's about a 4-hour drive from Cairo, which is not too bad for Egypt speaking. A little under 4 hours, I think. But I have to go there one day, and I hope I can get a tour done next year where we will visit the whale bones in the desert. I have to see that with my own eyes. Like I might not be able to touch, but it's fine. I just want to see.
Are your thoughts on the vases?
I think they're beautiful, but I have no expertise on it.
Yeah.
They're like I'm not an expert in anything, but like especially with vases like these, I don't know how any of that works with like validity, how all of the paperwork goes, how it's proven that something is legitimate. I'm like I have zero expertise on that. I can look at it and I can think they look beautiful, and some of them really look pristine and beautifully made. Not that I have an explanation on exactly how they were made. I think that sand and water were definitely used in the creation of them because of the friction, and you can like cut and shape stone with the use of sand and water to do that in the right way. But besides that, I can look at them and think that this is pretty awesome. Yeah, for me it's difficult, things like that, because I also have to remind myself that I am not knowledgeable on a lot of things.
Right.
And I think that that's okay as well. Like I would love to have an expert talk to me about it in full detail and just give me a complete rundown on like, this is what we know. I would love that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough because we don't know much.
Yeah.
Much. Well, yeah, it's tricky to that's why I'm trying to study them and get to the bottom of them, but a lot more questions than answers.
Yeah, but that's often what happens with like history and like science and research and all that stuff. You have a question, you get an answer, but then 10 more questions pop up.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yep.
Hate when that happens.
It's it's a common occurrence.
Yeah.
So any drama happening? What's interesting with the drama?
So there's a lot of drama in history. Who would have thunk? Holy hell. My lord. I thought, let me do just some like ancient history stuff. It would be like a lot of stuffy people would do this. Would be good. No drama, no high school shit. But holy hell. It's worse than high school.
Yeah.
So you have people on both sides that are very vocal, and some of them want others to pick sides. And I think that's a bit of an issue at this point, because why do there need to be sides per se? Like, we all have the same sort of passion. We go about it in a different way. But like, I'm friends with people in the alternative sphere, like Johanna James. She's one of my best friends. I love her. I would die for her. Like, no question asked. She's amazing, and I have such a good bond with her. We have some really interesting conversations when it comes about ancient history. She loves the mystery, she believes in Atlantis. I don't. But that's not gonna make me...
She's 100 year zero? Or do you think that there's a possibility?
I've not seen evidence for it to be a possibility, so I'm more towards like a 10. So yeah.
Plato's talking about it?
Yeah, but it's more like...
That brings you from 0 to 10.
No, maybe, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I can't say for certain that it's not, but there's a slight chance, maybe, plausibly.
Yeah, so do you feel kind of pulled to people on the... I know you've done stuff with Minuteman, you've done stuff with, what's his name, Dibble, you know, but you got great friends like Johanna, you know, and so there's some
I've done stuff with Johanna as well on my channel multiple times. So that's, for me, like, I personally don't necessarily see sides like that.
Right.
I just see people who are very interested in history, and like with Johanna, she does her own research. She sometimes finds like these topics that I would never have thought about. And I like her work, and I like her personality and charisma. And on a personal level, she and I are quite close. And after my surgery earlier this year, she was one of the few people that kept reaching out to me, asking me how I was doing. Only a friend would do that, you know? Like, if you're not friends, you're not going to do that. So, and she had a surgery of her own around the same time, so we kept tabs on each other. Like, how are you doing, girl? But I don't always have to talk history with her as well. We've had some really good conversations about like ancient history and her views and my views, and she always knew I leaned more towards the scientific side, towards the academic side. Not that I'm a part of it, but I never spoke out about me being of that side. And then I was pushed into that label by other people, and I mean, I didn't fight it, because I didn't think that it was necessary to fight. If you watch my stuff, you know that I'm quite open still to possibilities. It's one of the reasons I think you invited me to be here.
Yeah, it is.
Even though I lean towards the scientific method, that doesn't mean that I'm 100% of that side. I'm open-minded, and I think it's good for people like me to join spaces like this, to show your viewers that, hey, this is the way I research history and the way I view the ancient world, and let me share that with you. And if you find that interesting, you can look at my channel and look at my videos. But I'm not going to alienate people just for their beliefs or their perception.
So I wanted to ask you about South America a little bit and some of the blocks that exist in South America, because the stonework there is, I just got back a couple of weeks ago, was absolutely blown away by the work there. The explanation for how the blocks were created is hammers, and that things were hammered on and pounded on, and that is what could create these stones that look like this, that were just fit together perfectly. There's been an earthquake here, and you can see that some of the stones have slid back.
Yeah.
On the front of the stones, you can see the hammer marks. It's like potted, and there's all these tiny little holes from where they're hammering on it. That's a good idea. All over these rocks, you can see the hammer marks. But where the stones lay on top of each other, it's totally smooth. And on almost every one of these sites, you see this red stuff in the cracks.
Yeah.
It's like this orangish, reddish like stuff that's just stuck on there. It doesn't come off. You can scratch it. It's like it would take, like, I don't even know what it would take, metal or something, scraping on this stuff potentially to get it off. You couldn't get it off. But it's just odd to me that where you see evidence of the rock sliding back on an earthquake, where you have it's totally smooth, where the rocks connect with each other and they touch each other, and the hammer marks are clearly visible on the front, but they're not visible where they're laying on top of each other. So I guess I don't understand the traditional explanation for how these rocks were actually truly worked. If it was hammers, I mean, you need thousands and thousands of people that would need to polish the inside after they got done with the hammers and to polish the inside, as opposed to, but why they would care about polishing the inside, not the outside, is what I mean. So it's just a huge. I think it's a mystery. I don't think we know how these things were made. I think the red substance that's between the stones is a huge mystery. We don't know what that is. I think it could be nickel. It could be a part of the process if they were used to soften the stones potentially. And that's why they fit together so perfectly. And that's why they puff out. And that's why there's no hammer marks between them. And so I wanted to ask you your thoughts on that topic as we kind of move into South America.
Yeah, so I did see NXT respond to you on Twitter about the red substance, and that he agreed that there's definitely something there. For me, on the top of my head, when I think about stones and smoothing things and all that, I always go back to like sand and clay and all that stuff, and it could have been like a reddish clay with a lot of silica. The silica is really hard, and you can like definitely use that to polish stones quite quickly and easily. Would the red substance then be ingrained by the rock due to like the friction, maybe, or like the heat? Possible. I'm not a geologist, so I'm not very knowledgeable on that kind of stuff. But I do think it's very interesting, and maybe they can like see if they can get some of that red substance off. In any way, I don't know, but like investigate, research, and like see if they can figure out what that red substance is, because I did see you post quite a lot of photos and videos where you can see the red substance, and like NXT, who went there quite recently this year, also said that he saw it like in a lot of places.
Yeah.
It could potentially hold a clue. But yeah, it would be good to like investigate what is the red substance, like is it a part of like a clay, or like that it was rubbed in so hard, or like it got so hot that it's now part of like the rock underneath. It's possible, but I want to know. I just now I want answers.
Yeah, I know, me too.
Yeah,
me too. Yeah.
You just put another question in my head.
I know. You gotta get your research on this one.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm kicking myself for not. I think it would have been harder. We would have scraped some of it off, but you would have literally need. I mean, it was as hard on there as the rock itself. It was like it didn't seem like clay. Like, I mean, and it was on the like the face.
Yeah,
of
was it
where
like in between? Because you've seen some of the rocks like slip off a little bit. Like, was it underneath there as
Yes.
well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, in several places, in several locations. One was Machu Picchu, at the Temple of the Three Windows, the massive blocks, perfectly cut somehow. Say cut, but who knows? I mean,
Cut shape.
And it was in there. It was in several where the rock had slid back or where an earthquake had happened and they had separated. So, yeah, it was all over the place. All over the place. And all on the walls where they had clearly, where there's no mortar, and they perfectly fit together, like every block perfectly fit together without any kind of seam or crack or break or space. And that's where you saw them, unless some, like an earthquake had separated them or whatever. So it was pretty crazy.
That's pretty crazy indeed.
Yeah. What else are you working on in South America? You're interested in that Maya city?
Yeah. I often look at like the new archaeological discoveries, and it's also like a playlist on my channel. So I look at like if there's an article coming out. Like recently, there was an article about like, this Maya city that was actually huge in the state of Campeche in Mexico, and I think it's nearly 2,000 years old at the oldest parts of it, but they have not been able to do any groundwork. So they're trying to get that in like progress and like actually excavate there, possibly in the upcoming years. And I would definitely love that. Yeah, you can see it here. Like this is what they know from just looking at the LiDAR. And you've seen some houses, and you see like a ball court, and I don't understand how archaeologists are able to like see this from simple LiDAR scans. They understand like the entire, the way that the Mayans built things, and they can recognize it. I won't be able to do that.
They're guessing in large. I mean, they're it's educated guesses.
Yeah. But I mean, like their educated guesses, compared to like my educated guess, would be a lot better. But I'm very excited for them to actually excavate there.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be good with the LiDAR that we've seen in the past couple years, compared to like people having to go there on the ground, and it was always very slow finding new cities and structures in the Amazon or in Mexico. And in the past couple years with the LiDAR, they can find so many things compared to like a decade or two ago. This was found by, I think it was a student who wanted to know more about this area in Mexico and if there was like ancient structures there. And he went on a Google search to see if it was LiDAR scanned in the past, because LiDAR scans are really expensive and often the funds are just not there. So he went on Google to see if there was like a scan already made. And on like page 16 of his Google search, like I don't even go beyond
like
page
why?
4. Hello, I've got a life. On page 16 of his Google search, he discovered that there was a LiDAR scan of the area commissioned by some carbon emission project that like made scans to see the carbon emission and all that stuff. Amazing, like incredible. It was like he's working on he's a PhD student, but that LiDAR survey, the people who made that survey, that were commissioned for this carbon emission project, they had no archaeologists with them. They never realized. And this was made in like 2013, so more than a decade ago. And now archaeologists are looking at the scans because of this student, and they discovered a huge Maya city. And there's a highway just like right next to it. People are living there. The people are just like farming the land around them, and they have no idea, or like they possibly could have known that there was at least something, but that it was probably like a massive Maya city, they wouldn't have known.
The crazy thing is that these are everywhere.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
Like in the jungle, from Mexico to Brazil to
I think
Peru to everywhere.
earlier in this year they found like a massive city in the Amazon near Ecuador, or like in Ecuador, that was like 2,500 years old.
It's like everywhere they look.
Yeah.
Everywhere they look, they're finding stuff in Amazon. It's crazy. And the LiDAR is getting cheaper because they're using drones now to be able to fly a lot. So that helps. But yeah, it's like, it's literally everywhere. And it makes you wonder, like, how many people were really down in the Amazon and when? And because I hear the dates about 2,000 years and 2,500 years. That's clearly because we're guessing. First off, we're guessing. Nothing's been. I mean, And
It's an educated
it's
guess.
an educated guess, and it's clearly because what they do think they know is
Oh,
that
man.
that's when the Maya civilization existed, and so it must have been the Maya people, and that's who did this. But that's a guess. I mean,
Yeah.
it could be
It
that
could
it's,
predate. Yeah.
it could absolutely predate.
Yeah.
Yeah, until they get down there and start excavating and dating things.
I think that the Olmecs predate the Maya,
Yeah.
at least by a little bit. So
Yeah.
it could even be like an Olmec city.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah, but even that stuff, the Olmecs, like those heads that they're quote unquote intentionally buried, you know, like, I mean, how could that stuff be? What if it wasn't intentionally
If
buried?
they like did the dating properly, but it depends on when they dated it. Because like radiocarbon dating isn't always perfect, and I put more faith and like belief inside in the optical luminescence dating, because they are able to see when it was buried, like when it was last hit by sunlight and things like that. I think optical luminescence dating is far more reliable, and a lot of academics agree with me on this. So that's why they keep using it more and more. It's quite new. It's quite a new technology compared to like radiocarbon dating that's been around for quite a while now. I think optical luminescence dating will evolve and give us way more answers in the future. And I'm very excited for that. I think it's good that I was born in this time period, because technology is advancing so fast, and we are now, in the past couple years, having new technologies that a decade or two ago weren't
Any
even
day drinkers in chat?
thought as a possibility. And I think that's gonna keep going.
Nice, man.
Do you know where
It's
optical
Saturday,
luminescence
enjoy it, brother.
dating is occurring? I heard that it's like
We got some
there's a
day
couple of
smokers.
areas, like in France, that you can
Some day
ship stuff
vapors.
there, because I'm looking at getting some of these things. And my understanding is right now it's
Oh,
already
shit. I'm
it
so
can be
shitty.
dated. I was talking to
I'm just so
Bill Raymond,
shit.
a couple of days ago. He's the guy that did all that work on getting them, and he's going to come on the show in a couple of months.
So
but,
laggy, the grenade.
my understanding
Oh,
is
well.
that it's so young that optical.
I don't even know if it's like pace, whatever. We need to do something different. We're gonna run this. We're gonna do this.
I do know that they did optical luminescence dating on some of the fossilized footprints, and they did optical luminescence dating quite recently in La Garma, in the La Garma cave, in, I think it was Spain, where they found like a 16,000-year-old Paleolithic hut inside the cave, and the video on that. But I know, from my recollection in my research, I almost know for certain that they used optical luminescence dating all day.
Okay.
So I think it's getting more out there, but I can definitely ask some of like the academics or like my sister.
Oh, that was actually kind of fast.
See where the dating is done.
Strangely
It's
enough.
really nice to do some more research with that, but I do think it's at this point like still quite expensive, because it's quite young, and that makes it more expensive. If it evolves, like advances a little bit more, it probably gets more cheaper and more.
I don't know, man. I think
I
I have a PB in me for a forced stuck.
Yeah, I mean, maybe heading back to the during the break, we talked a little bit about we went back to human evolution, and one of the things that we had missed from earlier when talking about ancient humans.
I don't know though.
I asked about like medicine, how do they treat each other, and then you had mentioned at lunch that there was actually what was it, an amputation
Yeah.
that had occurred.
So this is earlier we were talking about like Neanderthals and how they would care
Come
about their
on.
medicine and stuff. So this is more like Homo sapiens.
I think that was framed too early.
About 31,000 years ago, there was a child around the age of 10 on the island of Borneo in Indonesia, and it seemed to have had a surgical amputation of a lower leg. You can see it on the screen. It's the lower leg bone around the shin, and they amputated the bone below. The child survived and actually lived for nearly another decade afterwards. And this happened 31,000 years ago. So this means that the people who did this, who carried out the surgical amputation, had the knowledge of amputation, the knowledge on how to stop blood flow, on knowledge about like anesthetics, They probably drugged the kid like pretty badly, but I mean, it survived. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh, I hope
And,
it was drugged.
And they would have probably had to known at least a little bit about like antiseptics, because the kid did not go in shock. It did not die. It didn't die from like infection or anything like that. The kid afterwards was probably completely useless to the community, but it lived for nearly another decade. So there was a high level of care, and I don't think it's a religious or ritualistic aspect in that. It was just, that's a member of our community. We're gonna help it, and it's gonna have to survive, and it lived for another decade. It's crazy. So you can see on the bone, you can see where the amputation was carried out. You can see some of the marks left by their tools. It was probably done with stone tools, flint, and like all that stuff. Flint is very, very sharp if you make the right tools. And you can see some bone growth near it, but at the point of where it was like cut,
Oh, that's so
you
shit.
can actually see like the marks that were left.
Is that the red highlighted area?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Like it was a frame too early.
Crazy.
It's crazy. And so you can tell by the bone growth that it was another 10 years because it was a
Yeah.
child. in the
Yeah,
bone.
you can see that the bone was still in growth while it was amputated.
Wow.
Just that where it was cut, it's just done.
Wow.
Yeah.
So,
But to think that like 100 years ago, people would still die during amputations.
oh,
This
for
was
sure.
carried out like 31,000 years
It's
ago. Like
crazy.
what?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So you're saying it was aliens?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Has to be aliens.
I mean, it has to be aliens.
Has to be aliens.
Talking about anesthetics, talking about like these unknown.
These were the
tools.
Martians or the Venusians.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah. It's gotta be.
Gotta
Look
be.
at that leg, man. She's
Yeah.
so gorgeous.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's silly to think that people in ancient times weren't intelligent.
Right.
They were. We don't need.
Oh, she's so
like in
amazing.
my mind, we don't need an advanced lost civilization to explain these things.
Yeah. Yeah.
People were intelligent. Like you can see clearly from this that they had a level of skill and intelligence, and they were able to do incredible things.
Right. And people were just living in pockets back then. Like people
Come
were
on, that was like
just,
perfect. Come on, baby.
Small
whatever.
No,
And
why?
So in order for them to somehow have this knowledge of, what did you say, anesthetics?
Yeah, anesthetics, antiseptics, stopping blood flow.
Yeah. Like, how do you learn that living in a
I had
group of
so much ammo going in
Yeah,
the
it's
room. I had
not
like 11
six
bullets.
people probably, but like more like 30, 40, 50.
Yeah. So even then,
But like, look at like Neanderthals. They lived in like super small groups, like 20, maybe 30, and that was considered big.
right.
And because they also reproduced at such a slower rate than us. But like we humans, we Homo sapiens, because we live in a larger group, the eldest would have the knowledge and would pass that on, and then they would learn more, and so it all gets added to the knowledge that they already have. How they figured out how to stop blood flow, anesthetics, antiseptics, I don't know how they figured it out. They apparently did.
What would have been used as those two antiseptics? And
I'm not sure what kind of antiseptic plants grow on Borneo, but I do think that there is at least one or two that could be used as an antiseptic. And for anesthetics, well, I bet there's drugs there. Just living, like growing on the plants and stuff.
yeah,
Maybe a mushroom or two.
yeah.
Could be. Here we have something. The fruit of the Panjim edule tree can be used as an antiseptic and processed properly. I think I remember something about this. Indeed, yeah, when I made my video. It was like, it's quite a while ago that I made that video. But yeah, there's
Fucking
they
hell,
have
man.
a plant there that could be used as an antiseptic.
What's your percent chance that there was a society back in those days?
In about 31,000 years ago,
Yeah,
there's a small chance.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For
man.
society, like I often say, like the
Went to
birds,
Amsterdam. I
Chinese,
saw women
Anatolian
in
Turkey. Mostly because of the
underwear
fact that they started
in the
building
window.
things. So like that part of society, I think, started
and
there.
like a boot,
But,
like a little
society
booth.
itself and, like, community
window
building and, like,
on the
caring
street,
for
like-
each other. I think that goes back a little bit further.
It's
Not
just
on the
to
street, but
understand the
like
plants,
a
the
store with like a
person,
woman in a
understand
window
how
in
to
her
use
underwear.
them medically and
But
to-
like orangutans also use plants to heal.
Like a
their
row
own
of-
wounds. So this was quite recent. I'm not sure if
Of
Ryan
that.
can, find this, but recently they found an orangutan that had like a wound on
It was
its
amazing.
face, and it used a plant that they chewed on because it was a painkiller, but they also put the plant on the substance of the plant that they chewed on, put that on the wound as well. Yeah, here you can see. So
It's already dark.
actually healed
The
it
sun
from
has
injury.
already set.
That's an orangutan. That
It's
has
not an
no.
amputation,
It's probably the
but
Not
most
an amputation,
depressing
but I mean,
time of the year.
having like medical knowledge about like plants and
today.
what plants can do things.
The
I
shortest
think that
day of
goes
the
even
year.
back further than humans itself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's impressive.
Fucking
But we
sucks.
lost the knowledge because we rely on our phones.
Yep.
I think that's one of the issues that we currently face in our
Really
society.
shit.
Well,
Or civilization.
and we're not interacting with a balanced world anymore. We're not like walking out into nature and finding plants and interacting with plants, and we're mowing them down and chopping them down and planting stuff that looks pretty. And so
I
it's
think we're slowly losing our touch with nature. Yeah. Well, probably quickly, yeah. Like, I think back in the day, in like the Stone Age, the now extinct humans, the human species, I should say, and even us Homo sapiens, like back in the day when we had to build shelters to like survive and things like that, I think our personal space would have been a lot bigger than our personal space currently is. Like my cats still have that. If I stand up in my living room and I just want to grab something from the refrigerator, my cat in its 2-meter high scratch post does not respond, does not twitch, nothing. The moment I stand up, because I had it in my mind that I want to touch his tail, he wakes up. Like, dude, I'm on the other side of the room and you already woke up just because I thought about it.
Right.
He knows something's going to invade my personal space. I think we humans lost that ability over time. So I did a test with my ex who always slept really, really deep. You could not wake that dude up. Like, you could just pants together, all that kind of stuff, make noise, he would just sleep through it. Like, he would sleep through his alarm clock at least 5 times a week. And so I held my hand near his face while he was sleeping. He woke up instantly because I invaded his personal space. And I think that now it's like this close. For my cat, it's like the other side of the room. I think we lost that ability to have that be more further away from us.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's a survival mechanism that we are losing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like knowing when someone's about to call you on the phone because they're thinking about you. It's you thinking about your boyfriend and getting into his space, and then him knowing that you're there. I talked to Stefan Burns a little bit, and he explained it as who's a astrophysicist person and space weather guy, brilliant guy. His thought on that phenomenon is that it's the Schumann resonance, which is essentially light is trapped between Earth's surface and the magnetosphere, and it bounces off, and it's constantly bouncing off. And the wavelength of the specific wavelength of light is the exact length of the circumference of the Earth, but it's basically it's a resonance of light that's bouncing back and forth, and it's all around us. And the theory on it is that light that it's been trapped for millions and millions and millions of years, and that it's carrying information with it, and that it can carry information from the prefrontal from the temporal lobes of one individual to the next, because it's almost like bouncing information off of
When I can. Dage fingers.
So you're bouncing information from a brain to a brain, and the information is moving through this Schumann resonance. And so I think it explains a lot of like potentially psychic behavior and psychic capabilities and stuff like what you're describing.
Yeah. I think that could definitely be an explanation. Like when my boyfriend and I started talking, we would often like before the other way.
I guess I could just start the agent way, right?
They typed a little bit. He always types in like half sentences. It's a thing. I don't understand why people do that. I don't understand why he does it, but he does. So he often types in like half sentences because he just types enter so fast. And then I would finish his
I mean, is it
sentence.
really faster?
And he was like, how do you do that?
Probably
I know
is, but
exactly what I want to say. And maybe we were just in like the same wavelength or something.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
We're in the same Schumann
Yeah.
wavelength.
Because we often say like, oh, we're on the same wavelength, and it's for us it's more of like a joke. But I do understand that that could be a scientific.
Yeah, my body doesn't
explanation.
process alcohol
It's
like
the
it
one that
used
makes
to.
most sense for me to explain a lot
I don't get drunk anymore.
in my entire life. I've been
I
completely-
just get sick. I get sick before I get drunk. Not true.
I get that.
That's not true. But
Cool. So maybe
has to
we
be good
move to
quality
a
beer,
couple
good
other
quality beer,
topics,
good quality
basketball,
wine.
certainly
It can't be
anything
shit
that's
quality
work
anything.
that you've done, research that you've done, I'd
Good
love to
quality
hear as well,
whiskey.
but, the younger Dryas time period, there's so much. I feel like if in the 1980s the Clovis First thing was like you were a pseudoscientist if you talked about Clovis First back then. I feel like that's still the prevailing academic thought towards the younger Dryas as being a cataclysmic event that occurred. But it seems like there's so much evidence for that. Like, it seems like
Weed, I can vape forever.
I want to hear your
I
thoughts.
literally
So maybe what are your thoughts on that?
I think the younger Dryas
vape when I
is
wake up,
a
and
ripple
vape
effect.
when I go to bed,
Multiple
and all times during the day.
So you had a volcano.
I'm like
the
100%
Latin
vapor.
volcano
It's so
in
insane, and I feel so
Germany
good.
that erupted about 100 or 200 years before the younger Dryas onset. That already that
feel
was
amazing.
a massive event, very cataclysmic for the Europeans back then. That weren't Europeans back then, but it's fine. There weren't Europeans yet, but there were people living on the Eurasian plateau. So that, in combination with so here this is like what's left of a massive volcano back in the day, but like that's a massive crater. So that has to have been a massive eruption. Large area that just got affected. So you also have Lake Agassiz with the meltwater that got free, that rippled into the Atlantic, and that it messed with the way the Atlantic flows. So you have to think about like the Atlantic as like a conveyor belt. It goes round and round and round and
What
round.
is this?
So you have wind and like water, heats near the equator, then it goes to the Arctic, cools down, then it heats near the equator, and then it goes to the north and it cools down. And this is an effect like, this is a conveyor belt. This is always the same. But fresh water in combination with salt water in massive quantities, they don't fit. They don't go well together. It's a different substance, like the
Yeah, I drink rarely,
Oil and vinegar.
Exactly, it's like oil and vinegar. So
but I
Lake
do like drink
Agassiz
like 5 or 6 at a
meltwater
time, like 5-6 beers to get
coming
drunk.
into
You know,
the Atlantic
I do that.
messed
that.
with that conveyor belt. That has an effect on the entire climate globally. And because in combination with that volcano in Europe, this meltwater, the conveyor belt of like how climate goes and how wind and everything, I think that was why the Younger Dryas onset started. And like that's the reason why we got into an ice age. Like the Younger Dryas itself is like into it and then out of it.
Oh.
So the Younger
Wow,
Dryas is called this
52.
because of the Dryas
Holy
flower
shit.
that is growing in like super cold Arctic places. And
That's
during
crazy.
the Younger Dryas, it would have been growing more south. That's why we know that there was an ice age during that time. It's a short ice age, the Younger Dryas.
But the ice age started 2.4 million years ago
Yeah.
and went all the way.
Shortens the telomeres and damages DNA. Wow, that's crazy. I can
Oh, yeah,
believe
so
it.
the
Even if you
Golden
quit,
Dryas,
it's
the Younger
already
Dryas,
done.
and the
Yeah, I
ice
can
age
believe
itself
it.
ended earlier, but then you have like the Bulling Allerod interstadial.
Man, that's funny.
Interstadial. So that was when it started to warm. The ice age ended, Bulling Allerod, it got warm. Older Dryas, so we have a dip. Then we go back to like normal, and then Younger Dryas.
I did not vote for
The older
Trudeau.
Dryas was like super short.
He's done. He's out. He's out
Ice
before
age
Christmas. He's
that
gone.
began 2.4 million years ago.
He's done. They're gonna do it this weekend or this week.
Think about 15.
I think they're gonna do it on Monday morning.
Around
On
there.
the
That's when
23rd
we
or
start
whatever.
to heat up during the building all over.
The vote of no
Interstadial.
confidence.
And then we have like an older dryas.
Happy
You can
Hanukkah.
see the first dip from the
Happy
building, and then it
holidays,
goes back up,
everybody.
and then it goes
All
back down.
everyone.
The second
on
one.
Earth.
Yes, that's the
Happy
older dryas.
Kazaa.
You think we're still in the Ice Age?
What?
I think we're out of the Ice Age.
We will always be in an ice age or not. So like interstadial.
I downloaded so many MP3s from Kazaa growing up.
So we're currently not in an ice age. So we're in an interstadial.
Okay, same as-
Will this end? Yes, this interstadial period will end, and we humans are, of course, with our emissions, not are kind of like it's
Fuck,
we're quickening it a little bit with our messing with the way the Earth functions. But it will always have like ice ages, interstadial, ice ages, interstadial. It's a part of the conveyor belt of this planet, how the planet goes.
Dang, it shortens
We'll have
telomeres. That's
glaciers
crazy. I
and
didn't know that.
glaciers and meltwater.
So interstadial.
I can believe it, though.
Interglacial period. Yeah, and so there's been.
But I mean,
4
like,
of those or 5 of those in
I
the
think
last.
so.
Is the alcohol, like, is the ethanol
And
actually
So how long do those?
entering DNA
Depends.
or entering the
One can
nucleus
last
of the
long, the other
cells?
can last shortly. An interstadial can last for quite a while, but then
So
when
think
something
about it.
messes
It's like
with the conveyor
phospholipid
belt,
bilayer,
like
the fat
globally,
outer cell.
it will make quite a quick shift, and a shift can be as
Does
quick as
ethanol just
within 100
diffuse
years.
across that?
That's
I don't
in
know.
The sense of like this planet being like billions of years old, it's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not even appropriate to say ice age. Like that's just the temperature of the Earth. Like,
That's
like,
assuming it
total
goes like
kind of-
into the DNA,
And
into the
we've been in a
nucleus,
super long interstadial.
which it might.
Yeah. The interstadial that we are currently in is like
Definitely
really,
enters
really
a cell.
long. It didn't
It's
go
definitely
as
metabolized, I think,
some of the
inside the
others,
cell.
but it's still quite a long one
I think.
compared to the others that we've had. And with the others, you can see.
Because
like,
I'm sure
clear
we,
dips.
we take energy from
we
it.
haven't seen our dip yet,
Right.
so that probably means that we go up, and away into the heat, and then it will plunge down.
So it's potentially staying a little hotter because of human activity. Maybe? It's
Yeah.
Was that
still
study
like-
done in vivo?
Isn't it?
But we don't
Or was
know
it done
how
in vitro?
much the
Was it done like in the body
So
of
what
a
is the
human, or was
catalyst
it done
for
like
us
in a petri dish?
What looks like is going to happen pretty soon, plunging back into cold temperatures of an ice age.
It depends on a couple of
Client at
factors.
work, literally that trademark
How
lapse.
much our carbon emission will
Sucks.
affect the planet and the way
On
for this
purpose?
planet to keep cooling itself, because we are warming it up. But I mean, the planet also.
Is it
tries to
Moderna?
cool itself.
Oh, no, I'm joking.
I'm not sure if the planet can hold that out for super much longer. Maybe a couple decades, maybe 100, 200 years. It's possible, but at the same time, it might be that within 50 years we're gonna drop into like an interglacial period. That's the weird
Oh,
thing
brutal.
about this. You don't really
Am I
see
playing
it
00?
coming until it's there.
Mm-hmm.
I
with
can't.
this
I
kind of
don't
stuff.
remember.
But we have the scientists that look at
I think
the
I'm playing
climate,
00.
and we all know.
I am.
We all know. We're not being nice to this planet. We could be nicer, and we could have
think.
been nicer. Yeah, for sure. This planet gave us.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
We're kind of like rubbing it in its face. Are you giving me a laugh?
Okay, I want to play SA because
Ruined everything. It's a shame.
I think if we get a
I
natural
think
stuck, we could
as
survive.
long as
and
the
get a PV
conveyor belt of the
with
Atlantic
body
isn't
armor.
messed with at this point in time,
So that's what I
and
want to do. I
anything
want to do a natural
Pacific
stuck SA
also
run.
has its own
Because at 52 pass away in the exhaust
that
bay, that
we
was
don't
quite
have to
fast.
It's a global conveyor belt, but,
Yeah.
but you're right. The Atlantic conveyor belt.
Basically, you
first
vote
one
for
above
Justin.
The Gulf up to where you live, the UK, is when that gets disrupted. My understanding is when that gets disrupted.
I understand people's decisions.
because that's what happened during the younger.
I don't understand why people vote for Justin Trudeau at all, but
Yeah,
I understand
that's
people
true.
like
knew it
I
was
voted
there
for the
at least at some point in the Pacific as
the
well.
People's Party of Canada, which is like a small
They think that the
conservative
globe is warming
party,
partially, but they also believe
and I
that
did
if
it
the conveyor belt gets messed up
for my
enough,
own legal
that
rights if I ever
one
have to go to
part of Europe
court.
might be super cold because
Just
that
like
ice
the
part will just the glaciers
vaccine
and all that
mandate
stuff will just
discrimination,
mess it
right?
up. And I'm not
Saying
there.
that I have a piece of paper that I told the government that I do not agree with what they're doing.
I may be able to
That would
switch,
hold
but
up
I
in a
don't think
court of
it's
law.
been that well.
So I mean, I understand people having like legal decisions for doing shit,
yeah, that's going to be a disaster. And scientists are actually predicting that this is going to happen within this century.
It's possible,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
that the Gulf Stream's going to get disrupted, and that the global temperatures are going to drop by 14, 15 degrees, and that we're going to be back in the depths of the ice age this century.
There is definitely a possibility,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why. They were crazy, man.
I think it's a probability that it's
They were
gonna happen
fucking
within this
crazy.
century, is my understanding.
September
I
2021
will say that without, I think
was our
it's
last
safe to say
election.
that within this millennium,
But yeah, I
it's
think
definitely
Trudeau's
gonna
out
happen at
by
least once or
before
twice
Christmas.
in the next like 900 years.
I think he's out.
I think so.
We should check for
we
betting
really-
lines on that.
This planet really tries.
I really
its
think
best
he's
to
gone.
survive, and we're not helping it. We could be
'Cause
doing
the
a better job at that at least.
Yeah.
Other.
What happens once we're there? We're back in there.
Am I playing Double O again?
When the Gulf Stream is disrupted, global temperatures drop. It takes like thousands of years to get out.
The other
of that
party
ice
leader
age.
wrote a
Could
letter
definitely be.
Yeah.
Like with the younger dryas, the Earth got back quite quickly.
because they made a coalition
say that.
before.
Or like, how long did that last? Like what, 1,000?
Go back to the chat room.
Yeah.
I think it's
I'm
Double O.
plunking on how long the younger dryas lasted.
1,200
I
years.
go for beer.
1,200 years. Yeah, like I said, like a little over 1,000 years. That's quite fast
Yeah.
to get back up from it.
NDP is trying to collapse government now. Yeah, exactly, buddy.
We would be very lucky if we get out of it that fast again.
Yeah, it's really strange because nothing,
Yeah. Well, yeah.
nothing is different. The Liberals aren't doing anything different, and they, like the letter was like a moral high ground letter, which is dumb. So like the top people at the top are making shifts in Canada, right? Like the World Economic Forum people.
Yeah.
This is just little wobbles coming out of that. Yeah. So that's the chart on the top left. That looks like when I buy crypto at the top. That's what it does after I buy it. That's what my chart looks like.
Okay, my boyfriend will laugh at this because he's like getting into like trading and all that stuff.
Yeah,
He's getting to learn the patterns.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be so much fun. I'm gonna tell him like Matt buys it when it's high.
The arrows are where I buy. They're pointing out where I buy.
Yeah,
All those
exactly.
arrows right there.
Love it.
But yeah, I mean, and then it just drops. So yeah, it's concerning. I mean, it's like you talk about people in the UK that need to move down. I mean, like
I don't know if I'm playing Double O or not. I don't even know what's going on.
Hemisphere, the southern half.
I'm so like just confused.
There's going to be a mass.
It was Double O.
migration that happens.
Yeah, that was like a run.
Foods, crops are going to be disrupted. There's going to be
Whatever.
So think about this,
We're off
like
the
the
side.
interglacial warming on the left, that picture. there.
Thanks, man.
Think
I don't know.
about
Like,
that. Neanderthals
I don't know what's going on.
1,000 years ago. And
When it
they
was hot.
thrived. They thrived up until like.
All right, we're gonna play some SA
15,000 years ago.
because I think if you get a natural stuck SA, it'll be a PB hopefully because we survive.
They were created.
hell,
They were like absolutely. They were able to live in those cold
yep,
climates.
yep,
Like somehow they had a mutation that could handle it.
yeah.
I couldn't. Like I got ankylosing spondylitis. I get cold once. I get cold for like 2 weeks
Yeah.
because the cold just creeps into my bones and I just can't get warm and I can't get the stiffness out.
How's the randomizer going, Hideyoshi? How's it going, my dude?
Very seriously, but like those
Any
Neanderthals,
randomizer
they
news?
were adapted to that cold climate, and it seems like
Or
they
the ROM
thrived
that you're
during
working
the
on?
colder climates.
And it's just interesting, as you mentioned before, that like Neanderthal, the remains of humans don't survive very well in climates where it's moist and near the equator, where it's hot, where it's humid, and like that's where everybody would have had to have been during the ice age. And so, you know, like how much has been lost just because that's where people would have been.
Yeah.
You know.
You also asked about human evolution and how branching off happens.
I should go faster. I should YOLO it more on SA.
It's more like
To start.
rivers that fork out and sometimes go back into the mainstream, and sometimes that is because there was a mutation. Blue eyes are a mutation. Blonde hair is a mutation. White skin is a mutation. Sometimes a mutation gets hold. More people.
Game's
get it,
done. Just can't make the
that goes
ROM. Why is that,
forward.
brother?
So the mutation stays. Other times it just disappears and it gets extinct.
Sorry to hear,
But I
man.
think mutations
I appreciate your hard
are
work.
part of evolution, and we currently see some
I
possible
appreciate you.
mutations happening as we speak right now. We have like
My
this.
hair is a mutation. Somebody at the airport told me that about 6 months ago.
Uh,
I love that.
That's cool.
I love that.
I like it too.
So you have like these people. I think it's in Indonesia. They live in like these huts underwater. They rarely go on land. They're really good at diving, and they can stay underwater, I think, for up to like 3 minutes, maybe even longer. But Ryan can check that. Fact check me, Ryan. But yeah, so that is possibly becoming a mutation. In
anyone
their,
wearing their sunglasses at
Yeah.
night.
so this
So
could
I
actually become,
can, so I can.
if evolution can continue, this might.
So what are
become
you
a
gonna do? I'm
mutation
not gonna sing anymore, brother. Sorry,
eventually
brother.
over time, because their
I hate it
lung
when people
capacity-
sing.
Oh, for 13 minutes.
Alright.
Holy hell! I thought.
So
3
Mark,
minutes was fine.
what are you gonna do now that
So,
alcohol
yeah,
doesn't work?
These people
My spirit's heroin,
are
you're right.
incredible, and they might become.
I might load the vape again,
species
probably.
because of their lung capacity and their ability to stay underwater for so long.
Man, I was thinking
But
of
then
getting some
also on,
beers
like,
just for tonight,
Nepal,
like, cause
Tibetan
I'm just
plateau,
fucking like
super high up in the mountains. People that live there, they can get way more
Saturday
oxygen
night.
out of the air than like me. If I would go there,
No one's home. My parents
I
are
would
home.
die.
Fucking broke up with my
They're
girlfriend.
thriving.
Not
That
saying it's
also,
proud, I'm
if
just saying
time
it's
goes on,
fact.
Evolution gets its way, and you don't get killed off by like a cataclysmic event or a
Some
new
beers
ice
be
age or
feeling
whatever.
really just fucking nice
That
right
might
now.
become a new human species eventually. So we can actually see evolution happen around us. Like I said, monkeys enter the Stone Age, and these people might become mutated new species.
Yes, so maybe just so on the younger dries topic, then you're thinking that it was just.
I need
purely
food more than anything.
Earth-based, changes to.
There could always be like a meteor strike or whatever. Like that could the comets
Yeah.
plunging. Yeah, but I mean, we've seen so many meteors and comets already in the past decade or two
Yeah.
plummeting into Earth, and we didn't really do much.
Like, should I just
So I
really,
like
like, just
it
run
could
this
have
room?
Not helped, but I don't necessarily see that as the cataclysm
Yeah. Okay. The
or the catalyst. I think.
the reason I'm sure you're familiar with the Murray Springs and all of the like the black mat layer at Murray Springs that they found from that time period. It's-
Okay.
Yeah, it's like this. Brian, can you pull it up? It's like 12,000 years, right at the onset of the early dry ice. There's this black mat layer. If you dig down, there it is. You can see like they've
Mhm.
tested this stuff and measured it, and it's like it seems to be indicating.
What if I do a force stuck? This would be faster if I just run the first room.
Okay.
And so it's.
I do know about like a black layer, like similar like that.
That's right,
From
nothing.
the Storegas slide in
What relationship
Scotland,
drama?
when Doggerland disappeared for the last time.
Right. It's the
Uh,
same thing.
Yeah, same.
It doesn't shorten my
It's at the same
telomeres like
level.
alcohol
It's
does.
found all over the world. The same black mat layer is found all
Sorry.
over the world, but it's at that same time period, and it's right when all of the
Oh, I'm like
dinosaurs
toast.
extinct all around the world. And so I understand the
I
argument.
also think that it might not have necessarily come from outer space.
That's not.
So
That's
is
right.
the
Nothing.
Lac Safe volcano in
Smart
Germany
man.
erupting, that would have left a black mat layer. So what if multiple volcanoes around the world went off around the same time? The conveyor belt of the
You
Atlantic
told me
stopped,
about
or,
that.
like, got disrupted,
Like
and you get a black mat layer over
that
large
girl that you were
chunks of
seeing that
the world,
fucking.
and then the younger dryas starts.
She went to the
It's very
washroom or
possible that it
whatever,
might not have been
and you were
from
sitting
outer
there,
space, but
and
that
her
it came
purse
from
was open,
inside the Earth.
and like a
I
fucking
think that's a possibility.
fucking
as well.
cockroach
My
like
understanding is they
jumped out of
tested
her
and
purse or
measured
some
the stuff,
shit.
and it was not volcanic. that it was actually like these little.
Oh, like
black
Goose
and
is smart. Yeah, really.
crystalline things that are extraterrestrial.
No,
not
spheroids.
terrestrial, spheroids.
Yeah.
But again, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's what caused the extinction of everything.
Yeah, dude, you told me about that story that you were seeing this girl, and then a fucking roach jumped out of her purse.
Yeah.
But my understanding is that this black mat layer that's found all over the world was determined to be.
I'm sorry.
extraterrestrial
I don't mean to laugh.
measurement. And that's why for me I don't understand the academic resistance to the idea
Sorry,
of,
man.
that Grant
That's
Hancock
too
and
much.
others have put out about this potentially being, and I almost feel like they're being
Oh God.
but because somebody else brought this up, because George Howard at Oswick Summit is a part of this comet research group that's investigating this, like, because it didn't come from the academic community, because it came from the art community. I almost feel like there's resistance from the
Could
academics
be.
to accept it.
Like I've not completely fully looked into like the younger guys comic hypothesis, and I've decided to like I wanted to research.
I gotta read what
for
you
a
wrote,
while,
Hideyoshi.
but I've not yet done it because I'm just waiting on like more information. At this
I'm gonna read it
point.
in a
I wanna
moment.
know
Like,
a bit
that's
more
so
before
slow
I really dive in and see
compared to
what
just
my
running
opinion
it.
on it is. So I've not
Like,
really
it's like
looked
gotta
into
be
it at this
faster.
point in time because I feel, what if I get like subconsciously a little bit pushed into one of the two directions that are possible, and at this point I don't feel comfortable with me being pushed in either direction yet, because I've not seen conclusive evidence for it being the case, but I've also not seen conclusive evidence for it not
Too
being the
laggy
case.
though.
So I want to be in the middle for
Basically
now.
a
I'm gonna
jack
research it one day.
in the
Like my
game.
sister, she's more of
What
like
does that mean? A jack?
KTG event, the Chicxpur crater and all that
I think
stuff.
I'm unaware of
She's
some
got
of the
knowledge about that.
vocabulary
I can ask
that
her
you
more
use.
about that and share that
I'm getting
knowledge
lit up,
with me.
Rose.
But I probably am going to make a video in the very near future about that black mat layer.
Good.
And ask her more about her information. Maybe ask her ex-boss, the Professor Per Albert from the Uppsala University. I might have to ask him a little bit about this as well, because I think he will be knowledgeable, or at least be able to direct me to people that have researched this. Because I would like to know more about that, because that is definitely a mystery that needs to be solved.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, talking to George Howard about it was super enlightening and super educational. He might be someone to talk to.
Holy fuck me, man.
Skip over John, he's on the
Maybe I should just do the like OG start.
research
Yeah.
group, and so, but he has said that when he has presented the
Okay, why
idea
aren't done?
in the past
I hear
in
ya.
academic circles at conferences, he's bullied and harassed and made fun of, and, it's like derogatory kind of stuff. And so,
That's a shame.
yeah, it is. I think it's like, I think it's just, again, it's just like that separation thing that people are just, if they didn't come up with it, it's not really. And when I ask people about it, like, it's more like I've asked like David Roman about it, and it's like I haven't really, like, it's almost like staying away from the topic, and so
Like,
it's
what?
kind of
Why?
just that someone who claims to be an expert on so many
Like,
things
how?
is just avoiding a topic that seems to have clear directional evidence that points towards a rewriting of the traditional story, and I think that makes some sense.
It's possible, yeah.
Anyways, that one's super interesting to me because it's so recent in Earth's history, and it's like to be able to push back our understanding of the human timeline and the geological timeline is like, I think to take it back to that young grasp period to really understand what happened is important for us as a species to kind of come to grips with. And it's like the Carolina Bays are another thing that
Nice.
there's some debate as to when those were created. Was it at the end of Gyges, or was it 700,000 years ago? So that's another topic where, are you familiar with these things?
No,
Okay, yeah.
not really.
Yeah, it's all these elliptical shaped ground depressions that you can find all up and down the east coast of the United States. They all point towards the Michigan Basin.
Okay.
And so it's like, it seems to be pretty clear evidence that that there was an impact, whether it was an airburst above the Michigan Basin or an impact into the ice sheet during the Ice Age, that then splatted out all of this, ejected all of this material and created all these Carolina Bays. But it's the current explanation is so this seems unlikely since the opportunity to action. That's another mystery that's
Come on, give me the ammo.
I've never heard about that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
nobody has. It's like Chris Cottrell is the world's leading expert on this. I feel like right now he's done so much research on it. He's he presented at the Cosmic Summit, and I had him on the podcast, and it was an incredible episode, and very highly underrated episode. It's one of my smaller ones, but
Wow.
still very, very
What?
educational and very good.
People go watch it.
Yeah, people go watch it. Yeah, for sure. You'll learn a lot. But well, cool. Yeah, those were a couple of the things that I was curious on getting your thoughts about. What else is on your mind?
I've just been wondering, like, you growing up the way you did and one day decided to do this podcast. Where did that come from?
Oh yeah.
Like, were you always interested in this?
Yes, yeah, for sure. Yeah, always interested in mysteries and trying to get some truth out of this world before I die. So I'm just interested in like what's reality, you know? And so like what is the world that we're living in? Throw beliefs aside. Like let's take our beliefs aside and really kind of be open-minded to finding truth. And I was like you, reading the encyclopedia when I was a kid. It wasn't the encyclopedia, but I still have this book in my office about ancient mysteries and the pyramids and some big megalithic structures. And I got super interested in the UFO phenomenon.
I'll check it out after. Hi, Yoshi.
Oh yeah.
As well.
Yeah, that's the age when you get like
Thanks,
the
brother.
UFOs. I got the
Yeah.
same around that
Did you?
age. Yeah. And
So,
everything was aliens.
Yeah.
Then I watched Science and I didn't sleep for 3 weeks.
Okay.
I was 11.
Yeah.
Don't
Gotcha.
recommend.
Yeah.
Like, where is this guy even?
Yeah, so that kind of stuff, you know,
Like
just finding
what?
truth, like the even on things like the Kurt Cobain, just things that I'm interested in personally, you know, I'd like to kind of get to the bottom of. So Kurt Cobain, for example, I don't know if I can air this part or not, but I've interviewed several people that have been investigating the case for a long time, and of course it was ruled suicide, but I'm highly convinced that he was murdered. But anyway, so yeah, that's kind of me. I like to get to the bottom of things and to fix things,
Fuck you.
and to solve things, and to provide hopefully some answers and some truth for some people out there who are interested in some of things. So, and I want to. It's like the vases, you know. Like I want to. I'm not buying these vases to collect vases. I'm buying the vases to get to some sort of a truth about what tools our ancestors were using, how they did it, when they did it, what they were actually capable of. I think we know a lot of those answers. I think there's some missing tools. I think that it's going to be interesting to find out if some of the super precise ones are genuine and authentically ancient, or if they're modern reproductions.
Yeah.
Because I think it's
Fuck
much
off,
more
man.
likely, and I don't know if you'd agree after handling them, but much more likely that they're modern fakes than it is that they were made with primitive hand tools. Because I think it's close to impossible that you could make some of these things with primitive hand tools.
I think you might be right there.
Yeah.
And it would be a shame if they were modern fakes and they were being sold as genuine from that time period.
Yep.
And it's difficult sometimes with certain paperwork, and sometimes discovery is made and it's not very well documented, especially if it's happened 100 or 150 years ago. So I think that's going to be some of the difficulties.
Oh, fuck you.
Yeah. I think that the luminescent dating that you talked about could be very helpful in determining.
Even that space.
So, but I mean, at the same time, we have the pyramids that were highly precise stone structures, you know, that were within just a fraction of a degree of true north, south, east, and west. You know, that were just highly sophisticated. But if they were making those, could they have made something super, super precise on a smaller scale? You know? So
It's not impossible, I think.
it's not
I
impossible.
do think about the fact that some people say
Why?
the pyramids have to have been built by aliens because they're so leveled and precise, and it's like they were probably leveled by the use of water.
I have no health.
I mean, sometimes you have to think about the easiest.
I have no health. And that's not
especially when
fast.
thinking about people living in ancient times.
I can move
What
to
were the
ancient
tools
guilt
that they had?
free.
Well, water is
Yeah,
a
no,
really
it's
good
true.
tool if you want to make something level.
It's true, Toad.
Like one of the best.
Or
So I
Goose.
think that's,
I like Goose. Like, it's
there
true.
are some explanations that we
I
have
mean, I
for
came
things
back
from
to
ancient
Canada
times, and some of them
to
are like
be with
super
her.
simple and that
And
people
I
don't
love it. I love
And
that
it's like,
fact.
yeah, it's so basic.
It needed to
But
be.
yeah.
It needed to be right. But now we
But
just
with
broke up on
vases,
our own
I
accord. That's
think
what I mean. I think it
It would
makes
be
a
a
lot of
shame if some
sense.
of
You
them
know.
are indeed modern
Thanks,
fakes.
brother.
Yeah, it would
But
be
at the
cool.
same time, it's also kind of expected, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. yeah, it's going to be interesting to find out. Whatever the truth is, I'm going to share it. You know,
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
I
whatever
think
we
that's a
find.
good thing. Just for the truth out there.
Yeah.
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 Well, that's cool. Yeah, that's kind of what the show's all about, hearing people's truths. And, I wanted to get someone with a unique perspective. Obviously, I've had a lot of alt history perspectives, which has been fascinating and fun to explore. I think you bring a perspective that's very unique and very individual based on
Thanks, brother.
what you've learned and what you've researched and studied over the years. And so, I think
It was crazy, man.
I think that the way
I
you
was in
explain it,
China for our anniversary,
you,
and I
utilize the
ordered
scientific
delivery
scientific method.
of like a bouquet of
So I
flowers
definitely wanted to hear your thoughts
and a
on
little
some of
stuffed
the-
animal
some of the
bear
stuff, some of the mysteries and some of the stuff that you researched.
for our like
Super
4-year anniversary.
all of that. I didn't
When I was in China,
Yeah.
information so I learned about.
I'm just glad
Like,
that
it
I
wasn't-
didn't scare you off.
like
on
she
the-
was
on,
really
like,
positive. She was really happy.
Twitter.
She loved it.
That's still
It was
fun.
great. It was
Because
nice.
like I can be brutal
You
on
can be
there.
very
We had an
And I
amazing
just
relationship.
Saw you, like sometimes I would have like tweeted, and then like 10 minutes later would get like a DM from you, and I'm like, he saw that. Shit.
But
He saw
it's
that.
just not right.
That's funny.
I called a dude a waffle, and he saw it. He's still DMing me. He still wants me to come on
What am
the
I doing?
podcast.
Are we
Even
playing
more
double up?
after that.
No.
Yeah,
I
it's
love that.
perfect.
Why not? What am I
It
doing?
makes
Why
me
am I
like you
doing
even
this?
more.
Yeah,
Because like
cool.
at least I can be.
Should I not,
Weird.
like,
Be your authentic self.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
I enjoy that.
Yeah.
And I said chesticles on the podcast.
did.
what's
I'm
the
very proud of
fastest way
that.
to get a PB
So
with
now your audience,
essay?
will know
Let's
about
think.
testicles.
Right.
Run the
Oh,
first
awesome,
room.
awesome.
4 stuck. That's probably
No,
it.
good stuff. Good times. It's great to get to know you. Would love to have you back at some point.
Asians
I
are
would love
that's,
to be
bro.
back,
Asians are
really.
so
Like,
bossy.
I-
Chinese
I've never
women
done a
are so
podcast
bossy.
Like this, where I was actually
Oh my
present in
God.
the same space.
Yep.
I really enjoyed this.
Cool.
And I think we had a good conversation going.
Me too. Me
Yeah.
too. Yeah. I think you'll do a lot more after this. It's,
Who knows?
yeah, for sure. So awesome. Well, we'll wrap it up. And
Yeah.
really appreciate you, your knowledge, your
too.
time. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Well, thank you for having me.
Holy
Yep.
fuck.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Good times.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow. Mizubushi. Mizushobai. Japanese girl learning English this morning. Side pages. She won't be where you're going.
I've been looking at this the last few years with Yusuf, and it's just like there's such this giant delta between the erosion of the megalithic monuments of Giza and the other 4th dynasty.
You're so right, Toad.
Once you get into
Or
it,
Goose.
you know, I don't know how many people have watched this, but I have this video on the channel, which is Randall Carlson talking about the Sphinx erosion. I did it as part of like a Zoom call for some tour participants. So it's like, you see here, like it's you know, in the background, there's all these people on the call, and these were the
It's
I think
actually
folks
kinda
that were on
fast.
the 2021
No.
maybe tour.
You know what I
And
mean?
we've got, you know, Snake Rose and me, we're talking to Randall, and
Like
he
it
gets
still might
into
be
talking
PB
about the
pace.
Sphinx and quarrying platforms. There is like specific, you know, studies that have been done on limestone erosion, and I think you can extrapolate that to look at what's going on up at Giza.
Or each one of these would have coincided with the removal of a block, a rectilinear block that would have looked something like this, and each block is removed, leaves this separation trench between it and the wall, because the quarrymen have to get down in there actually to chisel away the rock. It's originally because the blocks here are part of, intrinsically a part of the
Especially in
fabric, right?
Japanese.
And this kind of shows a profile of the basic technique right here. And you can see bedding planes. This is the separation trench right here, and here you can see the kind of the stepped profile that's left. So there would have been blocks removed from out here. And if you look at the dash
You
lines over
raped.
here, you'll see the section of a quarry before the removal of the blocks. And here would be after the removal of the blocks. This is showing stone pick marks on a limestone quarry from Ramesside times. This is circa 1200 year BC. You know, in other words, roughly
There we go, let's
200
go.
years ago. The amount of erosion, and again, I don't know the environment of this. But I'm presuming it's
Come
probably
on.
along the Nile. It's probably not too far from the plateau, Giza Plateau itself. But you can, these are pick marks.
And they're
There's
saying
another-
they're saying they're stone picks, or are
Well, they're not saying.
Might be pace.
That's a good question. What were the picks themselves? What material were they made of?
yeah, it says stone pick marks, so I was thinking they mean the picks were made of stone. Or just saying the marks were made of stone.
That's the
I think
old
it's
setup in the
something
Snake Rush
pick
studio. That's how old this
But
is.
you know, that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
So here's an old cave story, 2,000 years BC. So this would be the wall of.
So when we get to looking at this stuff, this is fine. But he makes a good point about the Sphinx erosion.
Oh, fucking cocked by the fucking guy walking forward. Like a Y.
So in the old
Whatever.
times, again, this would have been quarried out. So
I think that would have been pace.
originally having that stepped profile where they were cutting out, it would have been big steps.
It's fine, we can do that again.
Out of here, but
And so
But
here
you had that
here's a
profile, but
cross
this is
section
what it is.
through the west wall, the Sphinx enclosure, showing the actual limestone of the different types of limestone. Some of it's more indurated than others, which is probably effect. So this would be the prominent limestones are of a higher quality. Say that 76 is of a higher quality than 11, which is a softer, probably more porous limestone. So it's been subject to more erosion. Here. Now what I'm going to do is
Jeez
I'm going
Louise,
to
man.
superimpose that previous cross section on
So
the
laggy.
wall so you can kind of get a sense of what it would have once looked like during
It's
the
going pretty well
process
so
of
far.
extracting the rectilinear stones. And in fact, even this drawing lines up nicely with the bedding planes because the bedding planes we provide natural separation planes. So as much as possible in the
So yeah,
quarry,
this is
they
great.
utilize pre-existing bedding planes to separate the blocks. So this is one
And
reason
actually,
that I really
this is a really interesting point because they definitely did that. They
Holy
did use
shit.
pre-existing bedding planes, and in fact, because those bedding planes give different levels of erosion, they actually even line them up, and not in every like in 95% of the cases in the Sphinx Temple, which is we get into the Sphinx here. You can actually see what they've done in here. See this? See these blocks? These are all separate blocks, right? See, they actually lined up these blocks with the bedding planes. So they actually took blocks that had the same bedding planes. So you see you've got the one bedding plane here.
Holy
and one
fuck,
on
the
center,
lag,
one
man.
here. And even the bottom part of this is separate. But they actually lined them up in the blocks. So they used blocks that came from the same area of the quarry.
Maybe I don't need to be in white in full screen if I
Very
run the
strange
first
part of
room.
the structures in the Sphinx Temple, because this is bedrock. This is the bedrock.
I might
wall
switch to
that
wide.
they cut down, and this is protect. I mean, this has been filled with sand.
I think that's exactly
and
what
it
I'm
doesn't
gonna
show the
do.
same level of erosion as this, but this is cut down, and then for some reason they made this alleyway here, and then this is the wall. This is the exterior wall of the Sphinx Temple. So I don't know why they did this. Like, why wouldn't you just, if you want to make this the temple wall, instead they actually cut this down and then built the structure inside, you know, this dug-in enclosure, and then they built another enclosure. But what's really interesting with that bedding plane concept, because
Holy fuck.
they actually lined up, and we were looking at this on the blocks, and in almost every case on these rows of blocks, they actually lined up the bedding planes, and so you have the same geological order in the stone, but in the blocks, as it would be in the, in the bedrock. It's really cool. And yeah, this is where Yusuf got to break the lock, because they didn't have the key for it, but it was part of our permission, so he managed to. He said he breaks this lock, we get it, we're hitting it with a hammer or whatever, and he gets a crowbar and eventually showing me, he actually got twisted off and twisted open. He pops it and he looks at it, he smiles and he's like, I have just had a pleasure that few will ever have. He's like breaking a lock off like an old ass lock off one of these locked gates around Giza, and then we all get to go in there and take a look.
Really so keen on wanting to do some first-hand study of limestone quarries, just so we can have some basis for comparison, and we can actually measure erosion rates. I'm guessing.
Oh my God, that was so close.
To come up with a pretty, within a few centuries, of course, is going to be enough to determine the amount.
I don't know.
Let's say that has occurred over the last 3,000 compared to the last 5,000 years in Egypt, and see if anything is compatible with what we're looking at right here. But if this is feasible right here, then what that's telling us is that the degree of erosion is extreme indeed, and we can actually calculate the amount of recession of the stone face that has taken place, and then from there we can get an estimate of how much moisture, assuming of course this is going to be the result of precipitation. I've talked to a number of geologists.
Yeah, you get trolled by all the other guards too. I guess you could even try this in cinema. Like, why not?
What was his name? I don't remember his name right now. But he actually found us at a relatively remote, lodge building in Mexican Hat, Utah, and wanted to argue about the age of the Sphinx because he had written a paper. So just talking a little bit
This is
about
terrible.
limestone itself. I've done some pretty extensive studies. Limestones are highly soluble in acid waters. However, they do not dissolve equally over their surfaces, and the action of dissolution is, now get this, is usually concentrated down joints and fissures. The concentration of dissolution processes down joints and fissures leads to the focusing of water in such joints and fissures. And that is basically exactly what we see here. That focusing of the water into the joints and the fissures. So, from that standpoint, the geomorphology of this thing is consistent, I believe, with erosion by water pouring over the edge, coming off the surface of the plateau. Now, was that
Yeah,
rainfall, or was it
it's
also
crazy.
possible that the
Did you see the video?
valley was so supercharged?
I saw the video. It's pretty crazy. He fucking flew through the market like full speed. Apparently he wrote that he was gonna do that, and apparently some woman tried to warn the police or some shit.
I wanted to jump back in here and provide a bit of visual.
Apparently this woman tried to warn the police, and the police ignored it. Just wrote it on Twitter that he was gonna do all that shit.
As we discussed during the presentation,
Pretty crazy.
the Giza Plateau is elevated relative to the city and to the traditional floodplain of the Nile River. At its eastern edge, upon which Yusuf and I are standing here, you can see how it's considerably taller than
The last time I was in Montreal,
the plateau. Also
I don't know if he was a Palestinian or a Syrian refugee, tried to fight me, and the cops came outside a convention center.
Up at the top of the causeway in front of the middle pyramid, you can look down
Fucking psychopath.
towards the back of the Sphinx, as well as to the city of Cairo that's behind it. This elevation of the Giza Plateau
If you had a
is
knife or a gun,
consideration not only for the logistics of creating the monuments up here, in particular hauling up the hundreds and hundreds, if not
I didn't call the
thousands
cops.
of huge granite blocks, it's also an interesting fact
The
of
convention
the
center
erosion
owner
of
did.
limestone we can find and how this erosion might have taken place. Some of this erosion that we can see on structures like the mortuary or pyramid temple of the Middle Pyramid Complex,
In
which
Laval.
sits right up at the top of the causeway next to the
Shithole
pyramid,
Laval.
seems to be very extensive. We can also find
Laval is such a fucking shithole.
erosion in the complex that sits around the third pyramid.
I'm glad you don't live there, bro.
Contributed to Menkaure. I've always found the degree of limestone erosion that we see up here to be fairly remarkable. It seems to just suggest that some of this stuff is
Oh, no way.
ancient.
Are you serious?
It does seem to beg the question of whether or not structures like these
Yo,
may be
Montreal's getting
far
rough,
older
man.
the dates claimed by the mainstream.
Montreal's
I think that
fucking
both the
shit's
rate
like
and the
popping
nature
off in
of the
Canada,
limestone
man.
erosion found here seem like topics
Sorry, dude.
that
Be
are
careful.
certainly
Stay
worth
safe, man.
detailed investigation.
You want to end up like that guy at Starbucks and went with his fucking wife and child in Vancouver.
I mean, this is a lot more erosion in here than this.
Without a doubt, happened after the blocks were constructed. So you can see the second course of stone up here did not suffer that
Oh man.
still like the stone here, for example, and here.
Oh no.
There was another layer of stone here that prevented it from being
A lot of this is, there's also a lot of repair work that's happened in here.
Called his bluff.
happened by the military when they could. This part here is built from small pieces and then cemented over like that
Yeah, that's all repair.
to make it look like the original stone. And they were built as reinforcement for some of the blocks that were
Yeah, buddy. Take care, man.
same like this one. This one here,
Yeah, all of this is repair.
Wow, insane. How does this even happen, dude?
Repair work.
I'm sorry, man.
This is all repair work in there.
So the other thing that is important here, if you imagine that we remove this, then you will find two huge blocks
Sorry about that.
that is continuous between the two blocks. You see that? That very deep arch here is where severe. Some people think it would take tens of thousands of years to have it basically. And to have it extended from one block to the next shows a conclusive evidence without a doubt that the erosion happened after the storms were
I don't do bravado. I don't know what that means.
to not less than 9,700 BC. Geology understanding for something like that?
Sorry to hear that, dude.
40,000 years. Do I hear 55?
It's hot then.
Conclusive evidence that the block that used to be on top of this block here is right down here. And this didn't happen.
Yeah, we're going to talk about this block again in this. I don't know how many views this video actually got. So we're going to talk about this particular block. I know exactly where it is. It's this big 10, 11 meter long block that fell off the top of it because of erosion.
So rate of erosion of intertidal limestone. We'll just look for a few examples of the erosion of sinks so we have some basis for comparison. Limestone shores throughout the world show characteristic erosional features. In quaternary limestones, now
I
we
hear
know
ya.
this is limestones that are roughly 2.5 million years old or less, quaternary being the Holocene and
68
Pleistocene.
67.
In quaternary limestones of the tropics and subtropics, there is commonly a wide
Some
flat
Oh, man.
intertidal platform which is bounded at its landward side by an undercut cliff. The notch or intertidal nip. This type of shore profile is well developed in Western Australia. While there has been much discussion about the nature of the erosive process, surprisingly little attention has been paid to the rate at which it proceeds. And of course, that's the key question here.
This gets really interesting to me. There have been studies looking into the rate of limestone erosion in lots of different scenarios, including like tidal zones where it's literally being bashed with water constantly.
Here, all direct estimates of the rate of erosion of intertidal rock surfaces give figures of quite a different order. Emery in 1941, on the basis of dated inscriptions, estimates the rate of retreat of sea cliffs at La Yeah, whole lot.
Holy fuck, the lag.
At 1 foot in 600 years, or a mean rate of 0.5 millimeters per year.
There's so many
Now,
grenades going off.
This,
Like,
going
it's so
back to,
laggy.
Australia, the shore rocks at Point Perone near Perth are mainly hard,
That's
secondarily
not base.
cemented eolinite. Eolinite means deposited wind with a high calcium carbonate content. Here there's a platform some 20 meters wide. Behind this there is a typical notch. The notch here faces inshore and is thus sheltered from the full impact of the waves. To obtain a direct measurement of the rate of erosion, stainless steel rods were driven firmly into the hard rock of the notch in pairs at 3 levels above the platform. There has been no movement of the rods since they were placed in August. So now let's take a look here. Here's the notch, the intertidal notch. So in other words, when you
God,
get pictures,
man.
during high tide, the water is up here and the surf is pounding against this limestone cliff. And above that, where the pounding surf does not reach, you know, there would have at one time been a profile. You can see like where my cursor's going, but this has been receded because of the high energy waves washing against the limestone cliff. And they say that the profile of the limestone notch in the intertidal zone, note the positions of the steel pegs.
Like, come on,
So what
man.
they did was they drove these steel pegs into the limestone cliff, and then over a period of years, from 1953 to 1962, they measured the rate at which the limestone eroded and recessed relative to the steel pegs. And without going through all of this, we'll just say the lowest rods are a little above mean sea level and are covered daily. At this level, mean rate of erosion was 1 millimeter per year. I figure that it again is very close to estimates from limestone shores everywhere. Okay, so a millimeter. Okay.
So you got two measurements here. One is 0.5 millimeter per year, and the other one is like 1 millimeter per year. So then you can take that data and you can apply it. And again, this is shorelines, which you'd think it would be a far more savagely erosive environment than the Giza Plateau. But you can take those rates and you can then estimate like where the cut face of blocks would have been and how far back the erosion has recessed in limestone.
So how does that connect with the Sphinx? Now bear in mind, 1 millimeter per year. If we go back to the Sphinx, I'm going to jump back to that cross section. We can actually measure the rate. I mean, we can measure not the rate so much, the amount of recession. And this is actually works out that the whole thing is about 22 feet high. This works out to be a couple minimum conservative.
What, like old school computer games?
A couple of feet of limestone recession. So there's been at least.
Let's do the calculation. So we go. What's 2 feet? So
Oh my
it's 30
God, man.
centimeters.
All consoles, that's cool.
It's about right, yeah. 30 centimeters. 3 feet's 90 centimeters. So it's 30 centimeters. So 2 feet's 600. So a millimeter a year. 2 feet, 6,100. So yeah, I mean it's a millimeter a year. Is that 610 or is it millimeters? It is, yeah.
Just a couple of feet of limestone removed from what was almost
on
certainly
an
the
intertidal
original
zone.
quarry wall, right? Now, if I put in, let's say, 24 inches, and I divide by 0.39, that's 61 years it would take to remove the amount, that's at 1 millimeter per year, and this is a pounding surf, okay? Very high
I
energy
think it'd be
erosional environment.
610
Okay,
years.
so that would remove, it would take 61 years
No, 610 years.
roughly to remove 2 feet.
More than that at a millimeter a year?
What did I say?
Millimeter per year, yeah. So 10
Yeah.
millimeters in a centimeter. That's
39
Times 10.
divided by 24. Okay, I got in my hurry here. I didn't quite make the
It's so
conversion.
fucking
So,
laggy.
0.0. Okay, so we got 24 inches divided by
Yeah, 1 foot in 600 years.
9.
So 2 feet's
So that's
1200.
15 millimeters
not pages.
in 2 feet.
yeah. So 615 years.
Yeah, so 600. So I was off by an order of 10. I just. But hey, what's an order of 10?
Between friends.
It's only one order of magnitude. We don't need to worry about that. Okay, so that's 2 feet in that particular environment. But it gives us an idea. 600 years.
Of that kind of erosion happening constantly, that's what you're saying. Like a
Yes, yes.
Except that this couldn't have been well, probably wasn't.
No, it wouldn't
Yeah,
be.
it
But
just
it
jinxed
gives us
myself.
something to compare.
Shows how my brain works.
And
I hear a
let's
statement
see.
anyway.
If you're all direct estimates of the rate of erosion of intertidal rock surfaces give figures of quite different order. So 1 foot in 600 years, a mean rate of 0.5. So at this rate of 1 foot in 600 years, remove 2 feet, then it's going to take 1,200 years in an environment, a high energy erosion, intertidal erosional environment. So that gives us an idea. Let's see. Then another way.
Would sheet floods be faster or slower?
Well, there's 2 factors in it.
This is the one. This is the one.
Would be erosion by
I can
solution.
feel it.
Because again, if these waters were acidic at all, they're going to accelerate the rate of erosion.
Oh, I think I'm like
And the
too
other
far
factor is
back.
gonna be what's
I'm gonna
called
gamble. I'm gonna do it.
So in
Why?
other words, if
Fucking grenade ate my
water
fucking
has
input, man.
Maybe.
picked up sediment,
Come on.
it's abrasive sediment.
I think the theory, and this goes to Shock's theory, is that it was hundreds of years of, I mean, he talks about hundreds of years, if not thousands of years of heavy rainfall. I mean, you know, which makes sense. I mean, it's not going to, I think it's, unless it's like acid rain, which I'm not sure about either. It's potentially periods of that, if say a volcano erupted or something, gets massive rain, or there's fallout from an eruption or an impact or something. You could possibly get that solution scenario, but regardless, it's still. I mean, and then your wind and sand erosion is negligible, which he gets into. Like he gets into other studies of other erosional rates in limestone.
Oh,
in other scenarios. Just like whatever's just exposed to the air in like a rainy place. How long does that take? And so there's studies that have been done on this, and it's just a good starting point to say, okay, in coastal limestone, where it's getting pounded by surf every day, all the time. You get somewhere between half a millimeter to a millimeter a year of erosion.
And that abrasive sediment is sweeping along with it. That
I have no idea if it was paste or not.
is
It would have been
what's gonna
close.
Accelerate the rate of erosion as well. So how long would it take? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. But here's another interesting study. This was inscription legibility method for estimating rock weathering rates. So here's what they did. They looked at monuments, buildings, and rock surfaces, like in cemeteries and so on, that have names and dates carved into them. And these inscriptions become less legible in a quantitatively predictable manner as adjacent rock face recedes. Emery was the first to quantify rock surface recession rates from inscription legibility by noting that 3.2 millimeter deep carvings in the wave-washed calcareous limestones of La Jolla, California, were obliterated in 6 years. So then that's a faster. And here's this is way back from 1890. The weathering of certain limestones deduced from the observed extent of waste that had affected some dated tombstones.
Come on.
Here we had stones that had been carved out of solid, unweathered limestone at a given date recorded upon the tombstone itself.
Come on.
Side by side with the date was given by the hand of nature a fairly exact record of the amount of limestone that had been carried away in solution from the general surface of each of the tombstones in question. The mean of several observations gave as the rate of solution about 1 inch in 500 years. Now, this is in an environment that's probably got 40 to 45 inches of rainfall per year. So if you extend that over, a century or more, this is going to be eroding.
So 1 inch in 500 years. So if you go 24 inches, that's a lot. All right. But so yeah, if you go with 1 inch in 500 years, then for 2 feet of material with 48 inches of water a year, just by weathering,
That was a robbery.
that's 27,000 years.
Limestones at rates roughly comparable to what they would now be eroded. In other words, if we cut a fresh block of limestone and placed it out exposed to the weather and then measured how much
Alright, be right back.
was
And you
eroded
think
over a
Giza
period
gets
of time.
40-something inches
So
of
here
rain a
with
year?
this, so obviously
think
this
so.
is
Roll the
just
vape again,
basically
maybe?
sitting in normal weather.
That's what I'm doing.
The
There's a lot
purpose
of
of this
them
paper
out
is
there.
to present a few figures on the rate of solution of some limestone boulders in the Tennessee River at Watts Bar Dam. Since a limestone dissolves very slowly and almost unnoticeably to man, there is very little exact information on this subject. In 1912 through 13, the Corps of Engineers, United States Army, constructed a navigation dike. Now that's where you just build like a berm of boulders out into the river. But in case of free movement of the river water, as under Limestone Bluff, over the limestone on the bed of the river through open joints or seams, the rate is comparable. So here, with the bottom line is this: approximately 1/2 inch in 25 years.
So in a river.
Okay, so 25 years.
You
This
can do
is
the calculation.
water flowing continuously. So this is another high energy erosional environment flowing continuously over these blocks. So 25 years, that's going to be 8. So 1/2 inch. If we're going to, move a
48
1/2 inch in 25 years, and we've got 2 feet. Well, then you've got 48 times 25, or 1,200 years
Of flowing
of water
right?
continuously flowing over these limestone blocks. So from
Cheers,
this,
stick me out.
it's interesting to try to wrap our heads around. Which is exactly right. And many authorities have attributed such erosion to a wetter period during the Pleistocene.
During the Pleistocene, as is Giza, because we know that Giza was like 7,000 or 8,000 years ago was when it was actually lush and verdant and had rainfall. So it was actually in the Holocene, but it changed to a desert in the Holocene. It ran through the end of the Pleistocene, which means that water action of any significance probably ceased at least 4,000 years ago. And this was 1960, so we have a better idea, I think, these days of when the climate changed in that region. But for sure, if you look at Egypt, it's totally water eroded. You can look at the Sahara, same thing. Like the Sahara was green and verdant. There were river valleys running through it. That's why I think the Sahara is one of the main places we should be looking. Because if you go with the idea that as I do, that there was a civilization that had built out the Nile Valley, it's possible that civilization also extended into the Sahara, because it was all livable, temperate, green space. It was like verdant. And it's only when the dynastic, so you have the kind of the hunter-gatherer-esque sort of pre-dynastic people that in the Neolithic time and into that early Holocene, that's the climate changes, and the only place you can live in that part of the world is the Nile Valley. So when the Egyptian dynastic civilization arose, they're going to be centered in the Nile Valley. And so they find some sites and these artifacts, and they renovate them, they reuse them, they obviously have a connection, a cultural connection to their ancestors. And that's the civilization emerges in the Nile Valley. But it does make you think, like, what is potentially under the sand of the Sahara today? Like, that's been buried and it's just buried these days, either at the bedrock level, in the, across the Sahara. Because if you go with the possibility that some of this existed during those more verdant times when it was a much more livable land, that civilization, the dynastics, there could be untouched stuff. I mean, there could be Assyrians, there could be, obelisks that have fallen over, just all that, just whole sites that could have been buried, like all sorts. Who knows what's there? And this is one of Hancock's points that he made, but didn't make this connection with it. But it's like that's one place that's never really been explored, like, very much at all. It's a huge part of the world that we have no real good way of looking beneath the sands to try and find spots to look at, and that's slowly changing. There's satellite-based stuff now that is quite targeted, that can actually look reasonably below the ground. I actually know some people that have time on these satellites that are looking for targets to try and scan, but you can't just like scan a massive area. You have to pick a specific spot to look at, and it's an idea. It's one of the things that I want to get into in the book. But I think that would be a really interesting investigation, particularly if you can do it from space and no one can stop you.
you never know what we might find under there. I think that's one of the areas of opportunity for this stuff. So it's interesting, right? I just think if you look at the flow of civilization after that climate change in Egypt, it's totally understand why it's in the Nile Valley. And the sites that we know of as these ancient Egyptian sites are pretty much all in the Nile Valley. It's because that's the place where people would live, and civilization grew up around that. And if those sites were there already, they were renovated, reused, rebuilt, blah, blah, blah.
For example, the valley on the west side of the Nile at Luxor.
Okay, what else we got? So 1960 geomorphology, it seems easier to relate landforms in many deserts to earlier wetter periods than to present conditions. Hume gives photograph after photograph of steep-sided valleys in limestone and sandstone country in Egypt, which are obviously of water-cut form, many of them containing caves from which springs probably issued at an early period. The same author has also many illustrations of closely spaced badlands types, valley patterns on impervious, igneous or metamorphic rocks in the same region. Indeed, the chief impression on viewing the Mount Sinai Massif from the Gulf of Suez is of the gash sides of the Stark Mountain Pass. Interesting. And this is actually, there's a lot of this is modern repair, right? This is modern repair in there, it looks like. But this pit that's here is actually this big granite block that
some big blocks.
thank you for that.
So there's a shaft here too.
This is it's covered, but there's actually this big granite block that runs underneath the wall of the Sphinx temple, and it goes into a shaft here that we don't know how deep it is, and this actually has these other granite blocks like hammered into it, and there's a channel block like beneath it. It has this inset sort of channel block. It's like it goes down and in, and then at the bottom it's got this like a channel, a half circular channel. And then on top of it, in the inset, they've hammered down these granite blocks. So this is all granite. It's just covered in mud right now, but it's been hammered into it. And then you have these like post holes.
It is.
Let's see if Christian fills it up.
Underneath this block.
Yeah, there'll be a channel underneath it.
Makes you wonder where would this take the nipples be?
Alright.
So there must be something.
Yeah, he's doing
Yeah, he's stuffing his hand in there. Yeah.
Right, but does it go down?
It probably does,
Yeah.
yeah.
And that's the thing, like these shafts, we don't know what goes
The
down.
other side of that granite block. It's a big single piece of granite. Yeah.
So this is like a sump where it would fill up and it would go into it. And go. Yeah, I see it.
It is kind of wet.
Will come down this?
Is it totally?
This is the sewer system, and they always label it like a sewer system.
And this
The
is
Robert
all
Temple
bedrock.
thinks it could have been a rope guide. I mean, this actually could have been like a cable guide if you had a counterweight system. If you're lowering something down a shaft and you have shafts on both sides of that block, which is what it looks
Huge
like,
marks on the bottom one.
you could use them to
Yeah.
maybe lower something on the other side. And yeah, so this is like the corner of this temple. So you see up here, this is where they built like the Middle Kingdom. They built a temple structure on top of the corner of the Sphinx temple when it was already buried. And then you have, this is the modern walkway that they put in here. This is probably modern masonry. This is the access to the Sphinx enclosure up here. It was really cool getting in here. I'd never been in here before. This would be a cool little video too to make, right? A short video. Should write that down.
Yeah. Yeah, why not use this as the wall? Why would you build this?
Yeah, why would you build a 60 cubic meter place?
Yeah.
Okay. Pretty nice little short video. They actually had a new lock on there and they had to keep it. So yeah, it's a bedrock wall on the left. That's right. So these are all the cornice blocks that are on the other side. These are all the cornice blocks that were up on the top of the structure, and they're all hidden. So you can't see it from the outside. You see how there are those people out here behind this gate. See, they turn the interesting side of them to the inside. You can't see them. And this is one on its side, so the same cornice here. And you just all you're looking at is at the back of the blocks here. You can't really see. You can kind of there's one little hole on the side between these blocks. You can kind of look down here and see it, but you have to actually get in here with a special permission to actually see this stuff like this. It's super consistent too. I mean, you just look down the line of this, and these are like fabric, these are all machine made. Here's another one that's had the top of it snapped off. Heckin' windy. And this is the outer wall of the Valley Temple. So Sphinx Temple, Valley Temple, Valley Temple on the left, Sphinx Temple on the right. And you can see this was all cased in granite too. You can see the insets from where the granite blocks were. Kind of looks like the same deal here with the bedding planes have been aligned with the bedrock. From the blocks, these are cut blocks from the bedrock that probably came from the Sphinx enclosure or thereabouts. I mean, there's more blocks here than you probably get out of the Sphinx enclosure, but you know, you can see the deep insets where these granite blocks were inset into the wall on the outside, and they're all gone now. I mean, there's little bits of granite here and there, but see this too, like this is, you know, inset blocks into the ground inside the Sphinx Temple. Who knows what's beneath it? Capping something. Don't know. Obviously there's some water and things in here. This is that channel block, one end of it. This is on the other side actually, so this is on that wall facing the Valley Temple. So that channel block we were looking at before is on the other side of the Sphinx Temple. What would that be? The northern side. This is the southern side. And these blocks are in here now. We don't really know what's beneath it. And these are the very strange sort of bedrock shapes that are carved in. They're in front of these big standing pillars. They all have these indentations into the bedrock. See this? And it's just this really bizarre kind of array of bedrock carvings. You see bedrock nubs as well, like where it's all shaped. This is all bedrock. And then this is the. So we were trying to figure out the flow of the water, and it seems to be tilted out. Robert Temple says that it's tilted in.
That's all I got.
Watch it after.
We are at the park today, the headquarters, the disorder headquarters, and get a good practice session, getting ready for Budapest, which is the last Olympic qualifier event. Look at the bins right there. We're right here keeping it alive, keeping it in the family. Got the boys here alive.
Yo, Goose. I like Goose.
Been skating a lot lately, a lot of practice.
I
A
am,
lot of sessions at P-Rod's Park, been ripping with that guy.
you know,
Watching him still skate in person is insane. The other day I was there,
my,
he was training the set. I swear he did it like 10 times in a row down the left.
I don't know, man. I have no idea.
Switch heel tail, switch heel out, like every drop. Such a legend.
When I started seeing this girlfriend, my now current ex,
Before this section,
I liked her a lot,
random A-frame
and she said right away she wants like exclusivity, and I liked her so much. I'm like, yeah, like let's do it.
from that practice
I'd love
runs
to.
to the contest.
I think it depends on the person. It's too early. You're still here. Depends on the person. 100% depends on the person. But like I'm okay, man. I'm not like Just sucks. She became different, man. So it's like I'm already like missing. I've already been missing who she was and who like I wanted her to be for some time. You know what I mean? Pretty crazy to think about. It's like I've already been missing that person. You know? Alright, let's get this SAPB. Thanks, brother.
First try. First try, come on. What was your first try?
I got it, first speed.
Sorry.
Mid-run or into run when your legs are tired.
How the last contest go?
So the last one was a couple weeks ago. It was out in China. The contest was gnarly. We had to skate qualifier round, semi-final round the next day, and finals the day after that. And even like the semi-final felt like
Yeah, pretty much. Not to blame like her only, right? Like
everyone skated really good. I think it's 2 weeks will lead to Hungary. You're coming with me this time, so we get to film that one.
we were really different.
Out there to Hungary and
We were quite different.
see what we can do. See if we can finish off strong before the big games. We out here, Budapest, Hungary. Last stop, Olympic qualifiers. Nice for you to join.
Like I already feel better in a lot of ways.
Find us some spots, skating around the city. I've already been here for a few days, a couple days of practice. Trying to get some flips. Benches.
First try?
Woo! So tall. My legs are kind of rose. You like my pants?
Get his back.
Oh.
No way. Huh. Wow, our first clip. We got one. Actually, I've already got a few, but you missed them.
It was my birthday weekend. It was my birthday.
Happy 30th.
Let's go. You want the ducks in there? You want the duck?
Yeah.
Give it a try.
Front blunt. Kick the nose manny. And then we'll try to get tack.
That was good. That was good.
Greedy. Sweaty.
It's a fucking clown show.
Now we're here all day. We didn't even something was off. Yes, first name, last name, and all. I met him at the skate park the first day, and that was one of the first things I saw there was real dedication. This feels lame. Yes, sir. There you go, smart man. Today, we've got the first day of qualifying. It's pretty brutal out here, but we're actually getting blessed with this cloudiness today. Past days of practice were scorched. Yeah, feeling good out there. With legs on, a little sore from yesterday. Of course.
Man, he had like ACL surgery, eh?
Spots. Mella's
Like a year ago or 2 years ago.
tired and sore, but
Now he's fucking
that's the
back
scary
competing.
What can you do? What can you do?
Come on. Come on.
Houston. Half-cap crooked grind on the big hubba. Tray flip. From 180 nose grind. Gap to back lip all the way off that bump. Back to Houston. Half-cap crooked grind. Nollie heel. Tray flip. Fakey flip the bump to bump. Switch frontside flip. Gap to back lip. Ooh, going for that nollie back 180 nose grind. Gnarly one. You know, make some noise for Nigel Houston.
Blew it. I'll do a couple, guys, but your boy food. Alright, let's get out of here. Alright, my name's Gyges. We got good news and bad news. The bad news is I didn't make the finals. The good news is I'm skating with all my bros in Budapest. I also didn't make the finals, so. It's the real winner's circle right here. Alright, so we got good news and bad news. Good news is, go skate day today. We're gonna go out and get some clips. Bad news is, boys right here did not make the finals. This dude, at least you landed him on the clip. I blew it out there. I really blew it out there. But we're in the streets instead. We're in a good city, so we're gonna find some good spots, get some good content. Let's get it. You heard it here first, folks. Go skate day. I didn't even know. I feel like my skateboarder self got degraded by not knowing it was go skate day. That's fun. I think I lost count of go skate day like when I was like 16, because every day is go skate day. But I'm hyped, we're here. National Surf Day. The fuck? Gotta give a shout out to whoever the homie is that gave me this shirt at the last contest in Shanghai. I told him I like this shirt, and he just took it off his back. So, whoever you are, thank you. Bob Marley. It goes. Big nature guy, huh?
Alright, where we going next?
2.4 miles. About a 20-minute skate.
You're crazy.
That'd be insane if L White Goose was actually R White Goose.
We might as well check at least the spot.
That would be insane. I don't know, I'm reconsidering my strategy. Like, this is a good start, but I have no ammo. I don't know.
That was the most fried thing I've ever seen.
We did have almost a couple completions running it. We'll play this a bit more. I think we can get a completion with it, like 100%. This is fucking really ideal. No, really? Come on, man. Imagine getting arrested in Hungary for skating. Or like Korea. Pretty scary. So laggy. So many grenades, man. Too laggy. Why? It's so slow. That was so slow. Oh, nice, man. Heck yeah, buddy. Don't need that often. Yeah. That sounds sick, dude. My body processes cheese pretty well. Should I continue this? I might as well. It's not fast, though.
Maybe a little more proper with the Gatling, but still, it's not bad.
Yeah. Nice, dude. Fuck. Oh, the run? Nah. It wasn't, Thanks, man. It wasn't that fast, though. I don't know. I don't know if it was faster than my PB. We're doing... That's essay. As you know, obviously. Fucking hell. I love the passion though, man. Thanks, brother. Oh, come on.
Alright, it's been a long one. Last spot of the day. I was trying to get a backstep for the clip down this, but
Like, why? It's like, fuck off, man.
let's get it. One more clip.
Chug a beer? After the glass open, sure.
Same guy as last time. Roll. Alright, well, is that ledge cool up?
This video is so cool, man. Like, look at where you're skating, bro. Wow.
Long ass day.
Was a long one. Good go skate day. Good shit today, boys. Clips.
He's the GOAT.
Ray's got his contest tomorrow. Luck still out here getting clips. Tomorrow we'll film the boys skate. Get out and hit a couple more things. Go. Alright, show the camera. I got us to 4 Gyges. 2. Yeah.
Like, he filmed a video part while, like, in between the competition. Like, that's insane.
So we got 2 days left of the clip. Saturday. I'd be lying if I said I'm not bummed that I'm not skating today.
To film, like, a part. At least a video. Like a ledge part.
I try to tell myself that, like, when it comes down to it, it's not always easy to land a hard run. Two tries. Even if we have 3 tries, it's just annoying to, like, even though I was feeling so good on my board, no injuries, feeling healthy, mentally feeling healthy, and then just still messed up.
Come on, so laggy.
Tricks that I feel like I should have been able to support the boys. We got Race out there. We got Braden. We got Jocelyn. So semifinals today and the finals tomorrow. But yeah, we got the boys out there gonna go support. Wish I was out there.
mean, we're getting attempts. Yeah, that was like really fast.
Nice try. Cab then all the way over. And a cab back with a big. Yeah, big spin front. Putting all four down. Almost get the roll away. Oh my God, almost completing the flip. Oh, yo, make some noise for Chris Jocelyn.
Come on.
All right, make some noise for
What?
Jake
Like,
Maloney.
come on, dude.
Wow, huge kick. God, that is gnarly. Sasaki.
I'm cool with how tall it is, but makes it bad because the ground is a little free. We'll see what our other options are. Alright, sit myself down this thing.
You.
Thank you. Of course.
Hi. What did you just give you?
Show them all the photos you have.
Hold on. All these photos. I have 25 photos.
That's the first one.
The first one was in
I thought you were gonna have to chug there.
Park.
True or faith?
Damn, right.
Oh, like, no, like, come on. Like, get out of here.
Revenue.
I don't think it opened. I don't think it opened. It definitely didn't open. Sorry, get your hopes up.
Quick fail. Quick fail. I'm gonna try to do it.
What's up, my dude? What's up, bro? What's going on?
How you doing, brother?
Chilling.
He's so good, man. Oh, please, game. Please, game. Please, game. I have no health. I think I'm too far back for the glass, too. Well, there you go, my friend. That's one.
And finally, representing Japan, that have secured a spot for the 2024 Olympic Games in Paris.
Last one, guys. I'm getting at finals for Beast, as ever. Just got done watching. Yuto went crazy. He secured his spot. Not only won the contest, but also secured his spot over a couple of other Japanese dudes, which was not easy to do. But shit, I always say if there's anyone to put in a clutch moment like that, it's him. You can just tell the way he handles the pressure is so good. It's insane. We solidified our spot for the Olympics.
Let's go.
It's gonna be epic. I'm hyped to be out there.
Looks like Dawson made it.
Yeah, I'm very hyped. Jocelyn made it. He's gonna be good vibes out there. Sick to have a dude out there like that who really brings more of a street skater vibe to the contest, and always good energy, always hyped up, always going big. Yeah, man. Right now we are making use of our last day here in Budapest. We just came to check out this random mountain spot. Clearly water all over it, so we happened to stumble across a great rail over there. We're gonna go check that thing out and try to get some clips on this last day. Probably the best spot we've found here yet.
in the Danube.
Yo, Miller, where we at? Motherfucking Budapest on the river. Going up.
Yo, this video's amazing.
That's it, dude.
He's so fucking cool, man. That was weird, he stopped running. That was so strange.
What? Why?
We're gonna watch my favorite video of 2024. Okay, maybe not my favorite. I think Jamie Foy's videos are probably my favorite, but what the fuck is it called? FP Insoles Puerto Rico. Beer. We're close to a PB. We're like really close to a PB. A 50-pointer. We're close to a 50-pointer. The music gets better. Wow. Oh, what? Why? Like what? Come on, man. Yo, Ninja Lifestyle, what's up, brother? What's up, man? How are you, dude? One time? Yeah, really. Yo, what's up, Ninja? How are you, man? Thanks, brother. Fucking legend. Yeah, we're watching the Puerto Rico part that FP and Souls did back in like January of 2024. Yo, did you see Gyges Budapest vlog video release? We can watch it again. It was that good. It was so good. It was really good. You saw Nigel? Yeah, you saw it. In this video, while you reviewed it? Oh, it was lurking. Oh, on the side. Yeah, nice. Yeah, bro. Oh my god, I think I just like I mean, tricks are amazing too, but I like just the spots. Puerto Rico. What's up, Ninja? How are you, man? Hey, I appreciate you being here, brother. I've been watching a lot of Glitch Cat the last few days. There was like a level submission contest, and he was playing unique Kaizo levels. There was 28 levels. It's pretty cool. ROM Hack Race is about to start too, actually. We're close to a PB. We're playing Secret Agent Ninja. I think this is a pretty good run. Come on. Oh, this game, bros. It's fine. Thanks for the bits, man. I appreciate that a lot, buddy. I did this podcast, Xmas party. Don't want to leave the house. We want the Xmas foods. I hear you, man. How you feeling, man? You were sick the last like week. I missed the podcast yesterday. What was I doing yesterday? I think I slept. I think I took a nap. What the Xmas food? Oh yeah, you reviewed this video. I'm such an idiot. God, I'm such moron, dude. You reviewed this fucking video and I'm like here telling you about it like an idiot. Once I forget also. I remember you specifically, I think for the last trick, I can't remember what you said, but we're on the verge of a personal best. It's very likely. It's very hopeful. It's not likely, but it's potentially. Yo, ninjas, that was a sick kickflip 5-0. The kids in the background. Yo, that was sick. That was a great video, man. It was a great trick. Like ceramic tile. Wow. Insane. Oh my god, how much more? Oh, there's a bunch more. Yo, you see Doug Desautel's put a health update video of a surgery. It's 5 minutes. We can watch that after. I haven't seen it yet. Fuck this, man. We'll watch that after. Oh, no way. Bro, did you see the size of his fucking back? Like, that he put in the video like a couple weeks ago? Holy shit. Pardon my language. Yo, Robbie with the fucking, the 5. The fucking big flex. What's up, man? Thanks for the raid, brother. Good, he's gonna get fixed. Yeah, man. Yo, Robbie, buddy. What's up, man? We're watching that same video that we used to watch from Puerto Rico from early in January this year. What's up, Robbie? What's up, man? Thanks for the raid. What are you playing? Oh, this is fast. Come on. Yeah, we knew that was not gonna happen. Yo, Robbie, thanks, man. I appreciate that, dude. Minesweeper clone, that's cool.
Joking, maybe.
Rocket League, nice. Robbie's quite good at Rocket League. Oh, come on, bro. Like, bro.
Had to sign waivers to skate. So.
Come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on, man. Yo, what's up, Liquid Laser? Never seen it once. Oh, yeah. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. I've never seen a 112. 113. I think he's never seen a 113. It's all good. I ain't never seen a 113. I never will. Yeah. Right in the fucking head. My insane pace. It's this one right here. No, wait. We can watch that after.
What's up, YouTube, and welcome to Skater. Today we're driving to the medical center. Today we get surgery on my back, and I'm wearing my Chuggy jacket. You guys can cut me out. So that Chuggy, cut.
Yo, what's up, Liquid Laser? Welcome.
Back fixed. We'll correct it or whatever. Bumper moved.
We have AI bots in here.
And yeah, getting it taken off.
Who we want to talk? We have a Lockwood bot.
So I'm nervous, but I'm anxious to get it done and get past it. It's part of life. And yeah, that's where we're going now, on the way there. I guess it's about that time.
2 hours later.
Alright, we're done. I'm out of the hospital. I'm feeling pretty loopy, and I don't know what to do next. But the bump is gone, and yeah, I'm a little off. My throat hurts, and yeah, we're gonna start healing now.
Holy fuck, dog looking rough.
8 days in surgery, and I've been recovering home. It's been getting better each day, and it hasn't been awful, just uncomfortable and annoying.
He was looking rough in that car. I've never seen 111, never fucking will. Aww. Oh no, true. Oh, that's painful. Oh, that is some serious banter right there.
I had a lot of questions about my stitches and other stuff, but the surgeon had to go and leave or go to another surgery, so he didn't have time to break it down for me. So I'm asking a lot of questions.
Fucking hell, man.
I don't know much.
It's like, is this really actually faster? I don't know.
My throat after surgery hurt a lot. I'm pretty sure it was probably.
I'm sure it is. I've had a lot of really close friends.
The I had in surgery was my throat. One thing I remember before surgery is that they rolled me into the operating room and they gave me oxygen. And when they gave me oxygen, I heard the guy ask what time I got in here. And he said, I forget what time he said, but he said anesthesiology for 1 minute after. So I knew he already gave me, so I knew it was going to be lights out. And I remember the oxygen in my face being really cold. And then I woke up at the hospital, drunk. And it's pretty crazy. Like it felt like no time they roll off, but they got me to my car quickly, and we went to eat In-N-Out. So I couldn't eat it all before surgery.
Meadows.
So as soon as I could eat, we went to In-N-Out. I got a meal over there. Delicious. I enjoyed that a lot. The nurse told me to go home and rest, and then I
Yeah,
couldn't
for
take any
sure.
shower at all. And I have to do a sponge bath if I want to shower.
Yeah, like I'm going for a top 50 time right now. Like right now, my strats. It's to get like a top 50 time. So it's a highly probable of occurrence. What?
I was supposed to ice it, but I never got around to icing it. I don't feel like I needed it. I was chilling, just hanging out, and Molly.
So it's like it's pretty relaxed stream here right now.
And I do have a bag. Let me see. I'll show you guys. I got a bag. I keep it. In my
We're not at like Lockwood Energy right now.
And it's different. It's kind of gross, but it's pretty. Put them in my bag. It's got a tube. And yeah, it drains fluids or blood.
Oh, dude, what the fuck is that, Doug, bro? That was gross. Like a bag of blood. Did you see that? What the fuck was that? Sorry, Doug. Holy shit.
I mean, I can't see it, but I'm gonna ask them to take a photo of me before they wrap it up again. And yeah, stay tuned for the next update, and hopefully we keep going forward. You know, we keep getting better, and I'm not
Thanks, brother.
it, but we'll be getting soon. I think once I get the
I follow every follower, so I'll follow you back.
I think once I get healed and the stitches are gone, I can start skating. But right now, I can't do any activities. And yeah.
I do a bunch of stuff. I lift weights. I play like Breath of the Wild. I play Mega Man on NES. Mega Man 3 to 6. Oh, fuck me, man. Trackmania. This is so slow.
I don't thank all of you for all the support. I appreciate it. And with you and Molly, I couldn't have done this. Like I didn't want to do it, but Molly really pushed me.
I mean, it might still be pace.
And then I've got a lot of friends supporting me and still online, and I really appreciate all you guys. Thank you very much for helping me get through this. And stay tuned for part 3 coming soon.
I don't think it's pace. I don't think it was pace anyways. Where'd he come from, man? That's too bad. I don't think it was pace anyways. It wasn't like a spectacular run. Like, where did he come from? I looked way down that hall.
Okay, it shows that we are live. Hi everybody, today is Saturday, December 21st, the winter solstice.
I don't know, I can't do this guy. I can't do an hour of this guy's face. I love this guy, but I just can't do it like this.
Welcome to History for Granite. Join me to explore ancient Egypt. Please subscribe, and together we'll uncover secrets from the past written in stone. The unique shape of the bent pyramid has always made it an easy target for modern explanations that the structure must have been a failure one way or another. As potentially the first enormous pyramid constructed with smooth faces rather than stepped terraces, criticism of the two-angled slope could normally be dismissed as a historian's fallacy. This fallacy is the assumption that decision-makers of the past had the same information that we do in the present. The relevant context is that the builders of the bent pyramid were the first to make a smooth-faced pyramid, and so later pyramids without a change in slope were not a factor in its design. Just because the straight version of a pyramid became popular afterwards doesn't mean the bent pyramid was a compromise or failure in its time. However, the pharaoh Snefru, who commissioned the bent pyramid, also had other pyramids constructed, including the red pyramid located nearby. Egyptology's limited framework assumes building the colossal red pyramid required the intent of burying a king inside, and so the earlier bent pyramid must have been inadequate in the eyes of Pharaoh Snefru. The logic then follows that if the bent pyramid was an inadequate burial place, any
really
aspect
slow,
of its
though.
design can be interpreted through the lens of failure. The narrative of a failed pyramid is useful to academics who enjoy taunting people with superstitious or fanciful beliefs about ancient Egypt. Archaeologist Kenneth Fetter calls the bent pyramid a monstrosity, claiming the builders had trouble piling up rocks. And even Egyptologists can't resist a bit of mockery, as seen by Chris Naughton in a recent TV show.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that this probably wasn't how the pyramid designers originally intended this pyramid to look.
If you've watched this channel before, you already know such statements will look rather foolish by the end of this video. But in fairness to Chris and Ken, they probably haven't studied Old Kingdom pyramids and are simply repeating conventional wisdom from over half a century ago. Last year, I began a detailed study of the bent pyramid's casing stones, and this work remains in progress. However, I've seen enough to say there's no evidence the bent pyramid experienced structural failure as it was built. In this video, we're going to see the bent pyramid like it's never been seen before. Only by getting up close and personal with the physical evidence can we reveal secrets hidden in plain sight for thousands of years. This structure was not an experiment gone wrong, it was a crowning achievement of Pharaoh Snefru. Yet even if we prove this is the case, how can the red pyramid following afterwards not be interpreted as some inadequacy of the bent pyramid? As you'll find out, there's a lot more mystery at Darshur than ancient Egyptians learning how to pile up rocks. First, let's start with the easy stuff regarding the interior of the bent pyramid. The upper chamber appears frightfully eroded, and so one might assume a failure occurred there. This basic observation is often transformed into poor assumptions, as Chris Naughton will now demonstrate.
Then at a certain point in the construction, cracks start to appear. In the burial chamber.
It's important to emphasize we simply don't know when cracks occur inside or outside of pyramids in almost every circumstance. Unless ancient Egyptians made repairs or some extraordinary situation offers insight, there's 4,500 years for damage to have occurred. Furthermore, while the upper chamber of the bent pyramid is in ruin, there are no substantial cracks which could be interpreted as serious compromise. Certainly nothing like the enormous cracks we see in the passages of the red pyramid, where almost every lintel is split in two, nor like the king's chamber of the great pyramid, where a single fracture crossed every beam in the ceiling. In contrast, the upper chamber of the bent pyramid contains no large fractures, but rather the flaking of individual corbels which make up the ceiling. If you compare the present condition of the corbels to the red pyramid, it's easy to see why one might call the bent pyramid's chamber ceiling inferior. However, contrasting Tura limestone blocks inside pyramids is never an apples-to-apples comparison. The white limestone which makes up pyramid casing and chambers looks homogeneous as it is quarried, but thousands of years of weathering reveals that the durability varies significantly. Here you can see how specific casing stones on the bent pyramid all greatly eroded in the same way. Stones with this erosion pattern only occur on a few lower courses of the pyramid, and they were probably quarried together. Other nearby blocks remain almost as perfect as the day they were set into place. The variability in limestone quality and atmospheric agents inside two different pyramids is more than enough to explain why some blocks have weathered more than others. Furthermore, some damage to the upper chamber of the bent pyramid is due to quarrying, as seen by chisel marks in numerous places. Reshaping corbels compromises them structurally and precipitates further erosion. Why the ceiling of the upper chamber was recut and why the floor was elevated with a false work of wooden logs remains unclear, but even Egyptology has given up on the idea that these specific alterations were made with the intent of increasing structural stability. Peter James is an engineer who conducted repairs on Old Kingdom pyramids, and he claims the corbel overhangs in the Bent Pyramid and Meidum Pyramid were too aggressive. But the Red Pyramid's corbels are only 2 to 3 centimeters shorter, and it's unclear if this is sufficient to diagnose a problem based upon the observable information. The Great Pyramid further shrank its corbel overhangs, despite the Red Pyramid corbels holding up perfectly. What is clear is that while the upper chamber has suffered from the ravages of time, it remains as structurally sound as it was thousands of years ago, with tourists entering daily. Now let's move on to the next misconception about the Bent Pyramid, which is that the superstructure has subsided on its foundation. This idea was first proposed by Italian researchers Margioglio and Rinaldi in 1964. They were searching for an explanation as to why there would be a 30-centimeter dislocation in the descending corridor next to an anomalous joint. This joint is continuous around the entire passage, which is not typical for pyramids. They proposed the Bent Pyramid was enlarged from the continuous joint to the casing, and that this girdle of stone subsided into the ground, causing the dislocation. This explanation is still presented today in modern publications and documentaries, and here's Egyptologist Mark Lehner to give us an example.
That's the start to the pyramid of 60 degrees. It's slipping and sliding because he's building on the natural desert surface. And so he puts a casing or a girdle around it at 54 degrees. But now the pyramid's getting really huge. As he's going up at 54 degrees, they're still having problems.
These failures are then used to justify the bent pyramid requiring a change of angle to reduce weight and lower the risk of collapse. Egyptologist Peter Brand elaborates.
This would reduce the number and weight of the stones at the top of the pyramid, and therefore put less stress on these cracks that had already begun developing.
This simple explanation faces an enormous problem. Again, there is insufficient evidence for when any crack or flaw may have developed in a building that is over 4,500 years old. The descending passage failure probably happened at least twice, because there's 3 centimeters of stone dressed smooth on the protruding ceiling. Who knows when or why the subsequent slippage occurred? But while the bent pyramid may have had a short passage section which slipped a little, the outside of the pyramid shows no signs of subsidence. Engineer Peter James, who studied and repaired the pyramids of Egypt a decade ago, writes of the bent pyramid, quote, "The pyramid did not appear to have any foundation movement," end quote. Having looked closely at the casing stones on all sides of the bent pyramid, I can confirm there's no visual evidence that the structure has subsided. For the story of a slipping mantle to be true, it would require the outer section of the pyramid to have moved exactly the same amount on all 4 sides. Far more likely is that the story of an unstable foundation for the bent pyramid was simply fabricated without evidence. There's never even been a scientific study of the foundation under this pyramid. The idea the bent pyramid was constructed with an outer mantle is also purely speculation. It hinges entirely upon a continuous joint in the lower and upper passages. It's all too easy to invent explanations about the pyramid which rely upon evidence that cannot be observed. So rather than imagining what happened inside the bent pyramid, let's look outside and see what stands before us. This is the exciting part, the miracle of a jigsaw puzzle that has survived the entire length of history. It offers a window into the past like nothing else on Earth. There's too much to see for one video, so we'll focus on parts which have been suggested as construction flaws. First, let's look at the
That's
horizontal
another beer.
courses of
No, I'm
casing
joking.
stones as they rise out of the pyramid. The lowest courses are nice and straight, but course 21 deviates substantially above the entrance. What can be mistaken for slippage, as I did years ago, is actually the lintel above the entrance shaped taller than its adjacent course. This course is already the tallest on the pyramid, but the builders wanted a little extra size above the
Yo,
chasm.
Robbie.
They had no qualms about breaking the horizontal plane of joints to do so. Here we have the first principle to hold in mind. The builders of the bent pyramid would allow blocks to become uneven in localized areas for various reasons. Here above the
What's
western
beyond the
entrance,
ice
course
wall?
50, you can see a similar phenomenon. The lintel above the entrance is a huge stone, but the builders cheated a bit to make it shorter than
Yeah,
the rest of
really?
the course. Did the builders reach a size limit for a stone so large, or is it mirroring the northern entrance in a more profound way? Whatever the case, having courses deviate from horizontal was not a problem. High above the pyramid's bend on the northern face, you can see this taken to the extreme. Entire courses become wavy and even deviate their height to separate and recombine. This phenomenon has been presented as evidence the pyramid is inferior and rushed in the upper slope. However, courses don't suddenly start appearing wavy in the upper section of the bent pyramid. There are many examples of courses deviating in the lower section. This is not caused by masonry slipping because the unevenness is localized by course. Stones above and below uneven coursework remain quite straight. The only vague pattern to this phenomenon is that the courses become less straight on average as you get higher up the pyramid. It has nothing to do with the bend itself, and it's what you might expect for a decreasing need for visual symmetry. Furthermore, you see courses deviate at the bottom of the red pyramid casing, and courses combining or separating at the bottom of the Mudun pyramid. Half a century later, at the top of Khafre's pyramid, the courses are straight at the top, but course deviation was part of all three large pyramids of Snefru. The obvious framework is that such imperfections were not a big deal, because nobody would ever see them. The pyramid was originally blindingly white in the sun, and you couldn't see the straightness of courses, especially up high. Here is a glimpse of the past on the northern face, where a casing stone has recently flaked. The freshly exposed limestone is so bright by comparison that it's unbelievable the entire pyramid was once this color. The visual effect of the sun reflecting the pyramid's surface is the second key principle to understand about its design. A year ago, I showed that on the northern face, the change in the pyramid's angle was cut directly into the casing stones themselves. The bend was therefore not a structural transition, but an aesthetic one. It didn't matter if the change in slope occurred between courses or in the middle of one, because the Egyptians understood that nobody would notice. And they were entirely correct. For over 4,500 years, nobody did notice. It wasn't seen until the year 2023, in which I made this observation for the first time. At first, I thought cutting the bend into the casing stones might have been done for expediency in the center of the pyramid, where they weren't as concerned with keeping the courses straight and level. The best building practice is to align the pyramid from the corners and work inwards. But here on the eastern face, the bend is cut into the casing stones, starting from a corner block itself. The design wasn't the builders losing their alignment over long distances. The bend was shaped independently into the casing stones from the very beginning. All that mattered was that the bend itself was straight, and the casing stone courses could deviate as they did elsewhere on the pyramid. Far below on the ground, all anyone would ever see is how light reflected differently on the two angles of the pyramid's face. The visual effect created an illusion of straight courses, even as the pyramid later fell into ruin. This brings us to the most important observation about the bent pyramid, the many patches found inserted into the surviving casing stones. The patches are also presented as evidence the pyramid was cracking as it was built. Researcher Franck Monnier writes, quote, "There is no doubt that the stone layers moved during construction, causing the splitting of many blocks, some of which are still in place with their cracks visible. The builders were
Oh, this is the one. This is the run. Come on, please.
fill the holes in with smaller blocks." End quote. I hate to repeat myself, but how again can anyone know when cracking occurred? Everyone is assuming the bent pyramid cracked during construction because that's the only way the story of a failed monument with a compromised upper half makes any sense. Examining the patches themselves reveal one surprise. There are thousands of them on each pyramid face, and it was no small job mapping them out. The biggest difficulty with the task is that the patched sections of the pyramid are also the most eroded. I believe this is due to runoff from rain becoming more frequently caught underneath the patches. You can see on the north face how erosion follows a large hole in the stones, even when the blocks remain intact. The casing stones are inclined slightly into the pyramid, and so rainwater entering a hole becomes trapped within gaps behind the blocks. These casing stones are thus surrounded by moisture for prolonged periods of time, and this permeates and damages the limestone. For casing stones that were never patched, this phenomenon is somewhat random. It depends upon a weak block opening a cavity into hidden gaps behind the casing stones that happens to trap water in a localized area. However, patched casing stones were particularly vulnerable to trapping water. Not only does every patch add more joints for water to seep in, but the patches
This is
don't
such a
have any
boring
outlets
video,
behind
sorry.
them for the water to
Sorry for
escape.
anyone
Therefore,
still
the
stuck here
inclined
watching
casing
this
stones
boring
cause
ass
water to
video.
seep behind the patches and become stuck between the casing stone and the patch. Consequently, in some areas of the pyramid, you can no longer distinguish the patching from original casing stones in eroded sections. Fortunately, the bent pyramid is huge, with plenty of intact masonry to make a comprehensive study. The casing stone patches roughly fall into two categories. First are small, shallow patches that are mostly found in the corners or edges of casing stones. They are usually shaped as thin rectangles or triangles with a tapered corner. Corners and edges are the most vulnerable, and this is where you would expect more patching to occur. Occasionally you see a small patch in the middle of a stone where perhaps a weak spot existed, but this is much less common. The other type of patching is a large repair that seems unrelated to a fragile edge. These patches go significantly deeper into the casing stones and tend to be more squared in shape. Large patches are typically limited in size as 2 rows per course of casing stone. They can overlap multiple courses and obscure the horizontal plane of a row of casing stones. Large patches will also have small patches affixed to their edges and corners from time to time. Notably, large patches are often inserted into natural bedding planes within the limestone of the casing. These bedding planes are not perfectly flat, and so the patches also drift a bit with them. Observe casing stones where patches have fallen out and the block behind remains in good shape. It reveals how the Egyptians carved 2 levels for large patches to rest upon. With thousands of patches, there are of course weird outliers, but this is enough to understand most of what is happening. Looking at the west face, here is a full distribution of the patches that I can see. My ability to spot small patches is diminished above the bend, but the total surface area highlighted is a good representation. Strikingly, the distribution of large patches shows something of a pattern. The patches are overwhelmingly concentrated between courses 20 and 45 and are located away from the corners of the pyramid. The north face of the pyramid is where my survey began, and I was slightly too aggressive in interpreting damage as patching. This is more of a rough draft, but you can clearly see how large patches concentrate in the center between courses 15 and 45. This was very similar to the distribution on the west face. Continuing work on the east face showed the same distribution of large patches. There must have been a common cause to create the same pattern on each face. I floated many ideas, from it being a byproduct of how the pyramid was constructed, to perhaps the source of limestone being lower quality during a middle stage of building the pyramid. My one certainty was that the large patches are not covering cracks caused by a shifting or sinking pyramid. The large patches are found in clusters, but this damage is not aligned in vertical fissures caused by the linear force of gravity. You can see heavily patched sections of the pyramid 1 or 2 courses tall, with perfectly intact masonry above and below. The east face is where we find the only 2 substantial vertical cracks in the casing stones. One starts at course 35, and the other perhaps as high as course 40. The tallest crack continues into a rarely preserved section of the casing at the bottom of the pyramid. It's next to the altar, and so everyone has seen it and drawn conclusions based on this outline. What's interesting about this crack, however, is that the alignment of casing stones is not displaced. If there was any vertical subsidence of blocks, it could only be measured in millimeters. The crack is notably patched all the way from the bottom to the top, and so it's a good contrast to other patching we've seen. At the very least, some large patches must have been inserted after most of the pyramid was built, because a crack of that length wouldn't appear until very late. But are we really to think that 1 or 2 cracks with almost no displacement would cause the Egyptians to redesign the bent pyramid? If these cracks were inspected and patched, it doesn't seem like there was cause for alarm. Remember how the joints between casing stones were allowed to drift because nobody would really see such imperfections? A non-displaced crack with a patch isn't visually different from afar. But don't worry, we won't need to guess how the Egyptians would have felt about patching it up. The large patches are unrelated to the construction process of the bent pyramid. Up high on the eastern face, an unmistakable clue leads us to the solution. Near the northeastern corner, an anomalous cluster of large patches is seen. The stones are well preserved around them, so we can make out the unique distribution of this patch group. Despite connecting in a line, these patches are not aligned vertically. They follow the tapered angle of the pyramid's corner, and there is no vertical crack reaching towards the ground. The trail of patches simply disappears below course 40. This is not damage caused by downward pressure. The stress on the stones is directed outwards, towards the corner of the pyramid. Remember Peter James, the engineer tasked with assessing the structural integrity of the pyramids? His conclusion on why a pyramid's casing stones would fall apart is that thermal expansion would eventually force them outwards and towards the corners. This is why on the bent pyramid we can see that the corners are the most damaged, even up high above where any quarrying by looters would have been practical. Thermal expansion occurs when the limestone fluctuates in temperature between day and night. But if the stones are tightly joined, there is more expansion than contraction. The stones thus slowly move in a direction of least resistance, and this is outward from the pyramid and towards the corners. Peter James writes, quote, "Multiply this endless movement by the number of days that the pyramid has been erected, and you have the reason why all the outer casing has moved to the extremities where it has buckled." End quote. As Peter points out, this movement is a very slow and gradual process. The damage does not occur suddenly during construction, like a growing pyramid slipping from a steep angle or weak foundation. The cumulative effect of thermal expansion takes decades, centuries, and even millennia to damage the casing stone. Have another look at the distinct pattern of large patches on the bent pyramid. In 2014, a documentary team for PBS conducted a full LiDAR scan of the bent pyramid, trying to determine if it was structurally compromised. To visualize the pyramid's movement, they placed a flat blue plane over each face to highlight displacement, and here is what they found.
And what we can see here in this center section, these stones are actually pushed out from that plane. So the bent pyramid is bulging on this face in that central section.
The distribution of large patches matches extremely well with the bulging of the pyramid on each face. Notably, the preserved northeastern corner also has the casing stones moving outward. Above the large patches in the corner, you can see another damaged section with the exact same pattern from thermal expansion. This damage must have come later and was not patched, and it gives a good visualization as to what the ancient Egyptians were fixing. Thermal expansion could barely have started during pyramid construction, and it proves that the patching has nothing to do with compromise or structural instability. In fact, the large patches prove the bent pyramid was an enormous success, which was revered for the ages. It was repaired over time to maintain a perfect reflective surface for the sun. Wavy joints and superficial cracks were not a concern, and the patches were not covering damage caused by subsidence. There was
This is
no
fast.
subsidence.
Come on, baby,
There is no
please.
reason remaining to think the bent pyramid was in trouble during its construction. Having eliminated physical damage as a cause for concern when constructing the bent pyramid, what of the remaining argument that the red pyramid is proof of its inadequacy? This argument hinges on enormous assumptions about the construction timeline for these two pyramids. The only hard data we have is the graffiti left on a few casing stones, which indicate the year of reign for Pharaoh Snefru. For the bent pyramid, we actually have 0 dates, only its valley temple is dated with count 15. The red pyramid was found with counts 15 and 16 near its foundation. The Meidum pyramid has a much larger sample of counts, mostly 13 through 17 near the bottom as well. Finally, an outlier of count 24 was found in the rubble on the east side of the red pyramid. This is not nearly enough information to draw conclusions, especially since we don't know if all the Snefru pyramids were built using a stepped core first, and perhaps the outer casing placed at a final stage. The only substantial argument in favor of the red pyramid evolution from the bent pyramid has to do with the alignment of their respective casing stones. The essence of this analysis involves how the earliest pyramids of the Third Dynasty were designed. Originally, all blocks making up a stepped pyramid leaned inward, perhaps as a stability enhancement. These inclined blocks were set up as accretion layers as the pyramid was expanded out and up. The core stepped structure of the Meidum pyramid is also built this way, according to a single study from over a century ago. Neither the red pyramid nor the bent pyramid are made with inclining layers inside their superstructure as far as we can see. The core blocks in both pyramids are laid in flat horizontal layers for the backing stones, and we can't see any deeper than that. The difference between them is the casing stones of the bent pyramid are inclined inwards, whereas the few surviving casing stones at the bottom of the red pyramid are laid perfectly horizontal. A common mistake is to believe the inner stones of the bent pyramid are also inclined, and indeed this is how it is misrepresented in mainstream documentaries. The casing stones of the bent pyramid are so large that often when one is broken, you're still looking at the remainder of it stuck on the structure. It's difficult to get the right angle to see the change in inclination, but here is one that should do the trick. If only the casing stones are inclined, this has a negligible effect on the inward pressure or overall stability of the structure. Only the casing stones themselves would be affected by this slightly different design. Fortunately, the casing stones are the one thing we can see, and they don't appear to be suffering anything other than thermal expansion. In fact, Peter James states the inward inclination of the casing at the bent pyramid would make it more resistant to thermal expansion than later pyramids.
Get the fuck
Let
out
me
of here.
emphasize that we don't know why the casing stones at the bent pyramid are inclined. It could be a legacy tactic for stability, it could be related to how they're cut or installed, it could be spiritual. The answer is unclear. The inclination of the bent pyramid casing is rather haphazard, varying from 5 to 13 degrees inward from course to course in the lower section. Above the bend, however, the casing of the bent pyramid becomes less tilted and is closer to 3 degrees of inclination, according to measurements in 1839. Amazingly, that's the most recent data on this subject. It is the flattening of the casing stones that underpins the theory of architecture evolution from the bent pyramid to the red pyramid. The pyramids built for kings after Snefru also keep the casing stones flat and horizontal where we can still find them. There is no arguing against the fact that leaning stones inward was the old way, and level pyramid courses is the new way. Egyptology then extrapolates this as the bent pyramid used the old way in the lower section and the new way in the upper section. The few casing stones at the bottom of the red pyramid being level is then offered as evidence that the red pyramid design was further evolved. But if there's one lesson of the bent pyramid, it's that you can't judge an entire pyramid by only looking at a small section. If almost all the casing stones were missing from the bent pyramid, what kind of crazy assumptions might be made about it? Would we even know that the pyramid was bent in the first place? As it turns out, once again, explorers from the past will upend Egyptology's poor assumptions. The Red Pyramid had more of its casing intact as recently as the 19th century. John Perring writes in 1839, quote, "In some places, particularly on the western side, the casing still remains." End quote. Perring missed the opportunity to provide more detail, but fortunately another forgotten explorer managed to do so. James Dawkins was an explorer who traveled to Egypt in 1750 along with Robert Wood. Robert Wood was known to Nathaniel Davison, who attributed a ladder in the Great Pyramid's well shaft to him. A copy of James Dawkins' travel diary survives with Robert Wood's daughter, and I want to thank channel member Stefan Kvist for finding this resource. Dawkins proved to be thorough in his observations, even measuring each block at the top of the Great Pyramid before it was destroyed. Dawkins also climbed to the top of the Red Pyramid, and he writes, quote, "I observed on the west side, in 2 or 3 places where the sheathing or covering of the pyramid was entire, that it was quite smooth, and particularly in one place for the space of 20 feet, which indisputably proves that this pyramid has been finished. The stones were laid on this manner sloping, and their surface quite smooth and even, but of unequal dimensions, particularly the part which rested upon the second range of stones, some lying a foot, and others more or less upon them." End quote. Dawkins is describing casing stones high on the Red Pyramid's western face as leaning inwards, just like the lower section of the bent pyramid. And if his words weren't clear enough, there's even a helpful sketch drawn to remove any shred of doubt. Suddenly, the foundational argument for the Red Pyramid's evolved design has slipped and cracked beyond repair. There's no reason to think that one of these Darshur pyramids needed to come after the other. A major headache for Egyptology has been giving Snefru a long enough lifespan to build 3 colossal pyramids consecutively. Based upon this new evidence, it seems more likely that 2 or even all 3 pyramids were simply built simultaneously. The bent pyramid's steeper angle perhaps required more caution, and this is why the casing stones there are twice as large as the casing stones found at the bottom of the Red Pyramid. The Red Pyramid's casing goes about half as deep into the structure and has a separate Tura backing stone. In contrast, the bent pyramid uses single blocks to span the entire distance. James Dawkins in 1750 makes this observation, writing, quote, "The stones are laid in a different manner here. They are laid as on a wall lengthways, one upon another, a much stronger way of building." End quote. The bent pyramid having larger casing stones may be providing more support for a steeper angle of inclination. It suggests the builders knew exactly what they were doing. A companion of James Dawkins named Giovanni Bora sketches the Red Pyramid casing as seen in 1750. It looks as if the casing was not quarried off the Red Pyramid, but simply fell off instead, perhaps due to thermal expansion. The bent pyramid's superior casing stones were more resistant to such degradation. Now let's cap off our comparison of these 2 pyramids with one last detail that has greatly annoyed me. In 1982, Rainier Stottleman found fragments of what he thought was the original pyramidion from the top of the Red Pyramid. Located 20 meters from the pyramid's base, the pieces reconstructed a capstone 3 cubits wide with an angle of about 54 degrees. This is the same angle as the lower section of the bent pyramid and not the 43-degree angle of the Red Pyramid. Looking at the capstone as it exists today, I first thought Stottleman was making unsupportable assumptions. There's hardly anything original here, and none of it appears to fit together. However, the evidence today is essentially destroyed. A previous reconstruction of the capstone had more original pieces that somebody must have vandalized. But even the earlier reconstruction was a mangled job compared to how Stottleman found the fragments. This is an example of how reconstruction efforts can destroy critical evidence. The original pieces give more confidence in Stottleman's analysis of the capstone's angle. Following a time-honored tradition of Egyptology, Stottleman proposes the pyramidions' different angle is due to the builders compensating for other mistakes. One more pyramid the ancient Egyptians couldn't manage to finish off properly. However, I do wonder if there was something else going on at the top of the Red Pyramid that has been lost to time. Could it have been a second bent
no,
pyramid,
fuck
one with
off.
a change in slope much closer to the summit? A common theme is that you can't judge the top of these two pyramids by looking at stones from the bottom. With so much of Egyptology's narrative of these pyramids in ruin, you might wonder how they got it all so wrong. The simplest answer I can offer is that Egyptologists just don't like pyramids very much.
I realized I had to turn my back to the pyramids to properly understand them.
This opinion is echoed by Egyptologist John Romer, who writes in 2007, quote, "Modern Egyptologists have largely given up on the pyramids," end quote. With so much New Age religion and crank science focused on pyramids in modern times, professional study of them has fallen into disrepute. Interest in pyramids is something to be mocked, exemplified by a recent punchline on Saturday Night Live. The most useful story of the bent pyramid was that of failure, to disparage those who couldn't imagine how or why people might have built them. See the funny-looking pyramid? Those poor Egyptians couldn't get it right the first time around. How very human. I don't expect professional discourse about the bent pyramid to change much, even after the mountain of evidence I have presented. After all, Egyptology didn't listen to the engineer who repaired the pyramids. It didn't listen to the engineer who assessed its structural stability.
This was designed like this. It hasn't failed. This is actually a great success.
Egyptology may not listen to me either. Don't let it bother you. Don't ever be ashamed to search where curiosity takes you, no matter if others think it's a joke or a failure. In the long run, physical evidence always triumphs over narratives favored by scholars of a given era. The embarrassment is for those who thought they understood the bent pyramid without even looking at it. There is, however, a price to such arrogance that must be recognized. If there's one thing Egyptology didn't want, it's for
come
Sneferu to have
on.
constructed enormous
Like,
pyramids
bro.
without the intention of being buried inside each one. Building multiple pyramids at the same time suggests that some were not designed for burial. But once you crack that door open, that some Old Kingdom pyramids weren't designed as tombs, well, suddenly anything is possible. Now all the people you were making fun of had a bit of a point to make, no matter how far-fetched their own theories might have been. The greater price, however, is the opportunity cost of ignoring evidence that will someday be lost to time. The Red Pyramid still had many casing stones on its face a few hundred years ago, and almost nothing remains today. Casing stones will continue to fail on the bent pyramid. A large portion fell from the southwest corner in the past century. The preservation of a monument is largely dependent upon the value society imparts upon it. And if the bent pyramid is nothing more than a monument to failure, what hope is there for it in the long run? There's a structure at Zayat El Aryan, which is called a failed pyramid, and that most of it was never constructed. At the bottom of this trench was a granite oval basin, often described the role of a sarcophagus. I don't know if the structure was supposed to be a pyramid. I don't know if this granite tub was supposed to be a sarcophagus. What I do know is that this structure is now a garbage dump. Such is the fate of things for which history deems unsuccessful. If some 4th Dynasty pyramids weren't designed as tombs, suddenly the pit at the Zayat Aryan becomes more interesting. If Egyptology had realized this half a century ago, I don't think this monument would have been treated so poorly. The revenge of the bent pyramid is to lay bare the failures of those who took their history for granted. The people who never imagined a design or purpose for a pyramid beyond what they read in a textbook. They assumed the funny-looking pyramid was the flawed one, when it may have been the most revered pyramid in all of ancient Egypt. Perhaps someday the exact sequence of the Sneferu pyramids will be discovered, and maybe the Red Pyramid will still end up as the last one finished. However, there is no remaining cause to think that it was constructed because of any problem with the bent pyramid, nor as a replacement for it. It's time to put that idea in the graveyard of bad ideas and look forward to new possibilities. There may be a long and fascinating story of Egypt written into the patches on casing stones. How many are mortared with carbon that can be dated? What about luminescence dating the patches themselves? What might this crowning achievement teach about the history of Egypt? There remains so much more for the pyramids to reveal. All it really takes is the courage to go looking. Thanks to everyone who watched this video to the end. Please subscribe to the channel to see more of this content. Give a like or comment as you see fit. And above all, remember to ask your friends if they take their history for granted.
Direct Club Live. I think it's number 76.
I don't know. I don't know how much more I'm gonna play.
Hey, my brother.
I might play a little
days
bit
in
more.
a row, man. 2 weeks in a row. Yeah, days for me. You know, feels like it was just
I
yesterday.
thought it was gonna be much easier than it is.
Yeah. How did you have Did you have milk and cookies with Roger?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All that stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys had that here. Where's the? Did you guys have it by the fire?
We baked them.
The oven was warm. So we see.
Toy house?
I can't. Okay. That information I can't. Did he make some chili? No.
What about pierogies?
No.
Really?
We were on the sweet, not the savory. Okay? You know what I mean? Wishful thinking. Merry Christmas, everyone.
S'mores.
What kind of milk? White.
What about eggnog? You don't fuck with eggnog?
It's not breakfast.
I mean, I don't know.
Eggnog.
I don't know.
Eggnog. What is this eggnog?
You don't know
consist
eggnog,
of?
bro.
Does it have an egg in it?
I'm sure you could put a little Lagunitas in there. You know?
That's egg Lagunitas.
What is that? No, this shit
It's a little something.
Something.
With a dog on it.
Okay.
I like graphics. I buy your board for the graphic. I'll buy your beer for the graphic. You know what I mean? I swear, dude.
It is. I want to say first of all because Jerron got sick. What do you point?
Yes, Chubbs, what's up?
He got sick last minute over the week. His whole family's sick.
Oh, man.
So we threw out the York bats and you answered. You know?
Yes, I'm
So
not sick.
appreciate that coming in the clutch for I
Because this is
love
our last 9 Club Live of the year.
I love it.
We got Christmas this next week. We're just talking about it.
And I got my little Christmas like.
I like that, dude. I like that, bro. Yeah, 9 Club at checkout. Enter Charlie.
I didn't get the memo for a green switch.
Too bad.
I know. Actually, I didn't give you the bill. Chris got it.
Oh, okay.
Rod's got it. Everyone in the back's got it.
Everybody's got green and Kelly's got elf shoes on. Yeah. You came in, you got little bells on it. Little elf
Just feeling
shoes.
festive today.
Yeah.
Little Irish sheep joint.
You know, those little they curl up in the front.
Nothing wrong with a curl.
Little curl. But Dubs, hope you feel better. You and
better,
the
drink
family.
water.
You and the fam. We'll pursue on. Is that what I said? We'll whatever on.
We'll keep doing that.
Yeah, we'll get it on. We're not gonna get it on, but we're gonna keep it on. We're gonna keep moving. Keep it moving.
Keep it moving.
Keep it moving.
Trucking, right?
K-I. But yeah, I hope everybody is gonna have a great holiday and a great New Year's. We've had a couple good shows recently. We had good old Snake Juice. Little Eric Winkowski came on the
Amazing.
show.
Big
Did you watch
fan.
it, bro? He was
Yeah.
fucking
Big
Dude,
fan.
people
Love
loved it. It was the funniest episode I think I've been a part of.
Great.
Here's the thing. We talk about skating here.
I'm gonna play for like 9 more minutes. I'm gonna raid somebody.
Other stuff on the show. Well, I'm talking about when we have a guest.
I really don't care if I get this or not.
Dude, I don't want to hear about like it's kind of like we just want to hear about skating. We talked about 5 minutes of skating. The whole episode was of him camping and skinwalkers and all kinds of shit. And people loved it. Everybody was like, I'm so glad you guys didn't talk about skating.
100%. I love the skinwalker stuff. I'm all about it. So I'm like, oh my goodness.
Dude, it's
I
so
love it. See,
listen,
it's true.
look at this guy telling his little stories and stuff. It was good. It was a good episode, man. It was really fun. To be honest with you, I was sitting there. I didn't even want to go back to talk about skating. I wanted to know more about his adventures in the woods.
Did you guys hit the snake juice off camera?
No.
No one did.
No, Dubs.
You know, Dubs was the only one.
I was drinking peanut butter whiskey.
During that show, when we interview people, I don't like to drink just because I want to be focused on like talking to them, and not being like whatever. Like,
We're not trying to. Yeah, we're not partying.
Remember that one time you followed us into the steep thing? I'm so mad, man. You run over and high five, pull the cord out.
But it was fun. It was a good time, dude.
Yeah,
Eric
no, he's
Winkowski.
amazing.
If you haven't
Big
watched the
baller.
episode, people are tripping on this dude. And rightfully
Shout out
so.
to the A-baller, man.
Yeah, A-baller, dude. He's a good dude. Great episode. Yeah, people loved that we didn't talk about skating that much. Like it was a first, because I always, people want to. They tune in for skateboarding.
Interesting stuff is interesting.
That's right.
It's very interesting.
He was really funny too. They tell a story, then like one little one-liner at the end.
Yeah.
And just like,
I'll be like, how does that taste? Like,
He's got charisma. Hey, man, the guy's not there for no reason. It's the whole package.
But yeah, so yeah, this will be and then we're gonna bring in the new year with more 9 clubs, stop and chat, stuff like that. It's gonna be fun, man. We're gonna have a fun year. 2025 is gonna be great.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good one.
It's gonna be a good.
It's a good one already, man.
So far, so good, dude.
Nice.
We did a good.
Shout out to Jamie Foy for the.
Talk about that.
Oh, my bad.
No, for sure. Because to be honest with you, we did all the work for Thrasher. They just looked at our show and said, you know what, Jamie Foy. They got him on the board. They're top. They've been keeping track of all the video parts that have been coming out. But Jamie Foy, I know you wanted Tiago. Last episode, that was your guy. You wanted Tiago to win.
He's still my skateboard.
For sure.
Well, the York magazine.
But I think it is undeniable what Jamie Foy did this year. There was a lot of talk when Elijah Burrell came in and with his video parts, and people were like, "Oh, Elijah's gonna come in and steal it from Jamie and Tiago and this and that." And you know what? I just like, dude, look at Jamie Foy.
what I thought was funny was what made it made it fun at the end to see like, oh, maybe he'll get it or this. Was when Elijah did the interview.
Come on, what?
See that they did like a little bit. I'm like, Elijah never does it. And they had like, oh yeah, because of this show.
I'm gonna have to come back to this level.
That's why me and majority of the people probably tuned into that was to hear about their beef.
Yeah.
And they just glazed right over it. I was like, dude, at least come on, let's hear about it.
Let's hear about this beef. How are they upsetting each other? Over a girl?
No, it was over a kickflip. Yeah.
It was about how they
kickflip together.
It was about how I think how they dressed or something.
Oh,
and then
those guys are tripping. Oh my Lord, have mercy.
Austin came on the show. He said something about Elijah and maybe just his style or whatever it was. I don't actually
remember the way he dressed or something. And the episode came out, nothing happened. Like it was just and then the highlight came out 3 weeks later,
and that's when Elijah put out
so they were just
Instagram story.
So they're kind of just trolling each other versus
I think Elijah was hurt. I think it was a real hey, fuck you.
It wasn't on site, was it?
No, it was.
I see you at Olive
I don't know
Garden.
about that.
I don't think Austin was really trying to. He was kind of just messing around and joking, and then I think Elijah got hurt.
The one thing about Austin that you got to realize too is he likes that mix. He likes to kind of stir the pot a little bit. You know what I mean?
Talking a little shit.
Yeah, a little bit. He likes that. But I think it was.
But they're cool.
They're cool.
They did an interview.
But that's the thing though. They sat down. Thrasher did it. They sat down. They did it side by side. They were right there with each other.
Oh,
they didn't. They didn't even mention the beef. That's what was tripping me. I'm like, how are they not going to even talk about this? Is the best. This is why 85% of these people are tuning in right now. Probably is to hear what they have to say about the beef.
Like without that beef, those two being on that makes no sense at all. Like just having an interview with those two makes no sense.
So are you guys trying to basically say you guys want these two on here to?
No, I don't give a fuck. I just thought that. No, I mean it's not that I don't give.
Man, this is
no.
good.
It's not that I don't give a fuck. I'm just saying they had them there. The whole 100%. Thing. There was a big beef. And they just glazed right over it. They didn't even mention it.
Oh, they did.
They didn't because if you were watching it, you kind of wouldn't even know because it went from one. It didn't say what's up with the beef. There wasn't anything like that. They
talked about how quick it got solved. The next day we were totally fine.
But if you were watching it without knowing what they were talking about, I don't think you would have even realized what they were talking about.
I know, but I did. So they did. I did know what they were talking about. So they did talk.
I'm just saying for the average
both
person.
Of their vests. Both of their vests can take a long walk off a short pier. Your vests and socks. Your soft length.
I just wanted it to be a little bit discussed.
It was about clothes.
No, I don't know what it was about. To be honest with you.
Mine's way more vintage. What are they mad about?
Did they ask a question about the beef? Move on. They did ask a question about the beef. No, they didn't, Steve. Go back and watch it. They didn't ask a question about
Okay, I'm gonna raid somebody in 2 minutes. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it very much. Fun day.
Skip right over.
Too bad we couldn't get any completions. I gotta return to this level, actually think about what I want to do. I should really just try no body armor in the future.
Well, should have hit us up to come on the night.
I know, right? Yeah. We could have put him on top of the board. We could have changed the whole fate if you would have came on the night.
We could have.
Yeah.
We've made skaters of the years. I've called Mason Silva was on the show. I said you're going to be skater of the year. Jamie Foy, the first year that he came on the show. Tony Hawk, the first skater of the year. He came on the show. 100th episode. He was skater of the year.
You told him that way later.
I said, yeah, you were skater of the year, the first one. What?
This fucking game. Fuck you.
You didn't drop your right along. You didn't drop your clip.
I did.
You dropped a video of you singing. I saw that. Yeah.
We came around here. Maybe, I don't know.
Man, those guys both dress nice. I'm making fun of it.
Yeah.
It's how can you make fun of someone's pants? Oh my God, you did it. Kirk grinding those. I'm being a sarcastic son of a bitch. It's very silly beef if it's over your shirt choice and stuff. Man, I can't believe you heel fucking those.
I mean, yeah.
That's all.
Okay, I think I'm gonna raid somebody.
Yeah. like their vest, their fucking shirt, their pants, their belt.
We couldn't get the PV.
See how wide those belt loops were? when
It's
you
too
just
tragic.
flip that? Like, that's all I'm saying. It's just like, it's ridiculous.
You have to admit, dude, a wide belt loop is not.
I mean, I wouldn't switch crook in it, but you know, to each his own.
You gotta have normal size belt loops.
Yeah, it's very normal. And a normal belt too.
Either take the loops out, or don't even have them at all.
Or just have those stickies just suck right up to your waist and suck in your stomach.
Yeah, we're gonna do it.
But yeah, Jamie Foy.
Thank you for being here.
Jamie Foy, Skater of the Year.
The year.
Well deserved, man. Congrats, bro.
100%. 100%.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, some of us knew. I think a lot of people thought.
I like almost knew.
When we did, go ahead.
I was gonna say it because I went to Street League and he was on the list to skate it, and I was like, "Whoa, he's coming here!" Because like they're about to announce it pretty soon. Is he just? How are they gonna do this? But he didn't go, and I was like, "Oh,